Meaning they get to stand at the back? That's the one. Gary led him to the side of the hall, where arcades led towards other buildings in the complex. But instead of leaving the main hall, they took one of the broad stairways leading up. The main floor is all iron rank stuff, Gary said. Next floor up is bronze. The second and third floor were mezzanine levels. Gary didn't pause at the second, leading them up to the third. The third floor is silver rank? Jason guessed. No, there isn't the market for it here, Gary said. Apparently there's only 40 or so silver rankers in the whole city, and they aren't very active. The magic level here is too low, so silver rank monsters are rare. Any silver rankers here permanently are semi-retired at best. People like Danielle Geller and Talia Mercer are only here in anticipation of the monster surge. So, what is the third floor for? Jason asked. Brokerages. Most adventurers can't be bothered with the trouble of renting a stall and waiting around for people to buy whatever random pile of loot they have. Brokers buy almost anything of value and sort it for more effective sale. For a percentage, of course. That's fair enough. Brokers also organize the auctions, Gary said. In a smaller city like this, they'll usually hold on to the valuable stuff, like essences and awakening stones. Then the brokers will work together to hold a big auction event. Once we finish that shield, that'll sell at auction. The most valuable item Jason looted during the field assessment was the shell of the rune tortoise. Finding an intact one was rare and lucrative, as they could be turned into magical shields. Gary and Farah were going to work on it together, then split the profits 3 ways with Jason. Most brokers also do money-changing services, Gary said. If you want to split a coin, say bronze down to iron, they'll do it for free. If you go the other way, they charge 10%. That's standard everywhere, so if they ask for more, just go somewhere else. Gary led them into a brokerage office, where they were greeted by a receptionist. They were quickly led into a room where they were met by an item assessor, who would value the items so they could get paid. They just had to put out everything on a table for the assessor to go over. Jason put out the various items he had looted from monsters. There was bark lurker hide, monster cores, and a variety of loose quintessence gems. On Gary's advice, Jason kept certain items, but most of it was cleared out to make room in Jason's increasingly full inventory. Even if many items stacked into a single slot, he was getting close to filling all 40 spaces. Jason had a strange moment as he took out the magical robes he had taken from Landemir Vane. Landemir was the very first person Jason met in his new world. He was also the first person Jason killed. It had been less than 2 months, but he felt like a completely different person from the concussed, panicked idiot in the Vane family basement. Something wrong? Gary asked, and Jason realized he was staring into space, the robes held in his hands. The blood had long since been cleaned off of them. I'm fine, Jason said, putting the folded robes on the table. With fresh coins added to the currency counter in his inventory, they headed back downstairs and into the main hall. Making their way through the throng as they looked at the goods on offer, Jason spotted a familiar face. Jory's stand wasn't one of the permanent stalls, but it was one of the larger ones. At the front was a glass counter lined with colorful bottles and vials, behind which stood Jory himself. Most of the stall was storage space, hidden behind a curtain. While Jory was selling a woman a bottle of perfume, Jason perused the chalkboard beside the counter, listing the available products. Crystal wash, he read out loud. Seriously? Jory asked, as his customer rejoined the crowd. I can only make so much of it, and there are other people who want to buy it. People who don't get the Friends discount. You realize I had to trudge through a bog marsh, right? To protect the poor innocent people of the Delta? Jory groaned. I can give you 1 crate, but that's it for the week. 12 bottles? Jason said. I can't get by on 12 bottles. You do know about showers and baths, right? He cleans his teeth with it, Gary said. What? Jory said. It leaves my mouth feeling fresh. Well, if you want more, Jory said, I'm not the only alchemist here. What about those assistants you were talking about getting from the Alchemy Association? Jason asked. Expanding my operations isn't something I can just do on a whim, you know. I have a lot of demands on my time. I thought that's why you wanted the assistants, Jason said. Someone to take over the grunt work. They paused for Jory to sell an adventurer a bundle of potions. It isn't that simple, Jory said, resuming their conversation. If I'm going to do it properly, I need to put together a whole new facility. Extra space, new equipment, wages for the assistants. You know the kind of margins I work under. That's fair, Jason said. Have you considered investors? You offering? Jory asked. Jason held up a hand, 3 gold coins stacked between his thumb and forefinger. Something like this get you started? The basic coin of the realm was the lesser spirit coin. Iron spirit coins were worth 100 lesser coins, used by bulk traders, adventurers, and other members of the wealthy elite. After that, it was 10 iron to the bronze, 10 bronze to the silver, and 10 silver to the gold. The gold spirit coins in Jason's hand was worth 300,000 units of the basic currency. You're not serious, Jory said, to which Jason placed the coins down on the counter. Jory hesitantly picked them up, peering at them nestled in his palm. Do you know how many people I can help with this kind of money? Jory asked. It doesn't matter how many people you help, Jason said. What matters is if this gets me another crate of crystal wash. I still can't believe you gave him all that money, Gary said as they made their way through the crowd. It's an investment. In what? That guy spends all his money on helping sick, poor people. But imagine a world where everyone gave money for things like that. Gary thought it over for a moment. Then there'd be more healthy, poor people? Jason allowed himself to be led by Gary's expertise as they looked at various armor for sale. They checked out large stalls selling armor and job lots, and small stalls with expensive, handcrafted work. The main hall was only the beginning of the Grand Bazaar. Side corridors led to sprawling arcades lined with boutique shops. Jason spotted one with a sign so long it threatened to encroach on the abutting storefront. Gilbert's Resilient Attire for the Discerning Gentleman. Jason walked inside, which was a large, open space lined with armor of the lighter variety Jason preferred, largely cloth and leather. Most of the wares were draped over mannequins to demonstrate the hang of the garb. Several customers were perusing the wares, along with a proprietor in a frock coat that bulged heavily in the middle. Jason recognized the middle-aged man's paunchy frame and balding head. "Bert," Jason said. "Indeed I am, sir. Gilbert, of Gilbert's Resilient Attire for the Discerning Gentleman. For fine men as yourselves, however, I invite and appeal upon you to call me Bert. I take it from that glint of recognition in your eye that you are familiar with one of my brothers. Please tell me it isn't Filbert, of Filbert's Fine Leather Emporium." No, Jason said. "I'm Jason, and this is Gary." Gary waved vaguely from where he was already inspecting the merchandise. "I've met Bertram and Albert and Herbert, but not Filbert," Jason said. "You're quintuplets?" "Actually, it's octuplets," Gilbert said. "There's 8 of you?" "Indeed there are," Gilbert said. "There's Robert, who sells fruit with Herbert, but on the island instead of Old City." "Selling the same fruit, but charging 3 times as much?" "I knew you for a gentleman of discernment," Gilbert said. "There's also Hubert, but we don't really talk about him. Got caught up with a criminal element. That just leaves Bertrand. He's the handsome one." "You aren't all identical?" "No, we are." Jason was about to inquire further when Gary jostled his arm. "There's some quality stuff here," Gary said. "Take a look at this."
"Ah," Gilbert said. "Trap weaver silk, alchemically treated for maximum resiliency. Leather panels carefully placed to provide additional protection without compromising flexibility. The magic is integrated right down to the weaving pattern of the cloth. Tricky and laborious work, but the results speak for themselves. It also allows for the loose, flowing design, which is quite unusual with protective wear."
Just as Gilbert said, the armor was almost a robe, in shifting shades of dark gray. The more fitted parts around the torso, arms, and legs had black leather panels, but the layered garment was also draped with flowing cloth. It was a strange combination of tactical armor from Jason's world and some kind of wizard robe. Jason was immediately taken with it. "There's a mythological order of dark warrior mystics where I come from," Jason said. "They dress like this. I don't suppose you know where I can get a sword with a blade made of red light." "Not in this city," Gary said. "I've seen some gold rank weapons like that." "Nice," Jason said. "I have to start ranking up." "You're a long, long way from gold rank," Gary said with a laugh.
"You should keep your eyes on what's in front of you, for now."
Gilbert smelled a sail and continued his spiel. "The mix of shades and the flowing lines are of value to clients who value stealth," Gilbert said, continuing with his sales pitch. "While not assisted by magic, the drape of the fabric breaks up the lines of the body, making it harder to recognize in the dark." "That does actually work," Gary said, "although it doesn't really matter with that cloak of yours." Jason reached out to run his fingers over cloth, which felt smooth and sleek. Item: Trapweaver Battle Robe, Iron Rank, Epic. A full body armor, carefully handcrafted from the silk and leather of trapweavers. Armor, cloth/leather. Effect: increased resistance to damage. Highly effective against cutting and piercing damage. Less effective against blunt damage. Effect: repairs damage over time. Extensive damage may require external repair. Effect: absorbs blood to prevent leaving a blood trail. Effect: increases resistance to bleed and poison effects. Effect: resistant to adhesive substances and abilities with adhesive effects. Effect: adapts fit to the wearer within a certain range. "Well?" asked Gary, familiar with Jason's ability to examine items. "I like it. I like it a lot." "It'll probably cost more than you should really spend," Gary said. "But you should always spend a little more than you want to on armor. It'll keep you alive." "No wiser words have ever been spoken within the walls of my establishment," Gilbert said. Gary took on the job of haggling the price down, both he and Gilbert seeming satisfied with where the number landed. The price was in bronze coins, unusual for iron rank equipment, but Jason had no issue for the quality of the product. He had only seen a handful of epic quality armor in all their browsing, none of which met his needs so well as the one he finally purchased. After paying for the armor, Jason placed it into his inventory. He pulled up the Outfits tab, slotting the armor into a new outfit. He then tapped the Equip button, and obscuring smoke suddenly surrounded him. It cleared a moment later, his clothes gone and the armor in their place. "Very impressive, sir," Gilbert said, without apparent surprise. "And might I say, it suits you well. Please, do see for yourself." Gilbert pointed Jason to a standing mirror in the corner, where Jason admired himself in the dark combat attire. "I think I'm having a Chunibyo moment," Jason said. "My apologies, sir," Gilbert said, "but I'm not sure I grasp your meaning." "We find it's better not to ask," Gary said. Jason's shadow cloak appeared around him, merging well with flowing lines of dark armor. I'm definitely having a Chunibyo moment. They left Gilbert's resilient attire for the discerning gentleman, with Jason back in his street attire. I like how loose it feels, he said. I wasn't sure about all the really loose clothes they wear here, but once I started wearing armor, I really missed it. Jason had long ago bought fresh clothes, discarding those he looted from the Vane estate. Daywear in Greenstone wouldn't look out of place at a tropical resort, with bright colors and loose fits. Evening wear was more fitted and formal, with flaring frock coats in dark, sober colors. I like it too, Gary said. Finding clothes comfortable over fur can be a pain. You should see what they wear where I come from. It's basically just underwear and a bunch of belts strapped over everything. They were making their way through the crowds in the direction of the exit, but Jason stopped when he spotted a stall. What is it? Gary asked. It was a large stall selling recording crystals. Jason's eyes fell on a box of crystals being sold in bulk, which he pointed out to the bored-looking woman behind the counter. How much? Chapter 62. Have some damn adventures. Hello, Jason said, waving at the crystal floating in front of him. I'm not sure if or when you'll be seeing this, but I didn't die, or whatever you think happened to me. You probably know that, since the only way you're likely to see this is if I give it to you. He let out a dissatisfied groan. Maybe I should have scripted this. Oh well. Where should I start? It's been about 2 months since I arrived here. Where is here? That's complicated. I've made some friends. I just got a new job, although I haven't started yet. They're meant to be sending my ID over today. The application process involved sort of a week-long retreat, which I got back from a couple of days ago. He took a deep breath. I suppose I should start with that complicated question of where I am. Right now, as you can see, I'm in an expensive hotel suite. It isn't actually mine, that's across the hall. This one belongs to some of those friends I mentioned. They went 3-bedroom, which came with this nice, open living area. Jason had purchased recording crystals that gave him a lot of control about how they moved. He got up and led it out to the balcony, where he panned it over the ocean view. Nice, right? One of my new friends is kind of a big deal, so he got the best room in the house. We're on an artificial island, which is pretty crazy given the size. At some point, I'll do a tour video. The subways here are amazing. Jason, Farah's voice called out from inside. Who are you talking to? Jason went back inside. Although he hadn't been out on a job yet, having passed muster with the Adventure Society prompted Rufus to declare Jason ready to guide his own training. Although he and the others would provide occasional guidance, the hours of intensive oversight were a thing of the past, leaving the others with more time for their own pursuits. Farah and Gary had been working on the rune tortoise shield they were going to sell off, while Rufus was preparing to expand his family's interests into Greenstone. I'm talking to my family, Jason said as he walked back inside. Farah and Gary had just returned. Your family? Farah asked. It's a recording stone, Jason said. I've decided to make a record of my time here, something I can show them if I ever get home. Family, this is Farah and Gary. Hello, Farah said, giving the awkward home movie wave that apparently transcended realities. Hey, Gary said, waving enthusiastically. Hello, Jason's family. Didn't the goddess of knowledge tell you that you definitely would get home? Farah asked. I'm not wildly trusting of authority figures, Jason said, deactivating the crystal. He took a carousel out of his inventory, full of recording crystals in little trays. He stowed the crystal away in an empty slot and returned the carousel to his inventory. You do realize the Adventure Society you just joined is a world-spanning organization, right? Farah asked. A global authority. I'm anticipating the odd bit of friction,
Jason said. I know I'm not to everyone's taste, but coming to this world is a chance to be who I am. Take it or leave it. Even if it kills you, Gary said cheerfully. You decided to keep the thing that'll randomly send you home, then. I did, Jason said. I could always change my mind, but being here has given me some perspective on what's really important. I hadn't seen most of them in a long time. What happened between you? Farah asked. The love of my life cheated on me with my brother. Then they got married, and my mother basically told me to shut up and take it like a man. Harsh, Gary said. We never really got along, Jason said. My brother is everything she ever wanted in a son. It was kind of the other way around with Dad. It was always him and me. But after the way things were, I didn't see him so much. There was a knock on the door, and Gary let in Vincent. They all sat down in the lounge area, and Jason put out a tray of snacks he took from his inventory. You just had those ready? Gary asked, picking up a candied grape. Turns out my storage space maintains freshness and temperature, Jason said. Which is lucky, because I had that tyrannical pheasant meat in there for almost 2 months. You mean the meat I had the other day? Gary asked. That's the one, Jason said. Is that why you didn't want any? Were you testing it out on me? It wouldn't worry me, Jason said. I resist poison. But I don't, Gary said. You're bronze rank, Jason said. It'd be fine. If you're worried about the food I make, you don't need to eat any of these snacks. Gary looked at the candied grape in his fingers, then put it into his mouth. We don't have to go that far, he mumbled. Vincent watched the exchange with raised eyebrows. Are you two quite finished? You sound like Rufus, Gary said. I don't think Rufus could pull off that mustache, Jason said. Jason liked Vincent. He was a very serious man with a very outrageous mustache, which Jason appreciated. There's been a slight problem with your society badge, Vincent said. After receiving confirmation that he had passed the assessment, Jason had undergone the final process of becoming an Adventure Society member. Each member had a badge that served various functions beyond proof of membership. It let members claim adventure notices and allowed the society to track members in case they went missing. It also let the society know immediately when a member died. Badges were managed by the Adventure Society's Member Logistics Department, of which Vincent was one of the chief officials. In addition to the assessment and induction of new members, their responsibilities included the dispensation and monitoring of membership badges. Although the badges were managed by the Adventure Society, it was the Magic Society that created them. Jason had been sent to the Magic Society so they could take an aura imprint from which to make his badge. It was a simple process, just standing in the middle of a magic circle for about a minute. Every time a badge is made, Vincent said, it's paired with a tracking stone. It tells us if you're alive or dead, and lets us find you if you go missing or die. Yours doesn't work, though. The stone can't track your aura imprint. I've seen this before, Farah said. Some people have abilities that block magical tracking. That was the Magic Society's assessment as well, Vincent said. Farah turned to Jason. You have the dark essence, right? She asked him. A lot of hiding abilities can protect you from location effects. It's not the dark essence, Jason said. It's one of my other abilities, my, out-of-town abilities. Ability: immunity to identification and tracking effects. It seems that I'm completely immune to tracking effects, Jason said. Vincent nodded. That's fine, he said, just as long as we know there isn't someone messing with our membership systems. So, what does that mean about getting my badge? Jason asked. There's not much we can do, Vincent said. Your badge will still work fine for your adventuring activities. It just means we can't track you if you go missing, or find your body if you die alone. I can live with that, Jason said. Tracking everyone seems a little dystopian anyway.
Vincent plucked an object out of thin air. Many Essence users had abilities to store objects in dimensional spaces, like Jason's inventory or Farah's bottomless stone chest. Vincent handed a square leather object to Jason. It was a badge wallet, which Jason flipped open to see the badge inside. It was a circular medallion made of iron, embossed with a sword and rod crossed over a shield, the emblem of the Adventure Society. "Congratulations," Vincent said. "As of this moment, you are officially a member in good standing of the Adventure Society. That badge represents your membership and the authority that represents." "I have authority?" Jason asked, flipping open the wallet like a TV cop flashing his badge. "Not really," Vincent said. "There is a certain level of prestige that comes from membership, but any actual authority comes from the contract you are carrying out. A common example is when the city puts out a contract to capture a wanted criminal. Whoever is assigned that contract has the power to investigate and arrest bestowed by the city, but only so long as they are on that contract. You don't have the rank to take on a contract like that, however." "I have a rank?" Jason asked. "Your rank can be seen on your medallion," Vincent said. 1 star, Iron rank. Jason looked down at his new badge. On the iron medallion, underneath the Adventure Society emblem, was a single star. "The ranking system of the Adventure Society has 2 parts," Vincent explained. "The first element is not assessed at all, being a reflection of your rank as an Essence user. Your Iron rank, so you're an Iron rank member." "Simple enough," Jason said. "The second part is not an assessment of your power, but your judgment. That's the star ranking, and is wholly determined by the Adventure Society. Everyone begins at 1 star, with the maximum number of stars being 3. The number of stars determines the kinds of contracts you can take. 1-star contracts are pure monster hunts, with no complicated elements to deal with." "What's your star rating?" Jason asked. "Society officials operate outside the rating system," Vincent said. "It helps us to work with members irrespective of their rank." "Makes sense," Jason said. "If you've got a 2-star official running an operation with 3-star members, they might start taking things into their own hands." "Precisely," Vincent said. "So what about you two?" Jason asked Gary and Farah. 2-star, Farah said. "Rufus as well. We were kind of hoping to get bumped up to 3 after the Vane contract, but that didn't work out." "Rufus gave an honest report," Gary said. "We didn't come out looking great." "Ironically, you did," Vincent said to Jason. "I saw that report." "I don't suppose that counts for my promotion chances." "Not directly," Vincent said, "but it may be taken into account in the future, once other achievements have the society considering you for promotion. Achievements made while actually a member." "So what do 2 and 3 stars actually represent?" Jason asked. "In short," Vincent said, 2 and 3 stars represent a level of confidence in your judgment on the part of the Adventure Society. 2 stars means the society recognizes your ability to undertake at least some level of actual, unsupervised responsibility. You'll be able to take different kinds of contracts, such as investigating potentially dangerous situations or unknown phenomena. It also means you can lead small expeditions of 1-star members." "We never got to 2-star at Iron rank," Gary said. "In the high magic areas, there isn't a lot of chance to shine. You spend the whole time following more powerful adventurers so as not to die." 3 stars is much the same as 2, but more so, Vincent said. 3 stars means they trust you to handle yourself when things get political, Farah said. "That's a fair assessment," Vincent said. 3-star members are expected to anticipate and manage consequences at a higher level than other adventurers. "How do you go for promotion?" Jason asked. You can apply, Vincent said, usually on the back of some accomplishment. The society prefers to choose for themselves, however. When they think you're operating at a higher level than your current rank, they'll do an assessment. We don't like to see useful assets wasting themselves on work any idiot could do. I think he's talking about you, Ferris said to Gary. You're not any higher rank than I am, Gary shot back. There is one important thing to be aware of, Vincent said, ignoring the pair. The stringency with which promotions are considered scales upward with power. What is good enough for 2 stars at iron rank is not the same as at bronze or silver rank, where the stakes are higher. As such, you can expect to drop a star rank each time you increase a tier in power. Unless you're still 1 star, of course. No one really expects anything from you if you're stuck at that level. He's still talking about you, Ferris said. I have 2 stars, Gary said. We're the same rank. So what now? Jason asked. That's easy, Gary said. You're an adventurer now. Go to the jobs hall, get a contract, and have some damn adventures. Chapter 63. Sunk Cost Fallacy. Jason was trying something new on his morning run to Jory's clinic. With his cloak of shadows around him, he used its ability to reduce his weight to accelerate his progress. It required careful control, kicking off each step with his full weight, then reducing it to let the force propel him. At first, it didn't work at all as he hopped into the air or tripped and fell. Slowly getting a handle on it, he developed an unusual stride. His steps came less frequently, but with a lunging power that sent him skimming almost weightlessly over the ground. The disadvantage was that the weight reduction slowly consumed his mana. By the time he arrived breathlessly at Jory's, the little mana bar at the edge of his vision was as empty as his stamina. He was as exhausted mentally as physically. When Jason staggered through the back door of the clinic, Jory quickly brought in someone for Jason to use his power on. The patient looked worse than Jason, pale-skinned and walking strangely. He was accompanied into the room by a deeply unpleasant smell. Jason held out a weary hand, mumbling the incantation for the spell. Feed me your sins. You have cleansed all instances of disease, dysentery, from human. You have cleansed all instances of disease, syphilis, from human. Your stamina and mana have been replenished. Both Jason and the patient let out sighs of relief. Thank you, sir, the man said to Jason as Jory let him out. I couldn't really make it here without soiling myself a little. Oh, we noticed, Jory said. Did I hear him say something about sins? The man asked Jory. Don't worry about that, Jory said. You just go home and get yourself cleaned up. Jory came back to find Jason leaning against the wall. The few afflictions he had drained from the patient weren't enough to fully restore him. What happened to you? I'm trying a new thing with one of my abilities. Something to help me travel faster. I'm going to pick up my first contract today, and most of them will be out in the Delta. Why not hire a Heidel from the livery stable? That's what most adventurers do. They creep me out, Jason said. They're like a horse, except horribly, horribly wrong. I don't know what a horse is, but why do you think Heidels are creepy? They are creepy. There's a leech monster that lives inside you, and you think Heidels are creepy? Yeah, well, actually, that's a pretty good point. Still, I can think they're creepy if I want. It's a subjective position. Can you help me out with some cheap stamina and mana potions? That's not a problem, Jory said. Making those on the cheap were some of the earliest results of my experiments. They won't be as strong as the more expensive sort, though. That's fine, Jason said. I just need something to top me off a little. I'll save the high-performance stuff for combat. I have crate loads of the cheap stuff, Jory said. You can have them at cost. Thanks, Jason said. I'll be spending more time out in the Delta now. I probably won't be able to make scheduled appearances so often. Don't worry, Jory said. The clinic got along just fine before you came along. I'm not saying I won't be here, Jason said. It's just the timing might get a little erratic. Any time you can spare, I'll appreciate, Jory said. Things will be a bit hectic once the expansion starts anyway. How's that going? I bought the building next door. I'm going to have the two buildings connected, using this one as the clinic, and putting a huge alchemy facility in the other. Construction starts in a few days. Best bring on the next patient, Jason said. I want to get through them and head up to the jobs hall. Not a problem, Jory said, heading for the door. He paused, looking back at Jason. Have you been passing weird spirit coins? The one I gave you should have been legitimate. Well, not those, Jory said. Iron rank stuff. Janice said some Magic Society guy came in looking for you. Is that bad? Not unless you've been passing counterfeit coins. I don't think they're counterfeit, Jason said. Just personalized. What do you mean, personalized? Jory asked. Jason took out a coin, checked it was one of his, and tossed it to Jory, who looked it over. Is that a picture of you? Jory asked, peering at it. Yep. Wait a second, Jory said, heading for the stairs. He came back down with a stone plate with 6 gems set into it. He sat it on a bench and placed Jason's coin on it. The second gem immediately lit up with the blue-gray color of an iron spirit coin. The coin's fine, Jory said. They're all like this one? They are. Looting ability? That's right. No wonder you don't mind healing people for free, Jory said. You can basically punch coins right out of monsters. I'm going to go get some more sick people for you. Wait, Jason said. What do I do about the Magic Society guy? The coins are the real deal, Jory said, so don't worry about it. You're an Adventure Society guy now. There's something of a friendly rivalry between the Magic Society and the Adventure Society, at least between people who aren't members of both. If he shows up, feel free to stick it to him. Just do what you normally do to people. What do I normally do to people? Confuse them until they want to punch you in the face. The Jobs Hall was an annex of the main administration building on the Adventure Society campus. Compared to the overbearing immensity of the Trade Hall, it was a small and discreet. Inside was a moderate-sized room divided into rows by standing bulletin boards. There were a few adventurers amongst them, perusing the posted contracts. To the right of the entrance was a stairwell going up, while the left had a man behind a desk. The familiar-looking man was leaning back in his chair, dozing lightly in the warmth of the afternoon. "Afternoon, Bert," Jason greeted. He had learned that when it came to the Berts, the best way to identify them was to feel out their auras, which were almost, but not quite, as identical as their faces. This was Albert, an Adventure Society functionary Jason had met before. "Mr. Asano," Albert greeted. "You're not in for your first job, are you?" "I am, as it happens." "You know, there's another young fellow doing the same." "Oh?" Jason said, looking around. He spotted Humphrey emerging from behind a bulletin board. "I thought I heard your voice," Humphrey greeted. After exchanging small talk, they started exploring the bulletin boards. It was the first visit for both of them, but Humphrey had been preparing to be an adventurer his entire life. He acted as a guide as he showed Jason through the various sections. "This floor is all iron rank contracts," Humphrey explained. "It starts at 1-star contracts down this end, with 3-star on the far side of the room. That section is usually empty, though. Most iron rank contracts are ordinary monster hunting." He pointed out the stairs. "Upstairs is bronze rank. There isn't a spot for silver rank since there isn't enough call for it." They started strolling through the rows, glancing over contracts. "Contracts can be closed or open," Humphrey explained. "A closed contract can only be taken by one person on a first-come, first-served basis. You take the notice, register it at the desk, and off you go. Open contracts are a lot less common, where any number of people can join in. Usually that's a widespread infestation of lesser monsters, with rewards per kill. I've killed a few lesser monsters. They aren't a big problem unless they come in numbers, Humphrey said. Any farmer with a pitchfork can handle most of them. Not all of them, though, Jason said. Have you ever seen a malicious hedgehog? Shoots spikes out of its body. I haven't, Humphrey said. I suppose you don't get a lot of hedgerow omnivores in this climate. When it comes to choosing a contract, not all are created equal, Humphrey said, continuing his explanation. Once a contract is languished for a couple of weeks, it gets assigned to members on a compulsory basis. As to who gets the assignments, that's all internal politics. There have been some rumblings since the new director came in. There are a lot of nominal Adventure Society members who don't take any contracts, suddenly finding contracts assigned to them. I've heard there's been some internal conflict, Jason said. The new person in charge, trying to purge some of the corruption. My perspective has been somewhat peripheral, Humphrey said, not being a member until now. My mother likes the new director, though. That's a good sign. The new director had been making a lot of changes, Humphrey said, even here in the jobs hall. Such as? Contracts come from the general population, Humphrey said. From people who have a problem, usually a monster problem, that requires an adventurer. People of means can offer incentives so that their contract is taken up more quickly. As you might imagine, there's a lot of competition for the more lucrative contracts. The new director banned incentives? No, they're still there, Humphrey said. It's just that there used to be a special notice board up the front with all the incentivized contracts, because they were the ones people were most interested in. The new director put an end to that and had the incentivized contracts posted with all the rest. I'm not really sure what that accomplishes, other than taking up people's time. It's actually a smart move, Jason said. Once people have put in a certain amount of effort into something, they feel like they need to follow through, or their effort was wasted. They call it the sunk cost fallacy where I come from. Sunk cost? Think about that board you described, Jason said. The one with all the most lucrative contracts on it, sitting up the front. I bet you'd get a lot of people who come in, saw that board was empty, and walked away. Now think about if they have to comb through all the boards to find those high-paying contracts. After having spent that much time looking, at least some of those people will take a contract, even if they don't find one with bonuses. Otherwise, they feel like they've wasted all the time they spent looking. Humphrey frowned as he looked at Jason. Does it ever bother you? Humphrey asked. Manipulating people, I mean. Like with Thadwick Mercer. If you were actually arguing with him would be one thing, but provoking him because a public argument helps your social standing? Manipulation isn't bad in and of itself, Jason said. Look at it this way. If you have the choice between manipulating someone into doing the right thing or punishing them for doing the wrong thing, which is more moral? Pushing someone onto a better path and to do the right thing done, or having the wrong thing done and hurting the person for doing it? Righteous honesty says to be upright and put the moral decision onto the other person. But what is more important, feeling righteous or putting a little more good into the world? You have to give people the chance to make their own mistakes, Humphrey said. Otherwise, you're just trying to control everything, even what's right and wrong. There is always someone controlling what's right and wrong, Jason said. Look at you, for example. How do you feel about benefiting from a society where the vast majority of the population are exploited for the benefit of you and people like you? The same people who govern the structure of society are the ones who benefit the most. That's true everywhere, your world or mine. I was brought up to believe that nobility is as much duty as privilege, Humphrey said. That the advantages we have come with a lifelong responsibility to earn everything we've been given. That's commendable, Jason said. But Thadwick Mercer received every opportunity you did, and he doesn't strike me as the lifelong responsibility type. How many of your peers are like you? And how many are like him? How is that fair to the people of Old City or the Delta? Do you think someone living in a hovel would turn down a mansion because they would have to live up to the responsibility that came with it? Someone like Thadwick isn't inherently evil, but he's part of a system that tells him he deserves more than other people, just for being born. Do you think he's right to think that? Of course not. But you're the same, Jason said. That responsibility you were talking about? That is you, striving to be better because the world tells you that you're better, and you feel responsible for living up to that. I respect that choice, but it is a choice. If you wanted to slack off and exploit people, there's very little to stop you. Not everyone gets the chance to live up to that privilege. Farah, had she been present, would have recognized Jason ramping up into full-blown, morally superior proselytizing. Not being there to stop him with a sharp punch to the face, Jason's rant continued. You think criminals just woke up one day and thought, gee, I sure would like to take other people's stuff. They turn to crime because it's that or they go hungry. Their children go hungry. That's something you and I never had to deal with. We get to choose to be good or bad because we don't have to spend our time breaking our backs just to eat or have a roof over our heads. People live their whole lives with nothing but that struggle, birth to death. But we never had to deal with that, and it's not likely we ever will. Humphrey shook his head. So what are you suggesting? He asked. Revolution? Bring everything crashing down? It's easy to point at the injustices of the world and use that as an excuse for whatever behavior you're trying to get away with. I don't have an answer, Jason said, deflating from his self-righteous high. I'm like you, Humphrey. I'm trying to do my best with what I have. In your case, that's talent, wealth, looks, and privilege. As for me, I'm good at people. You mean good with people, Humphrey said. No, Jason said. I meant what I said. Clarissa Ventress's bodyguard, Darnell, led Sophie into the garden, where Ventress was enjoying tea on a terrace. Sophie, dear, Ventress said, it's been so long since I've heard from you. I've been busy. With that little request of mine, yes. But as I recall, what I instructed were high-profile thefts in the midst of public events. It's been weeks, and I haven't heard about a thing. If you were doing as you were told, I really should have. Your part in planning this operation, Sophie said, was to tell us to do something breathtakingly idiotic. Our part was to figure out how to do that without being caught immediately. Our part is harder, so it takes longer. Unless your intention was for us to march over to the island and mug the first rich-looking person we see. Darnell moved forwards threateningly as Sophie raised her voice, but Ventress waved him back. But I don't think that's what you wanted, Sophie continued. That might get you out of our deal when I'm hauled away by the guard. But everyone will know that you sold me out. Where would your precious reputation be then? Stop sending your goons to drag me back here, Ventress. You're only slowing me down. 2 weeks, Ventress said. I want to hear about your first bold caper within 2 weeks. Or I will consider you as having failed to live up to your side of our little pact. At which point, I will throw you to whichever wolf leaves the thickest slab of meat at my door. And if I hear you try to run out on me, she gave Sophie her best serpentine grin. There are men in this city with tastes that would make someone even as hard as you turn soft, Sophie dear. Sophie looked ready to spit venom, but kept her lips pressed tightly together. She stared daggers at Ventress, who smiled back as if Sophie's glare was good for the skin. Can I go now? Sophie asked, biting off every word. Of course, dear, Ventress said. 2 weeks. Don't forget now. Chapter 64. Take my wife, please. Luckily for Jason, most of the contracts in the jobs hall were for areas close to the city. Unless the threat was urgent, those further afield were posted on each town or village's notice board. Every month, the Adventure Society would send out a number of people to patrol those areas and resolve those notices. It was not a popular task, as it meant a full month away from the city and any opportunities that might arise. Jason started taking 1 or 2 contracts a day, depending on the location. He would then try and clear a notice or 2 off the local boards while he was out, even if it meant spending the night out in the Delta. People were more than welcoming, especially as he took the time to help any sick locals. In the jobs hall, Jason placed a notice on the desk. Albert was on duty again today, making a record of the contract. "Badge, please," Albert said. Jason took out his Adventure Society badge and touched it to the contract. There was a shimmer as the badge touched the magic paper, and Albert filed it in one of the desk drawers. New quest. Contract. Bog Shambler. A bog shambler has appeared close to the village of Huel. You have accepted a contract to eliminate the creature. Objective. Eliminate bog shambler. 0/1. Reward. Spirit coins. The Adventure Society rewarded iron spirit coins for an iron rank monster slaying contract. The amount depended on number of monsters, travel time, and perceived difficulty, from 10 anywhere up to 100. If the contract proved more difficult than was originally assessed, bonuses would be given. They went from extra coins all the way up to an awakening stone, although such a reward was extremely rare. Jason himself could loot coins from each monster, while the quests that appeared for each contract would give more coins again, and sometimes other valuables. He was effectively being paid 3 times for each contract. "Your armor is looking a bit ragged," Albert observed. "That thorny-tongued frog from yesterday?" "It certainly was as thorny-tongued as advertised," Jason said. "The armor self-repairs, but it got torn up pretty well. It'll be fine in a few days." "I imagine you got torn up as well." "I self-repair too," Jason said. "You on tomorrow, Bert?" "Nah, they've got me on the admin desk tomorrow." "I'll see you in a few then." Jason made to leave, but found someone standing in his path. It was a tall, gangly fellow who looked a few years older than Jason. He had an iron rank aura, so he was probably the age he looked. He was wearing robes that were a size too big, with the emblem of the Magic Society prominently placed. "Mr. Asano?" the man asked. "And you are?" Jason asked. "Standish," the man said. "Clive Standish, of the Magic Society. To be precise, I am adjunct assistant to the Deputy Director of the Magic Society, Greenstone Branch." "That must make for a long desk plate. Is there a reason you're standing in my way, Standish?" "Actually, Mr. Asano, I've been looking for you for some time." "Well, it isn't my fault," Jason said. "I had no idea she was your wife, so you can't blame me." "What?" Clive asked. "I'm not married." "She told me the same thing," Jason said, shaking his head ruefully. "I wouldn't worry about it." Clive's brow creased into a frown. "I'm not entirely sure what's going on here." Jason patted him consolingly on the arm. "Welcome to my life," Jason said, then walked past Clive and out the door. Left alone inside the jobs hall, Clive stood on the spot, confused. What just happened? "That's Jason," Albert said. "Nice enough guy. A bit odd." "Bert?" Clive said, turning to the man behind the desk. "I thought you sold fruit." "You're probably thinking of my brother, sir." In the Delta, Jason had been given a room at the only inn in the village. After clearing out a monster and healing some of the sick, the innkeeper refused to take payment. The room was humble, but clean, and Jason sat on the floor performing his evening meditation. Jason had yet to arrive in Greenstone when Rufus told him the three foundations of building his power as an essence user. Training, to prepare himself. Danger, to push his limits. And meditation, to consolidate his efforts. For months, Jason worked on two of the three pillars, under the guidance of Rufus, Farah, and Gary. Without all three, however, his abilities made little progress. Jason was driven to take contract after contract, fighting monster after monster. He was caught up in the heady rush of danger, his skills and powers the line between life and death. It was one of the three pillars Rufus described as the foundations of power advancement, and Jason was starting to see results. The fastest was his vision power, which Farah told him was normal. After all, it was constantly in use. The next fastest was the spell he used to cleanse sickness and poison, Feast of Absolution. It had been crawling slowly but surely upwards as he used it over and over at the clinic. Once he started using it in combat, the slow climb turned into a regular upwards tick. Feast of Absolution was more useful in combat than he anticipated, as many monsters spawned in groups. He could use it on a monster right before finishing it off, replenishing himself on the afflictions he had placed on it himself. The injection of mana and stamina gave him the endurance to go full bore through an extended fight, instead of needing to pace himself. Ability, Feast of Blood, has reached Iron 1, 100%. Ability, Feast of Blood, has advanced to Iron 2, 0%. It was usually during meditation that Jason's abilities broke through. He smiled with satisfaction, breaking his meditation and taking a sandwich from his inventory to munch on. His abilities grew stronger with each rank, although it was easier to see with some than others. His vision power, for example, not only increased his ability to see through darkness, but also his normal visual acuity. Colors were brighter, distant objects clearer. It was a concrete reminder of what all his efforts were for. He decided that after pushing himself so hard, he would take a few days to rest on returning to the civvy. He also wanted to look into obtaining more awakening stones. Until he awakened all of his abilities, he couldn't make any true progress towards bronze rank. Jason Asano. Race, Outworlder. Current rank, Iron. Progression to bronze rank, 0%. 0 over 4 essences complete. Attributes. Power. Blood. Iron, 0. Speed. Dark. Iron, 0. Spirit. Doom. Iron, 0. Recovery. Sin. Iron, 0. Racial abilities. Outworlder. Interface. Quest system. Inventory. Map. Astral affinity. Mysterious stranger. Essences. 4 over 4. Dark. Speed. 3 over 5. Midnight eyes. Special ability. Iron 4. 39%. Cloak of Night. Special ability. Iron 3. 0.8%. Path of Shadows. Special ability. Iron 3. 21%. Blood. Power. 4 out of 5. Blood Harvest. Spell. Iron 3. 0.4%. Leech Bite. Special attack. Iron 2. 89%. Feast of Blood. Spell. Iron 2. 00%. Sanguine Horror. Familiar. Iron 2. 16%. Sin. Recovery. 4 out of 5. Punish. Special attack. Iron 2. 85%. Feast of Absolution. Spell. Iron 3. 96%. Sin Eater. Special ability.
Iron 3, 21%. Hegemony, Aura. Iron 2, 67%. Doom, Spirit, 1 out of 5. Inexorable Doom, Spell. Iron 2, 67%. He would only start down the path to bronze rank once all his essence abilities were awakened. Jason didn't feel put upon by his lack of awakening stones, as even Humphrey didn't have his full set of powers yet. According to Humphrey, it was Geller family tradition to supply their scions with enough awakening stones to get started, while the rest had to be earned. The Adventure Society was known to give out awakening stones for exceptional service, although rarely. Usually, it was for unexpected success, when a contract proved more difficult than expected. Some open contracts also offered stones as rewards for those with the greatest contributions. The competition would strongly drive performance. Otherwise, awakening stones could be purchased through brokers, almost always at auction. They came up semi-regularly, but the prices were exorbitant. Rufus advised him to be patient and work hard. The Adventure Society made sure stones found their way into the hands of good adventurers. Returning to the city in the morning, Jason stopped at Jory's clinic before returning to his lodgings on the island. Jason's inn was expensive, closer to a luxury hotel than the inns and hostels of the Delta towns. Downstairs was a sumptuous lounge, dining hall, and bar. When Jason entered the lounge from outside, he spotted the landlady, Madame Landry, berating a tall man in scholar's robes. "Think you can sleep in my lounge area like it's a common flophouse?" Clive was profusely apologizing. Somehow his gangly height seemed lesser than the tiny woman scolding him. "I fell asleep while awaiting an acquaintance," Clive said. "I'm happy to pay the fee for a night." "So you do think it's a flophouse?" "No, good lady, I can assure you that—" Clive continued struggling until he spotted Jason, his eyes lighting up. "Mr. Asano!" he called out. Clive fled Madame Landry in Jason's direction. "Here, good lady," Clive said. "This is my acquaintance, Mr. Jason Asano." "Who's your acquaintance?" Jason said, voice and expression full of offense. "After you slept with my wife?" "What?" Clive said, flustered, head swiveling between Jason and Madame Landry. "Wait, you're not doing that to me again?" He jabbed a finger in Jason's direction. "You don't even have a wife." "Not anymore," Jason said. "She ran off with this tall bloke from the Magic Society." "You absconded with Mr. Asano's wife and have the nerve to use my inn like some cheap tavern?" Madame Landry said. "I never touched his wife." "I'm off upstairs for a rest, Madame Landry," Jason said. "Probably best if you showed him the door." "You have a good rest, Jason dear," she said. "I know you've been working hard." Clive watched Jason disappear up the stairs and was shuffled outside by Madame Landry. He stood out on the street, looking at the door that had been closed in his face. What in the world is going on? Chapter 65. Curious Urges. Jason tugged his bow tie into shape in front of a large, standing mirror. "That's an unusual outfit," Gary said. "A bit more snug than I like. I think the locals have it right, fashion-wise." They were in the lounge room of the suite shared by Rufus, Gary, and Farah. Gary wore evening wear that showed off all the colorful drapery favored by Greenstone High Society. "I had Gilbert make it up," Jason said. "It's called a tuxedo." Jason enjoyed the hang of a well-tailored suit, but he found himself missing his armor. He had been wearing it almost constantly, through battles and danger, until it felt like a part of him. Still, a night at the symphony involved neither battles nor danger, so perhaps it was best to feel a little different. And even if it did, his tuxedo had some strengthening treatments and a few enchantment tricks to facilitate a quick escape, if necessary. Not enough colors, Gary said, still eyeing off Jason's clothes. I like it, Farah said, emerging from her own room. Simple and elegant. Why does Rufus always take the longest to get ready? Gary asked. He doesn't even have hair. I'm ready. I'm pretty much all hair. I remember not having hair, Jason said. Didn't care for it. It's nice to be going out again, Farah said. Jason moved so she could take his place to check her outfit in the mirror. Agreed, Jason said. The program was in 3 parts, right? A nice long evening at the symphony will be just the thing, I think. Danielle said she invited us because she thought you would enjoy it, Farah said. She knows you've been working hard. I ran into Humphrey out in the Delta yesterday, Jason said. We did a job off a notice board together. How was that? Farah asked. Well, I stood there and he killed the monster immediately, so straightforward. Everyone's ready? Rufus asked, stepping out of his room. Of course we're ready, Farah said. You're always the last one out. Did you wax your head? Gary asked Rufus. No, Rufus said. I did not wax my head. Really? Gary asked. Because it looks like you waxed your head. There is something of a sheen to it, Jason observed. Maybe I rubbed in a little moisturizing treatment, Rufus admitted. You did, Gary said. You waxed your head. I did not wax my head. I think it looks nice, Farah said. Very shiny. Unlike the theater district, which was located in Old City, the Grand Concert Hall was very close to their lodgings in the Guild district. They walked the short distance through the wide streets, the sun low, but still hanging in the summer sky. The concert hall was a magnificent, circular building that Jason walked past every day on his way to the Adventure Society campus. With 2 lengthy intermissions scheduled, Jason intended to take a look around between performances. They joined Danielle Geller and her son Humphrey in their private box. When the first interval arrived, the rest of the group headed in the direction of the drinking lounge, restricted to private box holders. As they left, Danielle discreetly stopped Jason. I have a friend I would like you to meet, she said quietly, handing him a piece of paper. I said you would find her during the first intermission. You won't make a liar of me, will you? You aren't pushing me into a box, are you, Lady Geller? I wouldn't dare, she said with a sly smile. As Danielle left him behind, Jason glanced at the piece of paper. It listed directions to a room on the 2nd floor, one down from the Geller's 3rd floor private box. Walking through the hallways was like walking through an art gallery, with paintings and recessed sculptures carefully lit with delicate magical lighting. He found the room listed on the paper, where a plaque declared it the Edith Vane Memorial Conference Room. He frowned at the name. There was one aura that he could sense within, with the overpowering strength of silver rank. He considered knocking, but just went in instead. The conference room looked like just that, with a long table surrounded by chairs. Soft lamps hung from the ceiling, filling the room with warm light. Along one wall, windows looked out over the city. The Guild district was mostly low buildings, with the Adventure and Magic Society campuses looming large, along with the concert hall itself. The sun had set during the first performance, and street lamps lit thoroughfares below, lighting up the bustling nightlife. The room's single occupant had her back to him as she looked out over the city. She wore a formal dress in the local style, a loose draping of layered colors cinched with flattering strategy. Chestnut hair spilled down her back, with a pair of tapered ears poking out to reveal her as an elf. Jason couldn't have hidden his presence if he wanted to, but she gave no reaction to his entrance at all. Jason took a bottle and a glass from his inventory, pouring out a measure of sweet, green liqueur. Drink? He offered. She held out a hand without turning around. The glass tugged itself from Jason's grip and flew across the room into hers, without so much as spilling a drop. Thank you, she said, and took a sip.
This is one of Mr. Norwich's private concoctions. He's a friend of a friend, yes? He is, Jason said. Norwich was an alchemist friend of Jory's who had been trying to brew a drink that would get through Jason's poison resistance. Norwich didn't want to turn to bronze-rank ingredients, partly as a challenge and partly to prevent a bronze-rank hangover. Jason took out another glass and poured a drink for himself, then wandered over to stand next to the woman. He looked out at the city instead of at her. "Do you know who I am, Mr. Asano?" "I only really know the one elf. We don't get along." "The priestess of purity." "That's the one," Jason said. "Very severe woman. Powerful, Aryan vibe. Sexy, but you know you really shouldn't. Like an evil lady torturer." "You think speaking a little nonsense is going to put me off kilter? You think bringing me to a room named after a family I killed half of will do the same to me?" She turned to look at him, then back to the window. 41 contracts in 18 days, if we count adventure board notices, she said. You've been a busy man. It feels like I have a lot of catching up to do. Can you keep this pace up? Not unless someone makes me a magical scooter. Is that some manner of transport from your world? It is, Jason said. I think it would be nice. Riding along the embankment roads, the wind in my face. I did hear about your distaste for Heidels. Quite unusual for an adventurer. Eccentricity is the prerogative of the wealthy and powerful. I barely qualify for either, but I'm working on it. Then you should make more lucrative investments than in a man who has dedicated his life to healing the poor. I'll muddle through, Jason said. Did you want anything more than to point out how much attention you're paying, Director? This intermission won't last forever. Elspeth Arella was director of the Greenstone branch of the Adventure Society. Rufus had pointed her out, along with any number of other local notables, during their spate of social outings the month previous. You'll find, Mr. Asano, that these intermissions last as long as certain people want them to. I see. I'm satisfied with how you have been conducting yourself since joining the Adventure Society. Awakening Stone satisfied? I would not take your self-satisfaction as a reasonable measure of mine, Mr. Asano. I especially do not care for some mid-level Magic Society functionary contacting my office to request a meeting with a member of my society, one not even a month clear of assessment. Well, couldn't they just come and find me directly? Jason asked innocently. She turned to give him a withering glare, her aura crushing his into the floor. He nonchalantly sipped at his drink, still looking out the window. Take a break from contracts for a little while, Mr. Asano. You've been clearing out the backlog I used to prod some of our members who don't share your work ethic. I will see you are assigned appropriate contracts. Just check the desk at the jobs hall. If you do well, you can expect to see a second star in the near future. You're the boss, Jason said. You don't strike me as a man who pays much heed to authority. I'm not big on abdicating moral responsibility. She drained the glass and handed it back to him. You have a taste for the sweet things, Mr. Asano. You drink like an elf. You can knock back the plonk pretty well, Jason said. You drink like an Aussie. I have no idea what an Aussie is. I am, Director. I am. A friend of yours, Jason whispered to Danielle as he took a seat back in the viewing box. A new friend, Danielle said. But I think a good one. The art-lined public corridors of the concert hall worked their way around the circular building. There were plenty of concert-goers taking in the art during the second intermission, Jason included. Drink in hand, he meandered down a hallway alone. He stopped to consider a painting of a barren desert wasteland. It was impressionistic in style, reminding Jason of his earliest days in his new world. A woman joined him in examining it. He spared her a glance before turning back to the picture. He sensed no aura from her at all,
His aura senses weren't the sharpest, but to hide it completely meant she was probably higher rank than he was. She looked to be in her early 20s, by which point any decent adventurer hit bronze rank. Not many got a late start like Jason.
She had the olive skin of a local, her delicate features an effortless, dangerous beauty. Dark hair cascaded over her shoulders to a gown that was elegance in cream silk. Mediocre, the woman critiqued the painting in front of them. They hang the superior works in the restricted lounges. I like it, Jason said. It looks how the desert feels. You've spent some time there? A little. It reminds me of parts of my homeland. And where is that? Very far from here, he said wistfully. She turned her head towards him. You're Jason Asano. Jason kept his eyes on the painting. I'm not sure you understand how introductions work, he said. I already know who I am. She frowned, and he felt a bronze-rank aura blaze out to suppress his own. He had been told that was the very height of rudeness, but he kept being subjected to it. He thought there might be a lesson there, but he had no interest in learning it. Absently, he wondered if he was becoming a masochist. A beautiful woman invading my personal space, he said, unconcerned. Should I be scared or delighted? The corners of his mouth turned up in a sly smile. Perhaps, he mused, the most delicious choice would be both. Do you want to get slapped? The woman asked him. He turned his head to face her. Would you think less of me if I said yes? She arched an eyebrow. My name is Cassandra Mercer. Ah, Jason said, turning back to the painting. Now I see. See what? Everything. Oh, really? If Thadwick had sent you, Jason said, then this would be an alley, and you would be much less pretty. I imagine you are here at your mother's behest. You strike me as someone very good at satiating urges of curiosity. If I struck you, Mr. Asano, you'd know all about it. And speaking of my mother, I've heard you said some unkind things in her regard. Jason turned again from the painting to give her a sheepish smile. For that, he said, please convey my unreserved apologies. I didn't know who your brother was at the time, and he actually asked me if I knew who his father was. You don't walk away from a line like that. A man of dignity would. Jason let out a sinister chuckle. Yes, I imagine one would. I did make some discreet inquiries about you, Cassandra acknowledged. There was enticingly little to find. You have me at a disadvantage. Jason raised his eyebrows at that claim. Miss Mercer, you have power, influence, connections, wealth, and knowledge. What possible advantage could I have over you? Mystery, she said. Isn't that the greatest advantage? Mystery is an illusory shield, Jason said. The moment the veil is pierced, your vulnerabilities become exposed. And there is only one arena in which vulnerability becomes a weapon. And what arena is that? His face showed disappointment. It's truly a shame you have to ask, he said. If you'll excuse me, I believe the intermission will end soon. He left without looking back. She watched him walk away, a contemplative expression on her face. She left in the other direction. In their family's private booth, Cassandra sat down next to her mother. Thalia Mercer looked more like her daughter's sister than her parent, the age-defying power of her silver-rank essences. Well, Thalia asked. He's dangerous, Cassandra said. Don't let Thadwick anywhere near him. Thadwick isn't the problem, Thalia said. The problem is how much trouble your father will cause to salve your brother's pride. You know how he is about his male heir. That could be a concern given Asano's connection to Rufus Remor, Cassandra said. Have you found out any more about his background?
I have confirmed that Ramor is training him, Thalia said, with no small amount of dedication. As for where Asano came from, it's like he fell out of the sky. I've heard something else, Cassandra said.
I wasn't going to say anything until I confirmed it.
Oh?
You'll recall that Ramor and his companions undertook an expedition out of the city.
The vein problem, Thalia said. I always disliked Cressida.
They went at the behest of the Church of Purity, took one of the church's healers along with them, a girl from the LaSalle family.
You know her?
I do, Anissa. Zealous girl, dangerously committed.
What does she have to say?
I can't approach her directly, Cassandra said. She thinks I comport myself in a sinful manner.
I should hope so, Thalia said. That's where all the fun is.
What I'm hearing from my sources in the Church of Purity, Cassandra said, is that Anissa left Ramor's group after some stranger with dark powers joined them.
Interesting, Thalia said. That fits with something I heard about Ramor believing he bungled the contract, that he would have failed if not for the intervention of someone else.
I heard much the same, Cassandra said.
But how could that be Asano?
I've already confirmed that he came to the city with no skills at all. Ramor and his companions trained Asano for weeks just to get him to a minimum standard.
You said dark powers, Thalia said. Asano is an affliction specialist.
Certainly enough to put a priestess of purity right off, Cassandra said. But there are still incongruities. My instincts tell me there's more to this.
Trust your instincts, dear, Thalia said. Find out what you can.
Of course. Steps have already been taken.
For the moment, Thalia said. Is it worth you taking the time to beguile him?
It might be worth the effort, Cassandra said, but not worth the risk.
Oh? Thalia prompted.
He treated the full suppression of my aura like it was the pleasant cool of the evening.
That's certainly unusual, Thalia said. And you aren't normally so crude as to use your aura like that.
I was trying to throw him off balance, Cassandra said. But there's something strange about him. It's like he lives off balance. Talking with him feels like teetering on the edge of something I don't understand.
Thalia glanced at her daughter from under an arched eyebrow.
What? Cassandra asked.
Nothing, dear, Thalia said, turning her gaze to the stage, a slight smile playing across her lips. They sat in silence for a few moments before Cassandra spoke again.
Mother?
Yes, dear?
When does vulnerability become a weapon?
Thalia chuckled quietly, prompting an irritated look from Cassandra.
Vulnerability is a weapon of seduction, dear, Thalia said. Tricky to use, but devastating if wielded well. Perhaps Thadwick isn't the only one I should keep away from this young man. Don't be ridiculous, Mother.
Chapter 66. A Stronger Weapon Than the One in Your Hand. Humphrey was returning to the family estate after completing a contract, muddy and spattered with monster blood. He was met by Phoebe, a distant cousin. Like him, she was iron rank, but joined the Adventure Society more than half a year earlier. The Geller family sprawled across continents. Although they shared a last name, Phoebe and Humphrey were barely related. They didn't even share an ethnicity, with her skin being darker and hair much lighter than Humphrey's. As was traditional for the Geller family, Phoebe had been sent to Greenstone for training and experience. Once she reached bronze rank, she would return to her homeland.
"What is going on with that friend of yours?" Phoebe asked Humphrey.
"You mean Jason?"
Humphrey asked.
"I've been busy with contracts, so I haven't seen him. Mother said he was spending a lot of time in the Mirage Chamber."
"A lot of time is right," Phoebe said. "He's been in there almost all day, every day, for most of a week," Phoebe said. "He'll fight anyone who comes in. Bronze rank, iron rank, he doesn't care. Your mother says it's good experience for our people to face an affliction specialist."
"Is he winning?" Humphrey asked.
"Mostly he's losing," she said sharply.
People have a habit of dying after he's already been beaten, though. Those afflictions are nasty.
I've seen him kill monsters with them, Humphrey said. I'm not sure I want to see that on a person.
I don't understand how he keeps going when he loses so much, Phoebe said. That would really get to me.
You learn more from a loss, Humphrey said. I wouldn't bother trying to understand Jason, though. I think Mother is the only one who sees through him.
He did manage a few unexpected victories, Phoebe said.
When the Mirage Chamber throws out a complicated environment, he gets tricky to deal with.
Oh?
He beat my brother.
He beat Rick? Rick is like you, she said. Put the enemy in front of him, and nothing at Iron Rank is going to survive. But the Mirage Arena put them in a ruined town. The post-surge clean-out scenario. So monsters everywhere. He'd hit and run every time Rick was distracted. The illusion power of the Mirage area could combine environments and enemies into many different scenarios. A post-surge cleanout was set in a town that had been overrun during a monster surge. It was a favorite of the Geller family trainers due to the complex environment and constant threat of hidden monsters. Often it was used to train search and destroy missions, but it also made a dynamic arena for combat. I'm guessing Rick asked for a rematch, Humphrey said. Straight away, Phoebe said. But your mother stepped in, took over, and decided to make a demonstration of it. She must have been watching. I think Jason fascinates her, Humphrey said. She likes to take people apart like puzzles, to see how they work. Jason is nothing if not puzzling. She put out a notice for everyone on site to assemble in the viewing room in... She pulled out a pocket watch to check the time. Just under 2 hours. Enough time for you to take a shower first. You smell like swamp and dead monster. Why didn't you use some crystal wash? I ran out. It's been hard to get a hold of lately, Humphrey said. Actually, I noticed that too. The Mirage area viewing room was laid out like a lecture theater, and Geller family trainers would often use it as such. With tiered seats looking down on a large viewing window, trainers could talk while Mirage Arena images, live or recorded, were projected behind them. It was already half full when Humphrey arrived, with more people coming in behind him. Your mother tweaked the rematch, Phoebe said as Humphrey took a seat next to her. This time, Rick will have his whole team. All of them? Humphrey asked. Who does Jason have with him? No one, Phoebe said, although I suspect your mother's hand will be firmly pressed down on the scale. Rick has Claire on his team. She'll just cleanse all of Jason's afflictions. Your mother set the conditions of the match. I'm not the one to complain to. I'm going to go find her, Humphrey said, standing up. Sit back down, Phoebe scolded, putting a restraining hand on his arm. Do you honestly think you can change her mind? Humphrey did as he was told and sat down. I never have before. I'm not exactly sure what the point is, Jason said. He was alone with Danielle Geller in the control room of the Mirage area. They were awaiting the arrival of Rick Geller and his team. The point, Danielle said, is to learn. That's what we do here. We teach and we learn. My family has spread across the world, but this is the place we first became adventurers. It's where we still do. I meant more specifically, Jason said. I'm not sure I can hold up against 5 of your family members long enough to make any kind of educational contribution. When Rufus first described you to me, do you know what he said? Rakishly handsome? Danielle chuckled. He told me that when you were all prisoners, you showed him what it meant to find something inside yourself you didn't know was there. To do what didn't seem possible. He may not have been paying attention, Jason said. Mostly I freaked out and got hit with shovels. Yet you took down Cressida Vane, Danielle said. I knew her, you know. You did? Jason asked. Was she always massively overconfident? That's what got her killed. She was, actually, yes,
Danielle said. It doesn't surprise me at all that it killed her in the end. I've died 7 times today in your Mirage arena, Jason said. Maybe 3 dozen this week. It feels real. The despair, the panic, the helplessness. It still comes every time. Good, Danielle said.
I want to see what Rufus saw. I want to see you do the impossible. More importantly, I want the young members of my family to see it.
And if I fail miserably?
Then perhaps you'll think twice before trying to make my son question the fundamental makeup of our society.
Jason laughed. Yeah, sorry about that, he said sheepishly. I have a way of climbing up on my high horse. My son has started asking questions that I'm not entirely sure I like. Yes, you do, Jason said with absolute confidence. She chuckled again. Yes, I do, she acknowledged. The door opened and Rick walked in. Like his sister, his skin was dark brown, his hair light brown. His build was more like Humphrey, tall and broad-shouldered. He led 4 more people behind him. Teams were not uncommon amongst adventurers, usually 3 to 6 members. Only in a relatively safe region like Greenstone was solitary operation commonplace. Rick's team had an archetypal distribution of roles, with a couple of resilient frontliners, some damage specialists, and a healer. Not every team could find a good healer. Even someone like Rufus had yet to find a one. His experience with Anissa demonstrated that team dynamics were as much about the balance of personalities as the balance of powers. Rick shook Jason's hand and introduced his team members. It was obvious to Jason that his demand for a rematch wasn't rooted in pride, but the drive to improve himself that was common to the Geller clan. He had been as surprised as anyone when Danielle set up Jason against his entire team. Only 3 of the 5 were Gellers, the other 2 a pair of twin elf sisters. Jason shook hands with each of them in turn. While Rick may not have been driven by pride, not everyone on his team was the same, and the largest member of the team squeezed Jason's hand brutally as he shook it. "Ow," Jason said, cradling his hand after taking it back. "'Struth, mate."
What was that for?
Jonah, Rick scolded. What are you doing?
This idiot thinks he can take us 1-on-5, the big guy said. Actually, that was my idea, Danielle said, drawing everyone's attention. She had faded into the background so well as they were making introductions that Jason suspected it was some kind of aura trick. Just a subtle rise in her aura suddenly made her the center of attention. Jason had been working hard on his aura control, but realized he still had a long way to go. Most of the group looked at Danielle respectfully, but Jonah looked defiant. Do you really think this guy is better than all 5 of us? It isn't about being better, Danielle said. He may not have been training as long as you have, or used the carefully curated awakening stones you all did. But I've been watching him here in the Mirage arena. You have? Jason asked, looking disconcerted. I have, she said. Jason might still be settling into his martial techniques, but he has completely learned a lesson that everyone here would do well to give more attention. So I set up this little match for everyone to see. I've queued up just the right scenario to make my point. Rig the fight, you mean? Jonah asked. Oh, good, Jason said, letting out a relieved breath. Just between us, I was a little worried. Danielle chuckled. The scenario is a fugitive hunt. Rick, your team has 2 hours to find and capture or kill Jason. Jason, you need to avoid capture for the full duration, or incapacitate Rick's team. Not likely, Jonah muttered. Did you have something to say, Jonah? Danielle asked. I sure do, Jonah said, either not noticing or not caring about the warning in Danielle's voice. I'm going to show this little no-name weed what it means to fight a Geller. Rick punched him on the arm. Shut up, idiot. He's been in here fighting Gellers all week. Danielle gave Rick an approving smile.
One more thing, she said.
This scenario will be set during a monster surge. Danielle walked into the viewing room, striding up onto the platform in front of the viewing window, with a crystal rod in her hand. The room went quiet. No one had the courage to still be talking when Danielle started speaking. The Geller name is a good one to have, Danielle said. Each of you in this room either carries it or are the boon companions of those who do. It is a name that opens doors, garners respect. It is a name to be proud of. She panned her gaze over the audience. Geller trainees, their companions, and a few of the instructors who trained them. She continued her speech. I was just reminded, however, that pride can be a danger. We are not made great because our name is great. Our name is great because we make it so. Everyone who bears the Geller name has the responsibility to live up to it. We are born with this name, but it is not a gift. It is a stewardship, not just of the name itself, but to those who rely on it, who look up to it and respect it. The privilege and power that comes with our name is a covenant that we will use that power with decency and honor, to protect and provide for those who do not share our privilege. It falls to each of us to ensure that when we pass on the Geller name, it is not lesser than when we received it, but greater. She waved the rod in her hand at the viewing window, which blinked to life. It showed a common scene from the Delta. Muddy ground filled with tangled tree roots, the canopy overhead casting everything in shadow. Rick and his team trudged through the mud that sucked at their boots with every step. As instructors, we find some lessons take longer to sink in than others, Danielle said. You are all filled with the realization of your new power. You feel strong, unbeatable even. It can make you disrespect the forces outside of yourself as determinants of success and failure. She glanced back as the team struggled along the wet ground. Hidden roots and unexpected deep patches on mud made for stumbling progress. The thick foliage above them forced them to rely on a magic lamp for light. It was an expensive one that would float over them without occupying a hand, but it filled the space around them with the dancing shadows of the trees. Your surroundings, Danielle picked up, can be a stronger weapon than the one in your hand. Monsters rarely spawn in training halls and fighting arenas. In most cases, you will be engaging them in their own environments. While you are watching, I want all of you to pay attention to this particular point. Who is using the environment and how? Chapter 67. This is what it means to fight me. Jason moved comfortably through the marshy woods. His feet didn't sink into water or mud, and his eyes easily pierced the darkness. Clusters of scraggly trees and other obstacles were no bother. He could vanish into the ample shadows and appear on the far side. Despite being all an illusion, it felt completely real. The hot, heavy air, the tiny insects swarming around him. A small burst of aura projection sent them scattering. A thick strand of webbing launched itself out of a shadow, striking the spot where Jason had been moments before. It was not the first such miss, as Jason's eyes could dig out the trap weavers in the darkness. Even if they hit, the webs slid off. They could not adhere either to his essence ability cloak or the armor underneath. Effect: resistant to adhesive substances and abilities with adhesive effects. The woods were filled with trap weavers, leaving behind a maze of sticky threads as they attempted to ensnare Jason. He flashed through the shadows, dagger planting in the head of the giant spider. It dropped to the ground as he continued strolling through the woods. In the viewing room, Danielle controlled the perspective of the viewing window with a rod in her hand. She used it to follow Rick and his team's journey through the dark, marshy woodlands.
Henry Geller threw out his hand as he chanted a quick spell. Firebolt! Flame launched from Henry's fingers, missing the fleeting shadowy figure to burn out as it hit a tree trunk. Hannah's arrow had come closer, but Jason's figure was gone before it too stuck harmlessly into a tree. "Henry!" Rick called out.
"He jumps around too much," Henry said. "It's like he's everywhere."
Henry wielded magic of wind and fire, and they had been tracking Jason by reading his scent on the air. They had caught glimpses of him, but only seen little more than shapes in the darkness. The group continued searching the murky woodland bog. Jonah was their bulwark, but his heavy armor and shield slowed him to a crawl. Rick was their other frontline fighter, and he was coping better. His armor wasn't as heavy, and his might essence gave him the strength to plow through the mud. His greatest problem was that his long, heavy sword was hard to swing among the trees. Rick and Jonah, along with Henry, were all members of the Geller family. The two remaining team members were the elf twins, Hannah and Claire Adea, an archer and the team healer. As the healer, Claire was always the most important team member to protect. Her ability to cleanse Jason's afflictions made it doubly true. For this reason, she was in the most guarded part of the formation as they made their sluggish way through the marsh. "What's that?" Jonah called from the front. The others looked as he pointed out ahead. The trees grew closer together, and streamers of webbing, thick as an arm, were draped through them like party decorations. It wasn't any kind of pattern, but wild and scattered. It was thickly laid out, to the point of being hard to find a passage through. "Trap weavers," Hannah said. They had already encountered several, most of which had been pinned to trees by her arrows. "Trap weavers are careful," Rick said. "This doesn't look careful." "I think Asano might have provoked them," Henry said. "This whole area is riddled with his scent." "I don't think going through that is a good idea," Jonah said. "We have to," Rick said. "He hides, we chase. That's the game. If we refuse to go somewhere, he can just wait there and time us out." "That's not a fair condition," Jonah said. Hannah looked at him like he was an idiot. "There's 5 of us," she said. "I'm just saying," Jonah said sullenly. "Hannah," Rick said, "your eyes are the best. Find us the clearest path." The webbing proved to be very widespread.
How did he get trap weavers to do all this without getting caught by them? Claire wondered.
"He's tough to pin down," Rick said. "He may need shadows to teleport, but he can keep doing it over and over. In a place like this, he's a ghost." As they headed into the web-strewn trees, they were plunged into shadow, the canopy above them low but thick. They were moving slower than ever as they picked their way through the webs. "I don't like this," Henry said. "We just need to get a good look at him," Hannah countered. Her bow was always at the ready. She was not worried about the obstructions and was prepared to fire from her short bow at a moment's notice. "Can you burn through these webs?" Rick asked Henry. "Trapweaver webs don't burn easily," Henry said. "I'd blow through my mana and barely make a dent." Around them was eerie quiet. Only the buzzing of insects accompanied the squelching of their feet in the mud. So a sudden new sound arrested their attention. The sound of feet pounding rapidly through mud came from somewhere in the distance. The sound stopped for a moment. Then they heard panicked swearing, and the sound started again from a different direction. They heard the wet slap of something landing in the mud, and a startled yelp. "He's got monsters on him," Rick barked at the others. "Go!" They surged over the marshy ground. Hannah had found them a path that was relatively solid, and even Jonah powered forwards in his heavy armor. What they found was an indentation in the mud. Rick looked around, peering at every shadow. "Hannah?" he asked. When there was no response, he glanced back. "Hannah?" The whole team craned their necks, searching in every direction. "She was right behind me," Claire said.
We were all running and—
Back the way we came, Rick said decisively, and so they went. What they found, to their horror, was Hannah's body, barely moved from where they had started running.
Her throat was cut, and she dangled macabrely from thick strands of webbing, like a puppet on strings. "It's not real," Rick told Claire. She looked at her sister with a hand over her mouth, eyes shocked wide. He put a supportive hand on her shoulder. "It's just illusion," he told her. "We've been through this before. Henry, do you have a scent?" There was no answer, and they looked again. While they had been looking at Hannah's corpse, Henry had vanished. That left the two men in their heavy armor and the healer. "How did he do that?" Jonah asked. "He's going for the ones he can kill quick and quiet," Rick said. "The rest of us won't go out like that. Our armor and Claire's magic shield means he can't take us easily." Suddenly, blue light flared around Claire in the form of a bubble as objects struck it, 3 in quick succession. They were throwing knives, falling harmlessly into the mud after bouncing off the protective barrier. "That way!" Jonah called out, but Rick grabbed his arm. "He's baiting us," Rick said. "The way he baited the trap weavers into making all this mess. From now on, we go carefully." "How do we find him now?" Jonah asked. "Henry and Hannah were our spotters." "We've been dancing to his tune the whole time," Rick said. "Time to change the music. Use your shout." "Are you sure?" Jonah asked. "You know what that'll do to the monsters." "He took out our spotters," Rick said. "The best advantage we have now is a straight-up fight." "I don't think he's suddenly going to step out for that," Jonah said. "It's not us he'll be fighting," Rick said. "He might be able to dodge a handful of trap weavers, but look at all these webs. That's more than a handful. If they all go berserk, he'll have a harder time dealing with them than we will." "Are you sure about that?" Claire asked. "No," Rick said. "I'm open to alternatives." The others shook their heads. "All right," Rick said. Jonah shouts. "Then we fight off the monsters while we wait for them to flush them out." Jonah nodded, then took a deep breath. Throwing back his head, he roared, a primal scream that blasted through the marsh like an explosion. As he fell silent, animal shrieks rose up in answer, echoing out what felt like miles. Rick grinned, hefting his heavy sword in readiness. "Let's see how he— Crap!" Everything went dark as a thrown dagger shattered their floating lantern. Rick felt a sting on the arm, as did Jonah moments later. Light bloomed, illuminating the area from a glowing orb over Claire's raised hand. They looked around, but Jason was already gone. "Keep the orb up," Rick told Claire. "I know it uses your mana, but not that much, and another lantern would be vulnerable." She nodded, looking at the wounds on Jonah and Rick. Jason had found gaps in their armor while they couldn't see to defend against him, but he had barely drawn blood. They were minor cuts, but Rick had warned them early that it was all Jason required. Claire extended an arm towards Rick and chanted a spell. "Be made clean." A glow of white gold light glowed out from under Jonah's armor, and a black smoke arose from the gap where Jason's knife had cut. She did the same with Jonah. "A poison and a curse each," Claire said. "All gone now." "His hit-and-run attacks have done all the damage they can," Rick said. "He can't quickly finish the rest of us, and now the trap weavers will flush him out. We move carefully, fend off the weavers that come for us, and either find his corpse or make it." "Like this body?" a mocking voice asked. There was a lilting malevolence to it, like the speaker was slightly unhinged. They turned and saw Jason's shadowy figure behind the dangling corpse of Hannah, still strung up on webs. It was their first clear look at him, although clear wasn't exactly the word. He looked halfway made of shadows, his cloak of darkness wrapped around him. The dark, flowing lines of his battle robe melded into the shadows, and his face was shrouded in the darkness of the hood. Even with the light of Claire's orb, he was hard to see, standing in front of them. Rick threw his massive sword. It spun through the air at Jason, but buried itself in Hannah's body as he moved further behind it for cover. Rick held out his hand, and the sword yanked itself from Hannah's corpse, flying back to Rick's hand. Standing behind the dangling, macabre puppet that was the ravaged corpse of their companion, Jason's laughter was filled with sinister mirth. "So much for camaraderie," he said. "We're going to kill you, you sick prick," Claire said to Jason, who laughed again. His response was to chant a spell, voice filled with malevolent relish. "As your life was mine to reap, your death is mine to harvest." A dim red light shone from Hannah's body, which was quickly devoured by Jason. As it did, Hannah's skin grew dry, pulling tight over her skeleton, as if years were passing in moments. Only a desiccated husk remained in her blood-stained clothes. Claire screamed out in anger, raising the wand in her hand. A bolt of white magical energy fired at Jason, tracking him through the air. He stepped closer to the corpse, which intercepted the attack. The withered body fell apart, tumbling piecemeal to the ground. Claire watched in horror as her sister's body crumbled into dried-up chunks, splattering into the mud. When she looked up for the one responsible, Jason was already gone. "You should be careful," his voice mocked them, first from one direction, then another. "I thought I had the spiders riled up, but you really went and did it." Jason's voice was playful and cruel as he taunted them. Each time he spoke, it came from a new direction. "My friends are coming for you," he said. "You might want to get out of these webs." His laughter rang through the trees. "Rick?" Jonah asked.
"He's not wrong about the webs," Rick said. "Slow and careful. Claire in the middle, and I'll bring up the rear." "I'm going to kill the evil weasel," Claire said. "Hannah's fine," Rick said. "She's already awake, back in the control room." "I hope she stabs him while he's still in here," Claire said. Jonah yelled out, standing awkwardly in place. He had stumbled into a near-invisible web. At the same time, a thick stand of webbing launched out of the shadows to drag Rick stumbling back. They were an experienced team who had handled trap weavers in real life, so they moved quickly into action. Claire's wand, glowing at the tip, cut Jonah free of the web as she used it like a knife. Rick planted his feet, and even with the mushy ground underfoot, his immense strength arrested the force dragging on him. He gripped the web and yanked hard, yanking a huge spider off a tree to sail through the air towards him. Swinging his huge sword in one hand, he cut the monster in half as it tumbled through the air, then scraped the sticky web off his hand with the blade. Jonah sloshed back through the mud, putting up his huge shield as the three of them backed away. Multiple strands of web shot at it, but slid off as if it were greased in oil. Spiders were crawling all over the trees around them now, leaping from one to the other. "How are there so many?" Claire asked, firing off bolts from her wand. With each bolt, a spider fell, but the tree-hopping creatures were outpacing their careful withdrawal. Surrounding them, the spiders were able to fire webbing from the sides where Jonah couldn't cover, but it accomplished little. Claire ignored the webs, her barrier offering even less purchase than Jonah's shield. Rick danced around as if he wasn't shin-deep in mud, his huge sword flashing out quick and deadly. One of Rick's trump cards was an essence ability that temporarily ramped up his speed and power, and he put it to good use. His huge sword was incredibly heavy, but he waved it like a baton, intercepting webs and slashing through spiders. The blade of his sword was glowing red-hot and had burst into flame, cutting through webs and spiders alike with a searing hiss. He had been saving his abilities for a crucial moment,
but there was an army of spiders bearing down on them.
"This way!"
Jonah shouted, wading into thigh-deep water.
"They don't swim!"
It was a wide patch of water, common enough in the marsh, but it had one advantage. No trees were rising out of it. Following Jonah let them escape the trap weaver onslaught. The lack of trees gave the monsters no place to jump to, and the absence of canopy meant no shadows for Jason to jump out of. Even reaching the middle of the water, it had never gone deeper than Claire's waist. "Now we wait," Rick said. "Without us, Jason becomes the only food on the market. He can't avoid them all, riled up like they are." The three waited, back to back, as they watched the edge of the trees for movement. The glowing orb floated over them, light shining off the water. The screeching sounds of trap weavers came from all around. The water stilled around them when they stopped moving. Eventually, the trap weavers calmed, their shrieks diminishing down until they finally stopped.
"Do you think they got him?"
Claire asked.
"They had to, right?"
Jonah said. "We have to go check," Rick said. "I think the loudest concentration of screeching came from over—"
"Did anyone else feel that?"
"I can feel it crawling on my boots," Jonah said.
"There's something in the water."
"Out of the water," Rick commanded, pointing in a direction. Even as he did, the water around them started roiling like a boiling soup. The barrier around Claire flashed in staccato rhythm. Jonah grimaced, and Jonah let out a painful grunt.
"What is that?"
Claire asked, pushing down panic.
"It keeps attacking my shield. It's going to eat through all my mana."
"Just keep moving," Rick yelled. Their resolve showed as they didn't slow their pace, even as something attacked them from under the water. Claire's shield absorbed attacks at the cost of mana, regardless of the strength of the attack. Rapid, weak attacks were the shield's weakness, and something was attacking it in swarms under the water. Unhappily, she let the shield drop before her mana was emptied out, immediately feeling the sting as something started biting into her legs. Their attackers were revealed to be leeches as the creatures climbed high enough up their bodies to rise above the water. The leeches crawled over them in search of vulnerable flesh. Claire fought through the pain to chant spell after spell, cleansing afflictions and healing through bleeds. The others had dropped their weapons to have their hands free, Jonah yanking the shield off his arm. They tugged off leeches with both hands and tossed them away, the leeches taking gobbets of flesh with them. The adventurers' efforts made little headway with the swarming leeches. "My spells can't keep up," Claire yelled. The leeches constantly inflicted bleeds and afflictions faster than she could chant. The afflictions slowly but surely stacked up, while the bleeds soaked up the healing. Their skin started to blacken around the leech bites. All the while they kept making for the shoreline, finally struggling out of the water. Suddenly Jason was there, a lunging kick sending Claire splashing back into the water. Jonah threw a gauntleted fist, but Jason danced lightly away on the surface of the water. Claire sat up, spluttering, only for Jason to kick her in the teeth in passing, sending her back down. He pointed at Rick. "Your fate is to suffer." Rick had his hand extended out in the direction of the water. His huge sword was spinning through the air, throwing off droplets of water as it flew past Jason and into Rick's hand. Jonah held his own hand out, and an iron spear appeared in it. Both men threw their weapons. They struck home with accuracy, but kept going, Jason's cloak suddenly empty. After being dragged through the air, the cloak disappeared, and Jonah watched his spear splash uselessly into the water. Rick's sword stopped in the air and flew back to his hand. "What was that?" Jonah asked, looking around for Jason as he yanked off leeches. "I thought he could only teleport through shadows." "I don't know," Rick said, likewise yanking off leeches. "My cloak is a shadow," Jason said, walking out of the trees well out of melee range. His cloak was no longer around him, and they could see his face. His eyes were wide, and his mouth was twisted in a deranged smirk. He looked hungry for something that definitely shouldn't be food. The cloak formed around him once more, hiding his face and its disturbing grin. "Finally ready for a fair fight?" Jonah asked, another spear appearing in his hand. "2 against 1 is hardly fair," Jason said. "You mean 3, Jonah said. Rick was quicker on the uptake, looking to the water behind them. Claire's body floated on the surface with the awkward stillness of death, leeches swarming over it. "She focused her healing on us," Rick said bitterly, as they looked at her corpse, robbed of dignity and death. He turned to spit invective at Jason, but he had vanished again while they were transfixed by the fate of their healer. "I'm going to rip your head off!" Jonah screamed into the air. "Are you sure?" Jason's voice came from the trees, lilting and off-kilter. "Your healer is gone," his voice came from another direction. "All I have to do now is wait," he said, from a new direction again. Rick grimaced, knowing Jason was right. They had managed to tear off most of the leeches, which couldn't move through the mud like they could in the water, but the damage was done. Standing around with no recourse, he could do nothing, even as he collapsed to the ground. That left only Jonah. Jonah had the greatest fortitude of the team. His resilience and heightened resistances let him last well beyond his comrades, but he could do no more than Rick. He screamed rage into the shadowy woods, then spotted Jason emerge, once again at a distance. He threw his spear, expecting Jason to vanish into darkness again. Instead, Jason made no move to avoid it, and the spear impaled him, low into the side of his torso. He staggered back several steps before righting himself, not making a sound. Jason regained his balance, then pulled the spear from his body, hand over hand as Jonah watched. Holding the spear in one hand, Jason pushed the hood of his cloak back with the other, revealing his face. He took the spear and slowly ran his tongue along the shaft, as Jonah watched in shock. Jason tossed the spear aside, eyes wide as his lips, tainted with his own blood, took on a maniacal grin. "I taste good," Jason said, looking absently at the blood on his hands. Then he looked up at Jonah. "I wonder how yours will taste." "You aren't touching my blood, you crazy freak." "Are you sure?" Jason asked, then chanted out a spell. "Your blood is not yours to keep, but mine on which to feast." Red life force started shining out of Jonah's body, streaks of dark colors reflecting the afflictions he was suffering. Red light streamed away, through the air towards Jason. Jason threw his arms back, pushing his head forwards with a wild and hungry grin. The life force vanished into his face as he moaned with pleasure. "You're seriously messed up," Jonah said, as his remaining life force returned to his body. He could barely stand now, blackened veins visible under his skin. "You're not looking so good, Jonah," Jason said. "Don't worry, I can clear that right up." He raised his hand like a weapon. "Feed me your sins." The red light appeared again from within Jonah, but this time the tainted colors poured out into Jason, leaving the dim light of Jonah's life force clean. "Refreshing," Jason said, as if Jonah's affliction were a cup of iced tea. The curse and poison were cleansed, but the bleeding continued, and Jonah was too far gone to rally. "You said you would show me what it means to fight a Geller," Jason said, walking slowly forward. "But I've fought Gellers, Jonah, and I'm not sure you live up to the name." Jason stepped onto the water, walking past Jonah to Claire's body. Jonah could barely keep to his feet as he turned to face Jason, almost stumbling into the mud. He watched Jason, standing over Claire's body, grip the elf's long blonde hair, stained dark by muddy water and her own blood. He pulled her up out of the water. "Look at your friends, Jonah. You were meant to protect them, but they died helpless and agonizing deaths. Like you will. I've seen what it means to fight a Geller, Jonah. This is what it is to fight me." He let Claire drop back into the water.
Just end this, you sick lunatic, Jonah said, glaring defiance. Jason walked casually up to Jonah, who could barely stand, let alone fight back. Jason walked around him, looking him over like a slab of meat in a butcher shop. Jonah lacked the strength to turn and face him again. Jason shoved him in the back, and Jonah toppled into the mud. Jason stepped forward, pushing down Jonah's head with his foot. "I've never seen anyone drown in mud before," Jason said. In the viewing room, the window went dark as Jonah's feeble struggling came to a stop. In the aftermath, there was silence. Chapter 68. Good news for Clive. The common room of Jason's inn was a sprawling, luxurious space with dining area, bar, and lounge. Jason was in the lounge area with Rick Geller, who had sought him out in the early hours, eager to discuss their fight. Jason was quickly realizing that Rick was obsessively dedicated to training, even compared to other Gellers. To Jason's surprise, he bore no animosity against Jason for the loss or wariness over his tactics. Instead, he was excited to encounter a fighting style unlike any he'd encountered before. "It was incredible," Rick said. "Sometimes people can get lax in the Mirage Chamber because it isn't real. The way you got in our heads, though, you had me making rushed decisions, panicking. I've watched the recording at least half a dozen times, and I just keep screaming at myself to do something different." "There's a recording?" Jason asked. "There certainly is," Rick said. "It's all from our perspective, so you're barely in it until the end. You're always this crazy threat, lingering just out of sight. That crazy laugh that creeps me out. It really felt like you'd lost it." "A lot of guys ignore the laugh," Jason said. "And that's about standards." "Hannah thinks you're amazing." "Isn't she the one I ambushed, cut her throat, and strung her up to use as a shield?" Jason said uncertainly. "She saw most of it from the control room," Rick said. "She had copies of the recording made, and she's been showing them off to people." "Why would she do that?" "Hannah's very spirited," Rick said. "Always ready to go, ready to try anything. She'll take almost anything, good or bad, as an experience worth having. She's kind of amazing." "Oh?" Jason said, arching his eyebrows meaningfully. "Not like that," Rick said. Jason shook his head. It wasn't that long since he was a teenager himself, but it had been a hard exit, relationship-wise. "Don't let it just sit there," Jason said. "Tell her and find out one way or the other. Trust a guy who didn't for far too long." "The others are mixed in their reactions," Rick said, forcibly steering the topic in a new direction. "Henry is a little scared of you, I think. Claire is ready to stake you out and leave you to the marsh ants. More for what you did to her sister than her, but she didn't like those leeches. Were you actually controlling them?" "That's my familiar, Colin," Jason said. "Colin? Wait, your familiar is a swarm of leeches?" "That's right." "Swarm-type familiars are really rare," Rick said. "I've seen more dragon and phoenix familiars. The only other swarm type I've seen is a gold ranker back in my home city. He has these fire hornets that suicide attack to inflict a burning condition, and when they kill something, a bunch more hornets burst out of it." "Nasty," Jason said. "How did Jonah take how our fight turned out?" "Jonah can be obnoxious and strong-willed, even to his own detriment." "I won't hold that against him," Jason said. "I've been guilty of that more than once myself." "Well, you've earned his respect," Rick said. "Seriously?" Jason asked. "How does that work?" "Jonah can be prideful and quick to look down on people," Rick said. "He respects strength, though. He doesn't care if you're a king or a commoner. Show him you're capable, and you have his respect. He just needs to stop making snap judgments about people before he knows what he's talking about." "Also something I've been guilty of." "I think you might have startled Humphrey quite badly, though,"
Rick said. I don't think he realized you had that in you.
I'm not sure I did either, Jason said. I think that might have been bubbling up for a while. I'm really surprised you don't have more of a burn him, he's a witch attitude.
You're not actually some kind of bloodthirsty lunatic, right?
Of course not, Jason said. It was just a persona.
I might have got carried away with it a bit, though. I felt so free afterwards, like I finally started pushing back on all the pressures I've been feeling. Still, you really aren't freaked out? You don't know a lot of adventures, do you?
I know a few.
Once you know more, you'll understand. As long as the Adventure Society isn't sending people to hunt you down, anything is on the table. Fear, misery, despair. If those are your weapons, use them. If you have them and you don't use them, you're an idiot. Of course, that's a generalization. Everyone has their own opinion.
Humphrey?
Humphrey.
I should talk to him, Jason said. I don't have enough friends to start scaring them off.
In my experience, it's best to just leave him be, Rick said. He'll work things through and then come find you.
All right, thanks, Jason said. So when are we having a rematch?
Jason went downstairs to the common room. He was dressed in cool and comfortable clothes, loose tan pants, colorful shirt, and sandals. He was about to set off on a contract, but there was a decent travel time, and he could change clothes in little more than an instant. He might as well travel comfortably. Mr. Asano! Clive Standish stood up from where he had been quietly sitting in the common room, under the baleful eye of Madame Landry. Jason is fine, Jason said, as he walked past Clive and out the door. The sun had yet to rise, the pre-dawn light washing out all the color from the world. Jason observed the similarity to how things looked with his ability to see through the dark. Clive followed Jason outside and down the street. Mr. Asano, Jason, this was the agreed-upon time for our meeting. I've got some good news for you, Clive, Jason said, walking down the street. Our meeting is going to be extra long. Why is that? Clive asked warily as he followed along. I have a contract, Jason said. Probably take me a few days.
We'll have a nice long meeting on the way. On the way where? There are some villages deep in the delta, Jason said. They're being menaced by something called a mangrove snatcher. A large lizard-type creature, Clive said. It attacks by ambush after hiding in waterways or burrowing itself into mud or wet earth. Unusual for a monster prone to such tactics, it doesn't have the ability to hide its own aura. That makes it bad at hunting animals, which are sensitive to auras.
So it goes after people?
It does, Clive said. Any essence user who has reached Iron rank will sense its aura, making it a minimal threat to adventurers. To ordinary people, on the other hand, it can be quite the danger.
You know your stuff, Jason said. You've dealt with them before?
Oh, goodness, no, Clive said. I may ostensibly be a member of the Adventure Society, but I am not an active one.
Well, you are this week.
What?
You're coming with me, Jason said.
No, Clive said. No, I'm not.
Jason pulled out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to Clive, who read it as they walked.
This is the contract, Clive said. What does that have to do with me? 4 different villages in the area sent word that the mangrove snatcher came right into the village. Aggressive little prick, apparently. The messengers all came in overnight, and the contract was assigned to me. I was told to head out at first light. He waved an arm at the sky. And here we are, Jason said. First light. I realize that being assigned a contract preempts our appointment, Clive said, but it does not mean that I am going to participate. You might want to take another look at the contract, Jason said. Down the bottom. Clive looked over the contract again. It's been amended, he read disbelievingly. It's been assigned to me as well. I don't know if you're aware, Jason said, but the new branch director has kind of a thing about Adventure Society members who don't actually go on adventures.
You did this!
Well, I knew we had that meeting. Did I do something to offend you, Mr. Asano? Just call me Jason. What I call you isn't the issue. Jason stopped walking, turning to face Clive. Clive. Can I call you Clive? Clive, do you know what an outworlder is? I do, Clive said. Astral magic is actually my specialty. I know a little astral magic, Jason said. Found this skill book when I first... That doesn't matter. Clive, I'm an outworlder. I was keeping that under my hat, but too many people know now for it to be a real secret. Clive goggled at Jason. I have so many questions, he said. We'll get to that, Jason said. The thing is, I arrived in this world in less than ideal circumstances. Everything was strange. People were trying to kill me, and I had no idea where I was or what was going on. So I kind of have a thing about getting ambushed. And then comes you, asking questions, knowing who I am and where to find me. I don't like it, Clive. I did introduce myself. Clive, have you heard of lying? Of the concept of lying? Yes. Of course I have, Clive said. There you go. Clive shook his head. Having a conversation with you is like wrestling an eel, Clive said. When did you ever wrestle an eel? Jason asked skeptically. I grew up on an eel farm out on the Delta. Really? Jason said, looking at Clive with new respect. It must have been a lot of work to get from there to here. I had some good fortune. My friend's grandfather says the great adventurers are the one who turn luck into fortune. Is your friend's grandfather someone worth listening to? Never met the man, so I'm not sure, Jason said. He runs a school in Vitesse. I haven't had a chance to visit yet.
Wait, are you talking about Rufus Ramore's grandfather?
Well, best get going, Jason said, setting off again. Wait, Clive said. We need to go to the Magic Society first. If I'm going to be gone for several days, I need to make arrangements for my other duties. Also, we can pick up some transport. I'm not riding a Heidel. I hate those things. That got Jason's attention. Me too, Jason said. What kind of transport are you talking about? How has no one told me about these? Jason called out joyously. They were skimming over the water in an airboat. Instead of a fan at the back, there was a vertical metal ring, around which had been engraved a magical diagram. Propulsion came from air sucked in through the front of the ring and propelled from the rear with great force. Sitting in front of it, the occupants were bombarded by the loud air rushing in. At the front of the boat was Clive's familiar, a rune tortoise named Onslow. His head was jutting forwards like a dog with its head out a car window. They left the city from a different gate than Jason had previously, as it gave them better access to the waterways of the Delta. Although verdant and filled with wetlands, only some parts were completely navigable by boat. Clive piloted the airboat by holding his hand over a glowing blue cube. With tiny hand gestures, he could speed up, slow down, or turn the boat. He drove it with confidence, sending them careening over the water. Occasionally, they would need to pass through one of the artificial embankment roads that divided up the delta. There were many bridges built into them, so as not to obstruct the waterways. The airboat was just short enough to pass under them, with a wide margin on either side. There were handles on either side of Jason's padded seat, on which he kept a white-knuckle grip each time Clive sent the boat shooting through the tiny space under a bridge.
Can you teach me to drive one of these things? Jason asked. They had to talk loudly to be heard over the rushing air, almost at a shout.
You can only drive these if you have the right essence ability, Clive yelled back at Jason. It usually comes from the magic essence. The same power lets you use magical weapons like wands. Jason was learning there was a lot more to the gangly scholar than he had initially presumed.
Gone were the 2 large robes, replaced with more practical wear for the Delta, with sturdy-looking pants, shirt, and vest. Jason spotted a bracelet on Clive's wrist, identical to the one on his own. It was a cord looped through small blue stones, each with a hole in the middle. Item: Oasis Bracelet. Iron rank. Uncommon. A bracelet that draws on the power of water quintessence to bestow the blessings of a personal oasis. Accessory: bracelet. Effect: when a water quintessence gem is set into the bracelet, it keeps the wearer cool and refreshed. Effect: reduces incoming fire and heat damage. This effect accelerates consumption of the water quintessence gem. There was also what looked like an ordinary stick sheathed against Clive's thigh. Jason realized it must be a magic wand. "I was expecting you to fight me more on coming out here," Jason called out. "When I have an outworlder's captive attention," Clive asked, "there's no way I'd pass that up. As you said, we can have a nice long meeting on the way. I have so many questions." "I did say that, didn't I? All right, Clive, ask away." They arrived at the first village, where there were signs of the monster attacking. The villagers had reacted quickly, barricading themselves in their homes. There were marks of the monster trying to break in, but it failed to breach the thick, mud-brick walls. The villagers told them that they had been attacked every day while they waited for their messengers to reach Greenstone. Jason told them to keep themselves locked away while they checked on the other villages. He and Clive got back in their airboat and took off again. As they traveled, Clive continued his interrogation of Jason. "You killed Landemir Vane?" "And his mum," Jason said. "Did you know them?" "I knew him." "He wasn't a friend, was he?" "No," Clive said. "The whole family was reclusive. I only knew him at all because we specialized in the same field of magic." Jason looked up and around. "Hey, we're almost at the next village." "You know this area?" Clive asked. "No, one of my outworlder abilities is a map that only I can see. Places only appear on it when I get close, though." "Fascinating," Clive said. "Have you tested the effects of going to a high place with superior sight lines?" "I haven't," Jason said. "That's a good idea." "This is why you need to let me study you." "Definitely not," Jason said. "I get enough of that from Farah." "Who?" "A friend of mine. She's Magic Society too. I'll introduce you." Chapter 69. Dumpling. There was a small jetty from which they could see the village. There were several dinghies tied up, one of which had been sunk in the shallow water. A streak of dried blood was on the part jutting above the waterline. "Looks like someone's hurt," Clive said as he tied the airboat to the jetty. "I hope so." "You hope someone's hurt?" "You can fix hurt. Can't fix dead." Jason stopped, looking at Clive. "You can't fix dead, can you?" Jason asked. "It never occurred to me to ask." "Not at our rank," Clive said. "Some gold rank healing effects can bring you back, if they're used immediately." "Like magic CPR," Jason said. "I don't know what that is," Clive said. "There's also diamond rank, but there are always rumors about diamond rank." They walked towards the village. Like the others they had visited, there was no one to be seen. The people had holed themselves up as they waited for adventurers to arrive. The buildings were mud brick, with woven reed doors and window shutters. Many of the doors had been scratched into shreds, revealing barriers of stone or metal that had been placed behind them. The people of the Delta were prepared for monsters. Jason loudly announced their presence, and the village mayor came out to meet them. She described the monster, which sounded to Jason like a claw-footed, six-legged crocodile. "That's a mangrove snatcher, all right," Clive said. "Is someone hurt?" Jason asked.
There is, the mayor said. We're worried because the healers don't make it out here every month. Even if they do come, I don't know if he can last that long. The injury is bad enough, but the infection has set in.
Best show us then, Jason said.
The mayor led them through the village. I imagine infection would be a problem here in the Delta, Jason said. It is, the mayor said. Do you have healing abilities? I can handle the infection, Jason said. The injury will take a potion.
Unless you can heal injuries, Clive.
No, Clive said, shaking his head. I have some self-healing, but I can't use it on others. We can't afford potions, the mayor said. We could probably put together enough for some healing ointment, if you have some. Ointment won't get the job done on deep wounds, Jason said. I learned that the hard way. I'll probably use a potion, maybe 2. We really can't afford it, the mayor said. We're here to save the day, Madam Mayor. All part of the service. The mayor looked at him, nonplussed. You'll just give us a potion? Adventure Society, Jason said, flashing her a smile. We're here to help. The mayor called out at a house, and the barricade was removed from the door. Inside was a man lying on a bed, stripped down to his underwear, with a stained-through bandage wrapped around his leg. He was sweat-covered and muttering to himself. Jason winced. I'd better get straight onto that. Jason walked over to the bed, where a woman was dabbing the man's forehead with a wet cloth. Excuse me, Jason said as he stood next to her. He held a hand over the injured man and chanted out his spell. Feed me your sins. Red life force shone out from the man, tainted with the yellow and purple colors of a bruise. Those infecting colors rose up from the red light, disappearing into Jason's hand. What remained was the clean red glow of life force, which retracted into that man's body. You have cleansed all instances of disease from human. You have cleansed all instances of disease from human. Your stamina and mana have been replenished. Stamina and mana cannot exceed normal maximum values. Excess stamina and mana are lost. The injured man took a shuddering breath, then looked about, confused. His eyes became focused, looking at all the people around him. Welcome back, mate, Jason said. I'm Jason, adventurer, raconteur, man about town. What? Jason pulled a knife from his inventory. It wasn't his fighting knife, but a magically sharp utility knife he had purchased. He dug it under the filthy bandages and cut them away with a single smooth slice. There were deep claw marks underneath that started pulsing out blood immediately. Jason pulled out a healing potion, carefully pouring it into the wound. Alchemist mate of mine made this stuff, Jason said. More effective on external wounds than just chugging it straight down. The wounds quickly closed up. An iron rank potion was more effective on a normal person than it was on an iron ranker. The fact that it would be longer before they could use another was a middling drawback, which was why many adventurers kept a high-rank potion on hand for emergencies. In moments, the open wounds had closed into glaring welts. Jason took out a tin of ointment and handed it to the woman by the bed. Give him a half hour for the potion to work its way through his system. Then use this, Jason instructed. There won't be a mark left on him. We can't afford this, the woman said, although Jason noted how tightly she clutched the tin. On the house, Jason said. Well, on me. This is your house. Come on, Clive. We've got more villages to check on. Something's not right, Jason said. You mean other than your idea to stake me out, covered in meat? Still with this? It was an early stage of planning. The third and fourth villages were like the first two, with villagers barricaded inside. Nothing else demanded immediate action, and they turned their minds to hunting the monster. They sat down in the shade of a large tree, Jason on a folding chair from his inventory,
Clive on the shell of his rune tortoise familiar, Onslow. "I understand the part about covering me with meat," Clive said. "I don't appreciate it, but I understand it. But tethering me to a stake? I'm not going to wander off." "You might," Jason said.
I'm sensing resistance to the plan. I could just pull out the stake. See, this is the kind of resistance I'm talking about. It's not my fault your world doesn't have goats. I still don't know what goats are. I'm surprised you didn't want to use Onslow as bait." "I'd never do that to him," Jason said, reaching out to scratch the tortoise under the chin. "But when I said something's not right, I meant about these monster attacks." "How so?" "How fast is this mangrove snatcher thing?" "They attack in short bursts of speed," Clive explained. "But if you're talking about overland speed, then no faster than a person." Realization crossed Clive's face. "Every village reported daily attacks," he said. "There's no way one monster got around to every village in a day." "There's more than one monster." "That's what I was thinking." "We need to know how many there are," Clive said. "Given the distances, it's at least 3 or 4. It could be more than that. People don't stop when they spot the first monster to check if it brought a friend." "Well, I don't have a way to check how many there are," Jason said. "But I should be able to tell once we've got them all." "Oh?" "I told you about my quest system, right? I got a quest for this contract, the same as the others." Quest: Mangrove Snatcher. A number of villages have reported being attacked by a mangrove snatcher. Objective: eliminate the mangrove snatcher threat to the 4 villages 0/1. The objective is to end the mangrove snatcher threat. Once we get the last one, the quest should complete. "That's good," Clive said. "Otherwise we'd be waiting around for days, not knowing if we were finished or not." Like Jason, Clive had a dimensional space that could store objects. A magical circle appeared in the air, lines and runes glowing with golden light. In the middle was a murky darkness Clive reached into, pulling out a notebook and pencil. "Your abilities all seem very practical," Clive said as he took notes. "There is a theory that the unique Outworlder racial gifts are an unconsciously derived mechanism of self-protection, possibly as a reaction to the original body being annihilated." "I'm sorry, what now?" Jason asked, his gaze locking onto Clive. "What do you mean by the body being annihilated?" "You didn't know?" Clive asked. "It's one of the better-known aspects of Outworlder knowledge, because of what we already know about the astral." "Didn't know what? What annihilation?" "How much do you know about the astral?" Clive asked. "The space between worlds." "I read a skill book of astral magic," Jason said. "I took it from Landemir Vane." "So, basically nothing," Clive said. "Those books are all practice, no theory. All right, here we go. If you could encapsulate the cosmos, as in all of everything, your world, my world, the space in between, it would be like a bowl of dumpling soup." "Dumpling soup? Do they not have dumpling soup on your world?" Clive asked. "Or do they not have analogies?" "We have both," Jason said. "We also have smart guys getting punched in the face for running their mouth." "That's rich, coming from you." "I'm a live by the sword, die by the sword kind of guy," Jason said. "You either keep your mouth shut or accept that someone's going to put a fist in it from time to time." Clive shook his head. "You're a crazy person. Just listen up, all right? So, all the cosmos is a bowl of dumpling soup." Clive paused, tilting his head in thought. "Now that I'm talking about it," he said, "I really could go for some dumpling soup." "I know, right?" Jason said, nodding his agreement. "I know a really good place back in the city." "We'll go when we get back," Jason said. "Annihilation. The cosmos is soup, remember?" "Right.
So in this dumpling soup, each world, each physical reality is a dumpling.
Your world, a dumpling. My world, a dumpling. Every world out there, a dumpling. The astral is the soup through which we are all the dumplings, all the worlds, are floating.
All right, Jason said. With you so far.
The astral, the soup, is also the source of all magic, Clive said.
That's what it is, just magic. Pure, unadulterated. The most fundamental building blocks of reality. Every world, every dumpling is swimming in it. Some dumplings soak up a lot of the soup, like this world. Our world soaks up the magic, which takes various forms as that magic gets shaped by our physical reality. That's why we have essences, awakening stones, quintessence, monsters, all just appearing out of nowhere. But my world doesn't have any of that, Jason said. That means your dumpling soaks up very little of the soup. So how did I end up here? All right, think of the soup kind of congealing around a dumpling. That's how you get astral spaces, which are a sort of magical dimension attached to a world. Like the one that produces all the water that makes this delta. Exactly like that, Clive said. But not all that congealed magic is as stable as an astral space. It can kind of drift away, especially if someone goes and pokes a hole in the side of the dumpling. Like a big summoning spell. Precisely like a big summoning spell, Clive said. Some of that congealed magic can drift off the side of the world, like a tendril. And if it happens to touch another dumpling, a brief, unstable link is formed. In this case, that link was between a world very good at soaking up magic and one that isn't. So my world sucked in a part of yours through that magical link. How big a part? Tiny, Clive said. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been the only one to arrive. But that link was never established properly. It was a phenomenon created through random forces, which means a couple of things.
One, the link would have collapsed almost immediately. So, no using it to get home, Jason said. No. The other important thing is that the link wasn't some purpose-built channel designed to transport physical material through the astral. I can't even imagine the kind of astral magic that would take. Gold rank at the least. Probably diamond. So? So you were pulled straight through the deep astral, Clive said. And the thing about the deep astral is that it's just magic. Only magic. You said that. Yes, but the point is, physical substance can only exist in a physical reality. I said your body was annihilated, but that wasn't exactly accurate. Your body ceased to exist because it went somewhere where the physical substance it was made of cannot exist. That's also why any physical material dragged into the link with you didn't arrive with you. Cease to exist. The goddess of knowledge said my body was changed. Your body didn't change, Clive said. Your body is gone. Not melted away, not blasted into pieces too small to see, just gone. It stopped existing. You must have misunderstood what the goddess told you. Or she lied. She wouldn't have done that, Clive said. Lying is one of the core sins of her religion. She isn't a member of the religion, Jason said. She's the object of it. Maybe she just told you what you were ready to hear, Clive suggested. You're telling me that I died, Jason said, pulling things back on topic. I suppose you did. Then how am I here? Well, the body died, but the soul isn't physical. It's magical. Do you know how summoning a familiar works? What's that got to do with anything? Well, Clive said, summoning a familiar is like deliberately creating a monster. A chunk of magic is brought into our world and forms a body. What makes it different from a monster is that it also summons a creature from the deep astral. Such entities are purely magical, like a soul. They normally can't exist in physical reality, any more than we can exist in the astral. but they inhabit the body you've made. Give it a mind and stability, so it doesn't break down and go berserk.
You're saying that I'm basically a familiar?
Exactly, Clive said, with academic fascination. Your soul came into this world, and like any other chunk of magic, constructed a physical manifestation for itself.
So my body is the same thing as a monster's? Just with a soul to stop it from breaking down?
Yes, Clive said. You're picking this up very well. Clive's enthusiasm had blinded him to the growing horror on Jason's face. Jason leaned forwards in his chair, head in his hands. Jason?
Give me a minute, Clive. You kind of dropped a bomb on me.
Oh, Clive said, realization suddenly hitting. Sorry about, dying. Jason sat head bowed, mind reeling.
Is this why I didn't have hair?
Jason?
I said give me a minute, Clive.
Not sure you have a minute, Clive said. I just sensed the monster's aura. Chapter 70. Rewards. The village was located right on the water. The monster sensed a potential meal out in the open and burst from the water to scramble in the direction of Clive and Jason. It looked like a large, six-legged crocodile. Clive, still sitting on the tortoise, pointed at the ground in the path of the rushing monster. He quickly chanted the spell. Emplace the mark of power. A rune appeared on the ground, glowing red. The monster ran straight over it, and Clive snapped his fingers. The rune exploded, sending ruptured gobbets of monster raining through the village. Jason's cloak appeared to shield him from the monster remains. Mind if I loot? Jason asked. Clive looked at the liberal spattering of monster on his clothes, wiping it off his face. Sure, he said, grimacing at the mess. Jason poked at a chunk of flesh. Would you like to loot Mangrove Snatcher? Jason held his nose as the flesh dissolved off his cloak and off of Clive, who was coughing and spluttering. I can't believe you, Jason asked, giving Clive a flat look. You mean the mess? Clive asked. It was coming right at us. No, I don't mean the mess, Jason said, and pointing at the small crater left by Clive's spell. If you can do that, why don't you hunt monsters? I'm really more of a scholar. I hate to break it to you, Clive, but whatever you call someone with magic landmines, it isn't a scholar. Landmines? Clive asked. Jason groaned. Let's just go to the next village. Quest, Contract, Mangrove Snatcher. Objective complete. Eliminate the Mangrove Snatcher threat to the 4 villages, 1/1. Quest complete. 100 Iron Spirit Coins have been added to your inventory. That was the last one, Jason said. In the end, Jason was the one who ended up playing bait. When not triggered immediately, Clive's rune trap faded away until only special senses could locate it. This made the enthusiastically predatory monsters easy to handle. Jason just stood there as they charged at him, only to die at a snap of Clive's fingers. It only goes off when you trigger it? Jason asked. I can set it to trigger when something steps on it, too, Clive said. That seems like it could be dangerous, though. You're worried about stumbling onto it yourself? My vision power lets me see magic, Clive said. I can spot it even when it's hidden. The same doesn't go for anyone I'm working with, though. It's a good power. It has its weaknesses, Clive said. It takes a few moments to activate and glows bright red when I cast it. Anything other than dumb monsters know to get out of the way. Good news, Jason said. Fighting dumb monsters is most of what adventurers do. I will admit to not having a terrible time, Clive said, the smell of dissolving monsters aside. I'm hardly going to start making regular trips to the jobs hole, but if you need a ride out here again, then come find me. I just might do that, Jason said. Do you have a bag or something? What for? I was rewarded 100 coins for the quest, Jason said. You did all the work, so you should get the pay. That's your ability, Clive said. You keep it. No dice, mate, Jason said. You do the work, you get the pay. Half, then, Clive said, taking a money pouch from his dimensional space. Use the rest to restock your potion supply. Sounds fair, Jason said. He withdrew 70 coins from his inventory and dropped them into Clive's bag. I put in half of what I took from the monsters, too. Their task complete, they used the airboat to notify the villages that the threat had passed. Clive then directed the boat back in the direction of Greenstone. Hey, Jason called out over the noise of the airboat. Didn't you say something about knowing a good place for dumpling soup? Yes, Clive called back. Yes, I did. The airboat emerged from the Delta waterways in the late afternoon, approaching the Old City water gate. A distributary running out of the Delta led into Old City's canal district, through a massive, portcullised arch. The canal docking area was a bustle of activity. Clive drove their airboat right into a building which was set up like a submarine dock. It belonged to the Magic Society and was quiet compared to the brisk goings-on of the canal docks outside. I need to get back to the Magic Society campus, Clive said. I'm going to have so much to do. Their trip had involved navigating deep into the Delta, checking on all the villages, going through them to kill the monsters, going around again to give the all-clear, then finally come back. By the time they arrived back in Greenstone, they had been gone for more than half a week. When he first decided to drag Clive along, Jason had expected him to balk at the rough Delta accommodations. He hadn't expected Clive to have grown up in such conditions. I'll go make the report to the Adventure Society, Jason said. You should be able to drop by the Jobs Hall any time and collect your share of the reward. Clive requisitioned a small, magic-driven carriage from the Magic Society to take them back to the island, stopping at the Magic Society campus. Lunch tomorrow? Jason asked, as they parted ways. Dumpling soup, Clive said with a wave. Since Jason had started taking contracts, Rufus, Gary, and Farah had been increasingly busy. They each had their own projects, and in between they were taking bronze-rank contracts from the Jobs Hall. One of their key reasons for coming to Greenstone was the chance for some independence after all. Between the Vane Estate contract going wrong and Jason's training, their own adventuring had moved down the list. Now Jason was a full-fledged adventurer. They were back to adventuring themselves. While they were all busy, Jason was seeing a lot less of the trio. He was unsurprised, then, that evening found him alone in his room at the inn. He decided to go out and see if there was anything on at the concert hall, seeing as it was so close. Although there wasn't anything on the scale of the Grand Magical Symphony, there was a string section recital taking place. He thought it might be interesting to see it from the main floor, given that he usually watched performances from the Geller's private viewing box. He was looking for a ticket box when Cassandra Mercer had spotted him wandering about. "Mr. Asano," she called out as she approached. "Miss Mercer," Jason said. "Fancy meeting you here." "You seem a little lost." "Well, I've never actually purchased a ticket before. I've been meaning to sign on to the patronage program with the musical society, but I've been a bit busy." "The life of a new adventurer." "Mostly," Jason said. "I did spend the afternoon working in a dumpling restaurant." "You got a job in a dumpling restaurant?" she asked incredulously. "I didn't get a job there," Jason said. "I just worked in the kitchen for the afternoon. I wanted to learn to make dumplings with local ingredients." Cassandra invited him to view the recital from the Mercer family's private box. "Thadwick won't be there, will he?" "Thadwick treats culture like catching a cold," Cassandra said. "You can't always avoid it, but you can take precautions." Jason laughed. Cassandra explained the reason Jason hadn't found the ticket box was that it was on the other side of the building. He had been looking where he usually entered, which he discovered was for patrons, private box holder, and their guests. The patron lounge was a place for concert-goers to engage socially before the performance and during intervals. They took drinks from the long bar and sat down in a pair of comfortable seats. Jason had a tall glass filled with rainbow layers of liqueur, while Cassandra took a neat measure of amber spirits. Jason wasn't used to drawing a lot of attention at such events. He was usually an adjunct to groups with Rufus and Danielle Geller, who were much more interesting to high society mavens. Being the solitary companion to Cassandra Mercer proved very different. "How is it that you are having an evening out unaccompanied?" Jason asked. "I have to imagine people falling over themselves to be in your company." "There's a difference between company and engaging company," she told him. "The men in this town are a little simple for my taste." "You like a sophisticated gentleman," Jason said. "Sophisticated is good," Cassandra said. "Complicated is better. As for the gentleman part, I can take it or leave it. What about you, Mr. Asano? What are you looking for in a woman?" "Evil genius," Jason said casually. "Evil genius?" she asked, eyebrows raised. "Why not? Smart, confident, assertive, driven. What's not to like?" "The evil?" Cassandra ventured. "That could be a problem long term," Jason acknowledged. "Maybe what I need is a naughty genius." He thought it over for a moment as an impish grin took over his face. "Yeah," he said, voice purring. "That sounds exactly right." As they continued to chat, several people attempted to join their conversation, usually young men. Jason admired Cassandra's ability to send them off with diplomacy and tact. "You're very good with people," he complimented. "You are as well." "No," Jason said. "I'm good at people. There's a difference. Usually in how angry they get once they realize what just happened." She laughed. "Is something odd going on this evening?" Jason asked, looking around the room. "What do you mean?" "There's a lot of adventurers here." "Patronage isn't cheap," Cassandra said. "People of means tend to be essence users." "I don't mean the attendees," Jason said. "There are people in the shadows." He nudged his head in various directions, pointing out the people discreetly placed around the room. Cassandra frowned as she let him lead her gaze. "I didn't notice at all," she said, with self-recrimination. "Perhaps I rely too much on my aura sense. All these essence users are aura camouflage." "I wonder what they're up to." "Oh," Cassandra said, realization dawning on her face. "They must be here for the open contract." "There's an open contract?" Jason asked. "I must have missed it while I was out in the Delta." "Yes, there's actually been some excitement. 2 rather brazen robberies." "Robberies?" "Yes, the first was in the theater district. Someone snatched a rather valuable piece of jewelry right off the neck of someone attending a play, then made a run for it. It was some cousin of the Duke of Greenstone, no less." "That's certainly bold." "That's only the beginning," she said. "A man was attacked right here at the concert hall. He was out on a balcony during the interval when he was attacked and robbed of all his valuables. I know the man in question, and he rather had it coming, but still." "The same thief?" "So it would seem," Cassandra said. "In both cases, it was a woman dressed all in black. The interesting part is that, given the people involved, they were able to get a sense of her aura. She only has a single essence, yet managed to escape both times." "That seems wildly reckless," Jason said. "I can't imagine the reward to be commensurate to that kind of risk." "It certainly does raise questions," Cassandra said. "The Duke of Greenstone had the Adventure Society
put out an open contract for her capture, but the Adventure Society director restricted it to iron rank. Why? It's the long-standing policy of the society to send appropriate measures to deal with appropriate problems. And it is one person with only a single essence.
That's a widespread policy, not just here in Greenstone. Of course, the local powers have never had much time for Adventure Society strictures and have been vocal in their displeasure. They don't like that the director worked her way up from poverty instead of coming from the established families. They've also learned that pushing her does not tend to go well. I see. Have you met Elspeth Arella yet? I have, Jason said. In fact, it was just before I met you. Lucian Lamprey stormed through the grounds of Clarissa Ventress's estate. The silver-ranked director of the Magic Society practically blasted away her guards with the power of his aura, using it to announce his arrival. Ventress came out to meet him in the garden, sending her people off with a gesture. She grimaced as she fell under the suppression of his aura. "To what do I owe the pleasure, Director Lamprey?" she asked, voice strained. "She's meant to get caught," Lamprey said, "not cause a huge ruckus and get away." "Director, I can assure you that this is the way that meets both our needs." "Do you realize how many eyes are on this now?" "With respect, Director, I think you may be missing the point," she said. "You need to start attending more social events." "You want me to catch her myself?" "No, Director. But given your widely known patronage of the fortress and its fighting arena, you would, of course, recognize her aura. Should she make an appearance at an event you attend, of course, a civic-minded gentleman like yourself would reveal her identity. After that, the hunt begins, and you have a seamless pretext for taking an interest in subsequent legal proceedings." Lucian frowned as he thought it over. Ventress was visibly relieved as his aura retracted. "Where is she heading next?" "Even I don't know that," Ventress said. "Keeping each element isolated allows us to control the information. As you said, there are many eyes on this." Lamprey looked dissatisfied, but gave a reluctant nod. "My patience is not infinite, Ventress. But it will be rewarded, Director." Lamprey departed, leaving Ventress alone in the garden. Fury filled her face, and she spat at a bush which withered and blackened, letting off an acrid smoke. "Darnell!" she called out, and her Leonid bodyguard came quickly. "Belinda and Sophie," Ventress said venomously. "Where are they?" "After the last time you called them in, they holed up somewhere," Darnell told her. "If you made it known their protection was withdrawn, they'd be flushed out quickly enough." "No," Ventress said, regaining her usual composure. "Make inquiries, but keep it discreet. So long as they get caught, everything works out." "What if they tell the authorities that you were behind it all?" "Lamprey will keep a lid on that," Ventress said. "So long as he gets what he wants, he'll want to make use of us again. His backing will make us untouchable in Old City."
Chapter 71. A It of Pooh. Jason didn't normally wear his battle robe around the city, but he was on the job. He had been assigned his first contract within the city itself, and was meeting a contact at what was apparently a famous tavern in the Old City. It was located in a district named Cavendish, after a family whose interests once dominated the area. The family had long since relocated to the island, but the name remained. There was a bulk trade center for goods coming in from the Delta, one of several locations from which the bulk of Old City's food was distributed. To accommodate the lodging needs of traders and teamsters, many inns and taverns were to be found nearby. After dark, it was a center for Old City nightlife. The raucous activity of the night had no impact on the bustling day trade, Jason noted, making his way through crowded streets in search of his destination. The buildings around him were the usual desert stone,
although most had some manner of wall treatment that had been painted in bright colors. The same could be seen anywhere in Old City, but in Cavendish it was prominent. This was especially true of the central thoroughfare, whose uncoordinated clash of colors earned it the moniker Rainbow Road. Jason turned off that main street in what he believed was the right direction. He stopped at a public pump where people were lined up to draw water. Unlike on the island, only the wealthiest residents of Old City had magic-driven indoor plumbing. Most residents used communal facilities like bathhouses, group toilets, and public water pumps. Underneath Old City, water from the delta ran through an elaborate network of tunnels. Ultimately, it all emerged from drains into the artificial strait between Old City and the island. All through Old City, that water was drawn up, used, then the wastewater was siphoned off to processing hubs spaced across the city. There, waste material was extracted before returning the purified water to the tunnels under the city. Waste material was collected in bags and sold as fertilizer. To Jason, the tunnel sounded like sewers, whatever he had heard about magical cleaning processes. Given that his current contract involved heading into those tunnels, it was suddenly a more pressing concern. The public water pump Jason approached, like others around the city, drew up water that was magically cleaned to safe standards. There were a few people in line for the pump to fill up jars, bottles, or even whole barrels that would need to be moved by cart. Jason was about to ask the people for directions when his aura senses picked something up. He projected his aura harmlessly over the gathered people, who all turned to look at him. He took out his Adventure Society badge and held it up. "I'm an adventurer," Jason announced, "about to do some adventurer things, so please clear the area." Most people knew the mortality rate of going near adventurers at work. They picked up their buckets and jugs and handcart and made themselves scarce. Soon it was just Jason and the 5 iron rank auras he had sensed. "You may as well come out," Jason said. "I think he noticed us, boys," an arrogant voice said, its owner emerging from an alley with 4 others. They were young, with the light and practical armor of adventurers. They were all carrying wooden clubs and had recording crystals over their heads. "I don't know, Dink," one of them said, voice full of reluctance. "You felt that aura. Maybe he isn't as weak as you said." "Of course he is," Dink said, the first one who had spoken. "Is there something I can help you gentlemen with?" Jason asked. "Yeah," Dink said. "You can shut up and take a beating. I'll allow some whimpering." "Did I do something to offend you?" Jason asked. "Is it the handsomeness? You might be ugly now, but just keep working on those essences, and you'll eventually get less awful looking. It'll never be great with what you have as a starting point, let's be honest, but it's magic, not miracles. Actually, have you tried the Goddess of Beauty? They probably wouldn't let you in the church looking like that, would they?" "Are you seriously mouthing off right now?" Dink asked. "How smart will that mouth be with no teeth in it?" "I'm not sure you know how being smart works," Jason said. "Or teeth." "Dink," the doubter spoke up again, "if he was as weak as you said, I think he'd be more scared." "You should listen to your friend, Dink," Jason said. "I know all about you, Asano," Dink said. "That Geller lady set up a fight so you could beat all her fancy trainees. Teach them a lesson or some crap. But the whole thing was rigged, and really, you're weak. But since you beat those Gellers, people don't know that yet. Someone is going to make a reputation kicking the crap out of you, and it's going to be us." Jason let out a weary sigh. "All right, gentlemen," he said. "Do you want to do this with powers or without?" "I suggest without, because at least you get to limp away after you wake up. I don't think the Adventure Society will like it if I kill you all. To be honest, though, Dink, the more you talk, the more it seems worth the trouble." "You think you can bluff your way out?" Dink asked. "I don't need powers to beat you." "Just that stick, then," Jason said.
"I'm going to shove this thing down your throat," Dink said, waving his club. He charged at Jason, then found himself on the ground, unsure of how he got there. Jason was standing above him, holding his club. "You get that one, Dink," Jason said. "Come at me again, and you pay in screams." Dink scrambled to his feet, lunging at Jason immediately. Jason rapped him on the head with his own club, arresting his momentum.
Jason tossed aside the club and grabbed Dink's arm, yanking him off balance. The first scream came as Jason tried to bend Dink's elbow the wrong way. The second, when he did the same with the knee. The scream stopped as Knuckles crushed Dink's throat. Then he lost consciousness shortly after seeing a knee coming at his face. Jason let Dink fall to the ground, looking over at the others, all clustered together. "I have a contract to get to," Jason said. "Either all of you get over here and fight, or take this idiot and go." The doubter dropped his club to the ground, the others doing the same. Jason shook his head. "How did you idiots collect 15 essences between you?" Jason asked. He'd heard Rufus and others say the local adventurer standard was low, but he hadn't really seen it. Most of the Iron Rank adventurers he'd seen were Gellers. "You'd best get this idiot a potion," Jason said, prodding Dink with his foot. "Oh, and where can I find a tavern called the Townhouse?" The Townhouse, as it turned out, was the largest building in Cavendish. Once the city residence of the Cavendish family, that time was long past. It had been an inn and tavern for almost 200 years. Entering through the large doors, Jason arrived in what was a surprisingly well-appointed bar room. Quality wood was a rare resource in Greenstone, but in the Townhouse it was everywhere. From the polished floor to the wall booths, from the tables and chairs to the long bar. The windows were pristine glass and elaborate chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, the magic crystals bathing the room in warm light. The only place heavily featuring the stone that normally dominated Greenstone construction was the split staircase at the back of the room. Made from dark and expensive green marble, it offered passage to the higher reaches of the building in style. The patrons were few in the early morning, just a few people quietly enjoying meals alone or in pairs. They were better dressed than the average old city resident, as was the man behind the bar. He was a member of the Runic race, stocky and hairless, with blue-black skin. On his skin were the glowing runes for which his race was named, holes in his outfit designed to show them off. Jason had interacted with his people very little, as they weren't common to Greenstone. He was packing away clean glasses in preparation for the evening. He glanced up at Jason when he walked over. "Hello, sir," the barman greeted. "Am I to take it from your attire that you are the adventurer?" "Jason Asano, at your service. Are you the owner?" "The owner isn't in right now. She will be grateful for your prompt arrival," the barman said. "If I may ask, is it Mr. Asano, Master Asano, or Lord Asano?" "Stick to Jason, and we'll do just fine." "Very good, sir. My name is Farouk. Allow me to lead you to the other gentleman, who is already in the cellar." Farouk led Jason behind the bar and through a door that led downwards. They arrived at a sprawling cellar. Jason reminisced about the Vane estate and the cellar where he had once woken up inside a cage. It hadn't been his best moment, but it was where he first met Rufus, Gary, and Farah. That cellar had been empty, cages aside, while this one contained rows of massive barrels on huge racks. It looked like the storeroom of a whiskey distillery. There was a man already in the cellar, kneeling down near a brick wall. He was peering into a hole, large enough that he could have put his head through it, and apparently chewed straight through the masonry. There was a glowing magical barrier inside an arch of runes carved into the wall around the hole. The man looked up at Jason. He looked around 50, wearing loose coveralls and a workman's cap.
He had a tool belt, in which Jason could see implements both magical and non-magical in nature. From the outfit, Jason took him as the kind of highly skilled tradesman with training in the magical aspects of his job. His aura revealed no essences. His expertise was wholly in external magic. Jason's magical knowledge, coming from a skill book, was more extensive than the narrow, specialized training of such a workman. That said, Jason had no illusions he would be the equal of this tradesman in his specialized field. Jason's magically imbued knowledge might be more comprehensive, but he knew it would pale in comparison to the workman's years of experience. The man introduced himself as Frank. "I've chased 'em all back into this hole here, Mr. Ferrick," Frank said. "It's Farouk." "Sorry about that, Mr. Ferrick. So once I got 'em all out, I sealed the hole off. It'll keep 'em out long enough for Mr. Asarno here to do his job. You much of a rat catcher, Mr. Asarno?" "I guess we'll find out," Jason said. The Adventure Society was not normally called in for lesser monsters, which posed a limited threat. Only in large numbers were they a problem that required Adventure Society intervention. In this case, a whole colony of stone-chewer rats had appeared in the tunnels underneath Old City. "I was told you would provide access to the tunnels?" Jason asked Frank, as Farouk led them upstairs. "Yeah, but I'll have to leave you down there," Frank said. "This place isn't the only one with holes in the basement. You're not afraid of the dark, are you, Mr. Asarno?" "I'm sure I'll muddle through." Frank led them out of the building and down a side street, to a set of stone stairs in an alleyway that led down below street level to a metal door. Frank unlocked the door, revealing more stairs. Jason followed Frank down into what looked like a sewer tunnel. The ceiling was arched, dark water running down the middle, with walkways on either side. There was a chemical smell, heavy in the wet air. It wasn't exactly like chlorine, but similar.
"You all right for light?" Frank asked. "I can lend you a glowstone if that'd help." "Wouldn't the rats run from the light?" Jason asked. "Oh, you see a lot of critters like this in my kind of work," Frank said. "My experience has been more of a run-towards situation. They'll take a nibble out of you if they can, believe me. Your trouble will be the ones hidden away. There's pipes and crevices aplenty down here. Lots of places to nest that people won't fit into. I'm going to let my familiar do the hard work." "That's like a magic pet, yeah?" Frank asked. "Not sure I'd want my dog running around down here. I mean, they clean this water, but there's clean and there's clean, you know? My familiar is an apocalypse monster that can scour a world of life," Jason said absently as he looked around the tunnel. "It isn't going to be put off by a bit of poo." "Sounds fancy," Frank said. "I don't much know about apologic monsters or whatever, but I suppose the big knobs wouldn't have sent you if you weren't up to it. You know, we had an infestation like this not long after I started on the job. Weren't cleaned out properly, and you know how monsters get after a bit. Streaming out of the street drains they were, terrorizing regular folk. That was some kind of bug instead of rats, but I imagine it'd be much the same. You just be sure and get them all, yeah?" "I'll do that, Frank." "Right. Well, I'll leave you to it and get on to sealing up these basements. After that, I'll come back and hang about until you're ready to go. How long do you reckon you'll be?" "That depends on the rats." "Fair enough," Frank said. "Just try not to get lost. These tunnels all look the same. If you ain't back here come dark, I'll assume you got lost and come find you." Frank closed the door, leaving Jason in the dark, but his vision power was more than up to the task. Taking out a knife, he sliced open his palm, letting leeches pile out of the wound. Colin wasn't likely to go causing any apocalypses quite yet, but the neophyte life devourer did have the power to sense out living things, wherever they might be hiding. The sanguine horror wasn't fast, but it was multitudinous, and as Jason followed the main mass, small groups of leeches broke off to head down tunnels and gaps. Jason's quest might not end quickly, but he would root them all out in the end. Chapter 72. Rat Race. Stone-chewer rats were around the size of house cats, with gray fur, protruding teeth, and oversized talon-like claws. Jason watched as a half-dozen of them struggled to scratch away the leeches digging into their flesh. One writhed around until it fell into the water. "Colin, what did I say about letting them go in the water?" The rats, it turned out, were heavy, and after falling into the water, didn't come back up. The leeches on them had no such problems, crawling out after the rat had died of either the leech's ministrations or from drowning. "How am I meant to loot them down there? The ones hidden away in those nests are one thing, but this is throwing away money." The rats were all dead, and all the nearby leeches crawled back into a pile. Jason looked at it. "I'm sorry, Colin," Jason said. "You're doing all the work, and here I am complaining. I know you're doing your best, buddy. Good job." The leech pile started undulating with what Jason assumed was happiness. He pulled up the quest screen. Quest. Contract. Rat infestation. Rats have infested the water tunnels underneath the Cavendish district of Old City. Clear out the nests and eliminate all the rats. Objective. Clear out rat nests 5 out of 6. Objective. Eliminate stone chewer rats 31 out of 44. One more nest to go. That's a lot of leftover rats for the last one. Or are the others roaming around loose? Jason was curious why some quests showed him the exact number of monsters when others didn't, but he wasn't going to complain. He pulled a pocket watch from his inventory and saw they were making good time. Colin might be slow, but its ability to sense life was unerring. Looting the lesser monsters only produced lesser spirit coins, but they were welcome nonetheless. Most things were paid for in lesser coins, and it saved him using the money-changing services of a brokerage. Moving further into the tunnels, he followed Colin's leisurely lead. Jason noticed a change in Colin's behavior as they went further. Throughout the hunt, leeches had been breaking off in batches to seek out rats inside tunnels and various unreachable nooks. Now they were all slowly converging in the one direction. One big nest it is, I guess. Objective. Eliminate stone chewer rats 31 out of 43. Jason looked at the message that popped up. Normally it told him when he had progressed the objective, but he hadn't killed any more rats. He looked at it again. The objective used to be 44 rats, he mused. Did some old lady with a broom kill one? Objective. Eliminate stone chewer rats 31 out of 43. Objective. Eliminate stone chewer rats 31 out of 42. Objective. Eliminate stone chewer rats 31 over 41. Objective. Eliminate stone chewer rats 31 over 40. Objective. Eliminate stone chewer rats 31 over 39. What's going on there? Quest. Contract. Rat infestation. Hidden objective discovered. Find the secret of the final rat nest 0 over 1. Quest cannot be completed until all hidden objectives are completed. All hidden objectives? There's more? Jason wanted to pick up the pace, but without Colin leading the way, he could easily go off track in the maze of tunnels. He considered for a moment, then lowered his hand close to the ground. The cut on his palm was still there, as his rapid regeneration only worked while the familiar was inhabiting his bloodstream. The leeches crawled into his hand, vanishing as they touched his blood. He wondered if he should have washed them first. Finally, only one leech was left, sitting in his hand. "All right, Colin, lead the way." Jason moved forwards at a brisker pace, hand held out in front of him. Holding Colin out in front of him, he could move his hand side to side. The leech would rear up when Jason was holding it in the right direction, letting him find the right path at every junction. Objective.
Eliminate stone chewer rats, 31 out of 38. Objective: eliminate stone chewer rats, 31 out of 37. Objective: eliminate stone chewer rats, 31 out of 36.
Is someone killing them off? What do you think, Colin? Is it going to be super easy? No, I don't think so either.
Objective: eliminate stone chewer rats, 31 out of 35. Objective: eliminate stone chewer rats, 31 out of 34. Colin pointed Jason at a tunnel that looked like it hadn't seen maintenance in a long time. Mortar was loose, bricks had fallen out of the walls. All the tunnels were wet, but here some kind of fungus was growing, in places almost completely obstructing the path. That is a lot of fungus. Objective: eliminate stone chewer rats, 31 over 33. Objective: eliminate stone chewer rats, 31 over 32.
If I were being honest, Colin, I'd admit to becoming a little concerned.
Quest: contract, rat infestation. Objective complete. Eliminate stone chewer rats, 31 over 31. Quest cannot be completed until all hidden objectives are complete.
Hidden objectives, Jason grumbled. I better get some solid loot for this.
He looked at Colin in his hand.
Yes, I know other adventurers don't get a quest system. Shut up.
A sound, a low rumble, came rolling through the tunnel.
What do you think, Colin? The sound of a hidden objective?
The rumble grew louder and clearer. It wasn't an earthy sound, but a sloshing. The water flowing through the middle of the tunnel started running faster and higher, splashing against the brick walkway.
Ah, crap.
Water came surging down the tunnel, raising the water level and overrunning the walkway. Jason stood still as the water rose halfway to his knees, not wanting to be knocked over.
This isn't good water, Jason said. Is this stuff going to clear out?
The surge of water passed, dropping back to its normal level. Jason guessed it to be a normal function of water tunnel operations. Jason took a few unhappy, squelching steps, then was struck by a horrible revelation.
Oh, bloody hell, he exclaimed,
slapping a hand into his face.
I totally forgot I can walk on water.
He continued down the tunnel, squelching boots accompanied by a stream of grumbling. I see you did just fine, Jason said to the leech still in his hand. Then he noticed a circular welt. Do you try to eat me while I was distracted? The leech waggled his toothy maw back and forth innocently. Don't act nonchalant with me, Colin, Jason said. And after I gave you all that blood pudding yesterday. Continuing on, Jason paused as he heard scurrying from somewhere ahead. It sounded loud for a rat, even the oversized stone chewer rats. In any case, all the stone chewer rats were gone. The sound got closer, and a rattling came rushing out of a side junction. Quest, contract, rat infestation. Hidden objective discovered. Eliminate ratlings, 0 out of 12. Quest cannot be completed until all hidden objectives are completed. Ratlings looked like mice, but stood on their hind legs, half the height of a human. They were also cowardly, usually running from any confrontation, but this one didn't even slow down as it approached. It tried to barrel past Jason, but bounced off, tumbling from the walkway and into the water. Unable to swim, it splashed about ineffectually as the water flow carried it away. Jason pulled a knife from his inventory, cutting into his hand, sending blood and leeches splashing into the water after it. The rest he let pile at his feet. Make sure it doesn't survive, he told the leeches, then started off down the tunnel it had emerged from. Whatever the ratling had been running from apparently filled it with more fear than Jason had. Too bad monsters didn't see me in the Mirage Arena. Hidden objective, eliminate ratlings, 0 out of 11. This again?
I don't think there's an old lady with a broom killing ratlings. He heard squeals of fear coming from further down the tunnel. 5 more ratlings came scrambling out of the tunnel, rushing towards Jason.
This time he was ready, smashing one into the wall with a low kick as he grabbed another by the throat. They were weak and cowardly creatures, and he ended both quickly. Hidden objective: eliminate ratlings 2/11. The other 3 made it past him. 2 of them tried leaping over the water to the opposite walkway, but only 1 made it. The other fell short, splashing into the channel. The third one dashed past Jason as he killed the first 2, leaping over the pile of leeches. "What kind of effort was that?" Jason asked Colin. "Now I have to go running after them? Go catch that other swimmer." As leeches piled into the water, he chased the other 2. He started with the one on his own side of the tunnel. Letting out just enough light from his cloak to turn the pitch dark into shadowy gloom, he shadow jumped ahead of the creature, grabbing it as it ran right into him. A quick knife slash, and it was done. Hidden objective: eliminate ratlings 3/11. That other prick has run right off. Dropping the light down to nothing again so it wouldn't see him coming, he started hunting it down, which took the better part of an hour. He took solace that the leeches had used the time to catch up with the 2 ratlings that had fallen in the water. In the meantime, another pair of ratlings had mysteriously vanished. Hidden objective: eliminate ratlings 6/9. Jason took stock as leeches crawled back out of the water at his feet. There were 3 ratlings left. He set off, Colin lagging behind. He didn't slow down, leaving Colin to follow as best it could. 3 to go. Hidden objective: eliminate ratlings 6/8. All right, 2 to go. Some kind of monster suicide pact? Did the ones running away chicken out and refuse to drink the punch? Pausing at another junction, he wasn't sure which way to go. A sudden squeal of fear and pain gave him a path. The sound didn't last long. Hidden objective: eliminate ratlings 6/7. Jason moved in the direction of the suddenly cut off screaming. Chapter 73. A Grim Word to Live By. Jason was heading down the tunnel towards where he had heard the screaming. A bellowing roar came from the same direction, but it definitely wasn't made by a ratling. Jason moved forward, taking care with the wet stone of the walkway and the slimy fungus underfoot. He was still in complete darkness. At a junction ahead, a ratling sprinted out. Some kind of tentacle snaked after it, wrapping around its ankle. The ratling tripped and was dragged, squealing, back into the tunnel. Jason raced forwards to catch a look at the ratling's fate. What he saw was something like a rat version of Gary, complete with huge, muscular frame and body covered in fur. It was so big, it was standing astride the water rushing through the middle of the tunnel, a foot each on the walkways either side. Standing upright, it was so tall, it almost scraped the arch of the tunnel with its head. Its body was much more human-shaped than a ratling's, which made its nakedness more obvious. "You need to put that thing away, mate." Hidden objective complete. Find the secret of the final rat nest 1/1. 100 have been added to your inventory. Hidden objective discovered. Eliminate the 0/1. Quest cannot be completed until all hidden objectives are complete. The rat monster roared at Jason. It had the head of a rat, except the mouth was larger, its face almost unhinging to reveal jagged teeth like a shark's. It had small, darting eyes, which stared straight at Jason in spite of the total darkness. Dangling in front of the monster, held up by the monster's long tail, was the ratling it had dragged away. The rat monster's tail was meters long, thick, ropey, and prehensile. It was more than capable of capturing and delivering prey, strong enough to suspend the rattling for the monster to bite into. There was a slurping noise as the rattling withered away.
Like sucking the juices out through a straw, the monster drained the ratling to little more than skin and bones. Quest. Objective complete. Eliminate 6 out of 6. 100 have been added to your inventory. Quest cannot be completed until all hidden objectives are complete. Rat Gorger, Jason said as he watched in disgust. The name makes sense. It dropped the dead ratling into the water, where it floated past Jason. He looked at the withered remains as they drifted down the tunnel. This must be what it's like to fight me. The rat gorger licked its lips with a long tongue that sought out any leftover rattling fluids around its huge maw. Its body rippled and bulged. Jason watched its already powerful form grow bigger and stronger in front of his eyes. "So that's what you're up to," Jason said. "Sacrifice rattling to get +1 strength." The creature started lumbering forward. Jason didn't want to wind up in the creature's clawed hands, but that wasn't a large concern. The extra growth had made it almost too big for the tunnel, and it was forced to shuffle along with a foot on either side of the waterway. It was slow, awkward, and ponderous. Exactly Jason's kind of enemy. The only element that worried Jason was the tail, which lashed out in his direction. As quick as the rest of the monster was slow, it snaked around Jason's waist. It pulled him off his feet and started dragging him towards the monster. Jason took his knife and dragged it heavily across the tail. The monster roared, freeing Jason as it yanked its tail back. Weapon has inflicted umbral snake venom on Rat Gorger. Jason kicked back up onto his feet, one of the benefits of all his training. He couldn't use his shadow teleport in total darkness, so he produced tiny motes of light from his cloak, sending them floating up and down the tunnel. He kept the illumination at a minimum, transforming the darkness into a playground of shadows. The Rat Gorger continued its slow, hulking approach. The tail snapped forwards again, this time lashing out like a whip instead of trying to wrap around him. Jason lacked the reflexes to intercept it, so he vanished and the tail hit nothing but air. Appearing behind the monster, he slashed out with his dagger, cutting into the immobile base of the tail. Weapon, Night Fang, has inflicted umbral snake venom on Rat Gorger. Special attack, Punish, has inflicted sin on Rat Gorger. The monster swung back with a huge arm, but Jason had already teleported back to his previous position. "All right, mate," Jason said. "How dumb are you?" The tail whipped out again, with the exact same result. Jason jumped behind it and slashed the same spot at the base of the tail, severing the tail entirely. Weapon, Night Fang, has inflicted umbral snake venom on Rat Gorger. Special attack, Leech Bite, has inflicted bleeding on Rat Gorger. Jason's shadow jumped out of range as the creature went wild, thrashing about itself impotently as it roared in rage and pain. "Pretty dumb then," Jason said. "Works for me." In its mindless fury, the monster stumbled, tumbling into the water. It was far too big to be pulled along in the current, the channel only submerging it to the waist. Putting a huge hand on walkways beside it, it pulled itself out of the water. While it did so, Jason watched from a safe distance. With the severing of the prehensile tail, the main source of danger for Jason was gone. As he watched the monster push itself upright, he chanted out a spell. "Your fate is to suffer." Spell, Inexorable Doom, has inflicted inexorable doom on Rat Gorger. The monster was tough, but with Jason's afflictions in place, its death was inevitable. He led it up the tunnel,
the creature bellowing its rage at Jason as it sluggishly, hopelessly pursued. It struggled along as its blood poured from the stump of its tail and its flesh blackened with necrosis. It toughed it out surprisingly well until it crossed paths with the leeches that had finally caught up to Jason. Misery and pain finally overwhelmed its rage as it met a terrible, pitiful end. Screams of pain and helplessness marking its passage into death. Quest: Rat Infestation. Hidden objective complete. Eliminate the Rat Gorger. 1 out of 1. Rat essence has been added to your inventory. Objective complete. Clear out rat nests. 6 out of 6. Quest complete. 100 Iron Spirit coins have been added to your inventory. Hey, an essence. Rat essence? Appropriate, but not what I would have picked. Animal-type essences were common, as much as any essences were common. Some, like bear, wolf, and snake, were quite prized, while others were less so. He didn't hold high hopes for the rat essence, but he should be able to trade it for several of the more common awakening stones. Jason walked over to the dead monster. Why couldn't it have been the might essence? Jason asked it. Some essences were common as animal essences, yet were more valuable due to their desirability. The might essence, the shield essence, or the magic essence could all have been traded for some quality awakening stones. As your life was mine to reap, your death is mine to harvest. The red glow of the monster's remnant life force emerged from its body, streaming up into Jason's outstretched hand. The monster's body withered to a dried-out husk. It looked a lot like the ratling the monster itself had drained. Live by the sword, die by the sword, isn't it, mate? Actually, I hope not. I live by a pretty grim sword. He lightly touched the corpse, then backed away before it dissolved into smoke. 10 Iron Spirit coins have been added to your inventory. Jason took in a sharp breath. Boss drops. Now we're talking. He pulled out the awakening stone immediately. It was the same round, palm-sized crystal as other awakening stones. Inside was a burning, shifting red, wreathed in white gold light. Item: Awakening Stone of Wrath. Unranked, uncommon. An awakening stone that unlocks the power of wrath. Consumable, awakening stone. Requirements: Unawakened essence ability. Effect: Awakens an essence ability. You have 8 unawakened essence abilities. You are able to absorb. Awakening Stone of Wrath. Absorb Y/N? As much as he wanted to use it, he put the stone away for the moment. After reabsorbing Colin, he was about to leave when he heard an echoing voice. "Hello?" it called out. "Anyone down there?" "Frank?" Jason called back. "Oh, Mr. Asarno," Frank's voice came down from somewhere above. It sounded like he was talking through a pipe or a very narrow tunnel. "Where are you?" Jason called out. "Up on the street," Frank called down. "There were some pretty loud monster noises coming up through the drains, and the folk up here were getting a bit worried. After it went quiet, I thought I may as well see if anyone was alive down there." "It was just a rat," Jason called up. "It's dead now." "That didn't sound like any rat I've seen." "It was a big rat." "I thought you might not have made it," Frank said. "There were some pretty awful sounds of misery and dying at the end there. Thought that might have been you." "It kind of was, Frank," Jason said. "That's the sound things make when I happen to them. Can you find me the closest way back up to the street?" Yes, sir, Mr. Asano, sir," he said, having mysteriously learned to pronounce Jason's name correctly. "I'll have you out in no time." Chapter 74. Doing Better. The balcony of Jason's suite was not as expansive as the one Rufus, Farah, and Gary shared, but it was still more than large enough to put out a reclining lounger. Being on the opposite side of the building, Jason's balcony looked over the street instead of the water. The sounds of the Guild District's bustling daytime activity came in through the balcony doors as Jason opened them up. He was ready for a lazy afternoon, with a colorful short-sleeved shirt and loose knee-length shorts. He lay back comfortably, pulling a small red-gold crystal from his inventory. Item: Awakening Stone of Wrath. Unranked, uncommon. An awakening stone that unlocks the power of wrath. Consumable, awakening stone. Requirements: Unawakened essence ability. Effect: Awakens an essence ability. You have 8 unawakened essence abilities. You are able to absorb Awakening Stone of Wrath. Absorb Y/N. Time to see what you have for me. Jason was about to absorb the Awakening Stone when there was a knock on the door. Jason groaned, putting the stone away and getting up from the lounger. He made his way back inside and opened the door. "Humphrey," Jason said. "I haven't seen you in a while. Come on in." As Humphrey came inside, Jason noticed his body language was uncertain and uncomfortable, and he was uncharacteristically quiet. Humphrey normally moved with confidence and was quick with the verbal niceties. "Something the matter?" Jason asked as he directed Humphrey into a comfortable chair. "Jason." Humphrey was hesitant, but carried on. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." Can you not answer the question with a question?" "Is something bothering you, Humphrey?" "I watched you fight the other day in the Mirage Arena." Jason chuckled. "I'm not sure anyone was expecting that," Jason said. "Even me. Your mother gave me way too many advantages." "Do trap weavers really show up in numbers like that?" "During the monster surge they do," Humphrey said. "The last surge was when I was a boy, but a whole army of them got into family grounds. Walls don't stop something that climbs the way they do." "Wow, you couldn't have been more than 6 or 7. How are you all right with what you did to them? Rick and the others, I mean." "Ah," Jason said, leaning back in his chair. "You're concerned about the way I fought them." "We were watching you, from the viewing room," Humphrey said. "Watching them, really. We didn't see that much of you. What we did see, what we heard, the way you took Hannah and Henry while they were distracted, that laughter as you mocked them from the darkness. It was chilling. What you did to Hannah's body, draping her body off a monster's webs like a decoration. What do you think about what I did to them?" Humphrey sat up in his chair, shaking his head. "You always do this. I ask you about something that seems questionable, but when I question it, you just question me back. Instead of defending what you did, you just talk and talk, as if right and wrong are whatever you want them to be if you explain them enough." Jason sighed. "You know, I've been where you are," Jason said. "A lot more recently than I'd like. I accused a friend of mine of having an immoral perspective on adventuring, without ever having been an adventurer myself. You're making the same mistake I did, not seeing my perspective any more than I did hers." Jason gave Humphrey a friendly but tired smile. "I know this is coming from a good place," Jason said. "You have this certainty about right and wrong, and you don't want a friend going down a bad path. I'm not going to sit here and say that you're wrong to do that, but not everything is as simple as it seems from the outside. Some things are just right and wrong, Jason." "Sure," Jason said.
But the consequences of our actions aren't always what we want them to be. Humphrey, let me put a hypothetical situation to you. You're going to make things complicated again, aren't you?" "Humphrey," Jason said unhappily, "you essentially came in here to ask me if I'm an immoral person, which is more than a little rude. This is the answer I have for you. If you don't want to listen, the door works just as well for leaving as it did for coming in."
Jason gestured at the door. Humphrey glanced at it, but turned his gaze back to Jason. "All right then," Jason said. "Imagine you're on a contract. You have to go to a town out in the desert, way out past the delta. It'll take you a few days to get out there, and you've stopped overnight along the way. You're in a little town, staying at the only inn. You've had a long, hot day on the road, and you don't want to just eat a spirit coin and go to bed, so you head downstairs. The common room is busy, but you find a quiet corner to have something to eat and drink without anyone bothering you." "What does this have to do with anything?" "I'm setting a scene," Jason said. "So, there you are, minding your own business. But like I said, the common room is busy. Some people are eating, everyone's drinking. There's this one guy. You've been seeing him all night because he's loud and his aura is the strongest one here. Not compared to you, but a couple of essences make him the toughest guy in this little town." Jason paused to take a glass of juice from his inventory. "Want one?" he asked. "No," Humphrey said, then smacked his dry mouth. "Actually, yes, please." Jason handed over a second glass, taking a sip of his own. "Just make sure and use a coaster," Jason said. "Wooden tables don't grow on—" "Oh, I guess they kind of do." "What?" "Doesn't matter," Jason said. "So, this guy is the town tough. It becomes clear as the evening goes on that he and everyone else knows it. There's this girl, young, pretty, who works at the inn. The guy has been giving her a hard time, and it's only getting worse the more he drinks. Everyone can see what's happening. He's too rough, she's too young, but all she can do is bear it. No one is stepping up to help her, because he's the strongest guy in this town." Jason looked Humphrey straight in the eye. "Except he isn't," Jason continued. "Not this time. That night, you're there. So what do? "The right thing is obvious," Humphrey said, "but you're clearly setting me up to be wrong." "Of course I'm setting you up to be wrong," Jason said, "but that doesn't change the situation. The girl is clearly uncomfortable. As this guy goes deeper into his cups, he's even hurting her a little. But no one is saying anything. They might give him some covert looks, but they won't challenge him. What do, Humphrey?" "I stop him." "How?" "I go over there and suppress his aura." "He's not Iron Rank," Jason said. "He's too weak to sense your aura and too drunk to realize what you're doing to his. This is his town, and he's the toughest guy in it. You've just challenged that, and he's way past making smart choices. He wants a fight. He shoves you." "I kick him out on the street." "That works," Jason said. "You're stronger than him at his best, which he is far from in that particular moment. He wants to keep fighting, but he's got a couple of friends sober enough to realize you're an adventurer and not to be messed with. They take him home before he can cause any more trouble." "Then what?" "Then nothing. Without that guy and his friends around, the mood is lightened and everyone has a pleasant evening. The girl thanks you nervously, and you go to bed. The next day you move on, because you still have a long road ahead." "I don't see the problem," Humphrey said. "Well," Jason said, "what happens the next night? You're not there, but the town tough isn't going anywhere. His reputation just got destroyed. He was manhandled and humiliated in front of everyone. It was mostly by his own actions, his own arrogance and pride. But he doesn't care. Who does he take it out on? How does he re-establish his dominance? How does he put the fear back in these people? How does he teach them what happens if they confront him the way you did? What happens to that girl?" "You think I should have left things the way they were?" "I don't know," Jason said. "Standing up for those who can't stand up for themselves is a virtue. But if acting on that virtue puts more hurt into the world than it takes away, is that still moral?" Humphrey slumped in his chair. I don't have an answer to that. There isn't always a good option, Jason said. Doing nothing to change a bad situation may not feel right, but if anything you do will make it worse, then it's the only choice to make. What does that have to do with what you did in the Mirage Arena? Humphrey challenged. Do you know why your mother lets us spend time together, Humphrey? She doesn't decide who my friends are. Of course she does, Jason said. Answer the question. Why? Humphrey asked. You didn't answer mine. You always answer questions with more questions. Fine, Jason said. You want a simple answer? Then here it is. Things are complicated. That's it. Your mother wants you to recognize that the world is a lot more complicated than right and wrong, good and evil. I don't think the way you do, and she wants that to challenge you. You think she wants me to think like you? No, Humphrey, Jason said, shaking his head. It's like forging a sword. A sharp edge takes heat and hammering. She wants your principles to go through the fire so they don't collapse once you're out in the world where she can't watch over you. I've been playing along, but I want a friend, not a frigging ethics pupil. Jason sat up straight in his chair and continued, voice rising as pent-up frustration leaked out. I may not always make the best choices. Sometimes I do things that are selfish and hurt other people. I try and do good, and when I fall short, I try to do better. That's all I can do. All anyone can do. How was hanging Hannah's corpse up like a party decoration trying to do better? That wasn't real, Humphrey, but it could be. The consequences of what we do as adventurers, the risks we take. Yes, what I did was traumatizing, but now they have a better idea of what could be out there waiting for them, and they're a little more ready for it than they were before. You think I don't know what my powers are? And if they freeze up because they're afraid of what you did really happening? Then they shouldn't be out there at all, Jason said. Isn't that the whole point of all this training? To make sure we go out as ready as we can be? Does that justify what you did to them? My powers are what they are, Humphrey. There's no point trying to stab someone with a hammer. If I run around pretending I have your powers, then I will die, and die quickly. Maybe I should have waited for different essences, but you have no inkling of how lost I was when I first came here. I would have done anything for just a little bit of control over my circumstances. And now all I can do is live with the consequences. You think that makes it all right to terrorize people? I know what my powers are, Humphrey. Misery and death. Blood turned black with taint. Your body dying around you while you're still alive. You think I want to use that on a person? Maybe someone wants to come after me, but they hear about that day in the arena. Maybe even see the recording. They decide against coming after me because the price of failure is too high. Not some clean, quick kill, but a slow, lingering death. Every enemy that fears me too much to come after me is a person I don't have to use those powers on. Humphrey shook his head. You're good with words, Jason. Anything I say, you'll have an answer for. He stood up. That's why I'm done listening. I watched what you did in that arena. I listened to you taunt them. I've never heard a sound so cruel, so inhuman as you laughing at the suffering of others. Humphrey, that was just theatrics. Was it? Humphrey asked. He walked over to the door and opened it. I think you need to take a look inside yourself, Jason, to find out where that was coming from. Chapter 75. Progress. So, Clive asked, the original sanguine horror came from the full creation process? The sacrifice chamber? The alchemy pit? The whole thing? As he talked, he enthusiastically gesticulated with a fork, a piece of fried sausage skewered onto the end. The whole thing, Farah said. The large suite shared by Farah, Gary, and Rufus included a space with a large dining table. The three of them, plus Jason and Clive, were eating the breakfast Jason had brought upstairs from the inn's kitchen. Gary was excavating the small hill of sausage, egg, and fried vegetables on his own huge plate, while Jason and Rufus ate quietly. Farah and Clive were caught up talking, having barely picked at their food. "I'd love to see that chamber," Clive said. "I'm not going to stop you," Farah said. "But it's way out in the desert, so I'm not going to take you there either." "And the awakening stone came from the horror itself?" Clive asked. "Produced by your looting ability, Jason?" "That's right," Jason said. "You keep waving that sausage around and it's going to end up on the other side of the room." "What?" Clive said, then looked at his fork as if surprised to find it there. He bit off the piece of sausage. "What I find interesting," Farah said, "is that a summoned familiar is created through completely different means than the sanguine horror we killed. Yet that's what Jason summoned." "A good thing they're different," Rufus said. "We wouldn't want a sanguine horror roaming around at full strength." "Well," Clive said, "it is possible that if Jason ever reached diamond rank, his familiar would attain the full strength of a sanguine horror. Of course, it would still be under his control, thus would be unlikely to scour all life from the planet." "I actually think I figured out what they wanted the horror for," Farah said. "And you're only telling us now?" Rufus asked. "Well, I've been going over that book from the sacrifice chamber," Farah said. "As it turns out, you can get a non-summoned sanguine horror as a familiar. First, you have to make the thing, which they did. Or we did, whatever. But you start by making the thing, and then you have to starve it. It starts at bronze rank. That's how it was when we fought it. But it goes down to iron rank if you leave it long enough." "Can you do that with other monsters?" Jason asked. "No," Farah said. "The sanguine horror comes with the inherent ability to shift ranks, which normally means going up, but down is possible too." "There are other monsters like that," Clive said. "They're all quite rare, though." "Very," Farah agreed. "So once you have your sanguine horror, and you've starved it down to iron rank, you get the right essence and awakening stone, and then hope you get a familiar bond essence ability. There are no guarantees, of course." "Which essence and awakening stone are best?" Clive asked. "For top reliability," Farah said, "according to the book, a blood essence and an apocalypse stone are what you're looking for." "That's exactly what I used," Jason said. "Why bother with all the big chamber and the sacrifices when you can just get one? Are the made ones better than the summoned ones? Do I have a defective familiar?" "The actual sanguine horrors would be the same in terms of abilities," Farah said. "The difference would be the same as between any bonded familiar versus a summoned familiar." "Which are?" Jason asked. "Bonded familiars survive, even if the essence user dies," Clive said. "A summoned familiar won't survive the death of the summoner," Farah agreed. "It also can disappear into the summoner's body, which bonded familiars can't." "That's all right then," Jason said. "I'd hate having to carry Colin around in a bag or something." "I still can't believe you named an apocalypse beast Colin," Rufus said. "Well, if you call your apocalypse beast Gorgos, the enslaver of worlds, then people are likely to start questioning your intentions," Jason said. "That's actually a good point," Farah said. "I have to imagine reliability is the key factor that led them to make the sanguine horror themselves," Clive said. "When going for a bonded familiar instead of a summoned one, things are much more likely to go your way, if you prepare accordingly. So long as you have the creature on hand and use the right essence and stone combination, that is as close as you'll come to a guaranteed result with any awakening stone. Look at your friend Humphrey and his dragon. I guarantee the Gellers didn't leave anything to chance." Jason scowled. "They had a little bit of a tiff," Farah said. "It wasn't a tiff," Jason said. "It was a philosophical disagreement."
Of course it was, sweetie. Actually, there's something I've been wondering about, Jason said. The sanguine horror we fought was vulnerable to salt. I checked, and my familiar is the same. So how would it kill all life in the ocean, which is full of salt? Those vulnerabilities would eventually go away, Farah said. That book has a lot of details about sanguine horrors. It starts off a bronze rank, which is where we fought it, and has some extreme vulnerabilities at that stage. Fire and salt are the big ones, along with esoteric ones that only essence abilities can produce. But those vulnerabilities go away as it grows stronger. Salt stops being an issue once it reaches gold rank, after which it can go swimming all it likes. I'd love to get a look at that book, Clive said. Why didn't Anissa take it? Rufus asked. She was collecting everything. From the manor, Farah corrected. We weren't in the manor when we found it, so she had no right to it. I'm not sure she would agree, Gary said.
His first contribution to the discussion, coincidentally, came right after his huge plate was emptied. He's right, Rufus said. There's no way she would have quietly let you take it. That's why I didn't tell her, Farah said. Good call, Jason said. I still think there was something shady going on with that woman. Didn't you say she was a priestess of purity? Clive asked. Exactly, Jason said. It's been a while since we've all been here together, Rufus said as they stood in the yard behind Jory's clinic. There was less space than in the past, with construction materials taking up much of the room. Jory had purchased the large building next to the clinic, and renovations were in full swing. Like Jason, Rufus, Gary, and Farah, had all been carrying out contracts. Some they did together, others alone as they each pursued other projects. Rufus had preparations for his academy's joint venture with the Gellers, while Farah had been undertaking work for the Magic Society. Gary had been exploring the use of local materials in crafting weapons and armor. He sold the work he was satisfied with at the trade hall, with no small success. The rune tortoise shield he made with Farah had auctioned well, getting him a lot of attention. They started with weights training, which left Jason feeling inadequate. Rufus was bad enough, with the strength of a late-stage bronze ranker, but Farah and Gary were worse. Farah had a strength power from her earth essence, and Gary's race were all physically powerful. They were lifting half-ton barbells in each hand, while at least Rufus had the decency to struggle with one. By comparison, Jason was an out-of-shape guy in his first week at the gym. The others stopped to cool down as Jason headed inside, using his power to help the waiting patients. With clinic hours reduced by the expansion, and Jason often away on contracts, the clinic was more busy than ever.
Haven't seen those friends of yours in a while, Jason said to Jory. The fighter didn't get hurt too badly, did she? They had just healed up a pit fighter who had been cursed by an opponent. No, she's out of the pit fighting game again, Jory said. Haven't seen them in a while. Back outside, Rufus was waiting for Jason. Time to see if those skills have atrophied, Rufus said. Actually, Jason said, I've been working on something. My martial art, the Way of the Reaper. What's wrong? Rufus asked. Just saying it out loud makes me realize how over-the-top that name is. Where did you say that skill book came from? I didn't say, Rufus said. Not like it matters, Jason said. I'm a kung fu wizard of darkness and blood. The good ship Chuanibio has well and truly set sail. Were you approaching some kind of point? Rufus asked. Or were you just going to stand there and spout nonsense? He's done it before, Gary said, prompting a hurt look from Jason. He's done it a lot, Farah added. Farah, you too? Jason asked. You were saying something about your martial art? Rufus asked impatiently. Right, yes, Jason said. So my martial art has 5 forms, different approaches, different situations. At first, I thought it was about choosing the right form for the right enemy.
Then I spent a lot of time fighting people in the Mirage Arena. I heard about that, Rufus said. Danielle said she had a recording to show me. I heard you were challenging all comers for most of a week. What did you learn in that time? That the Gellers really teach their kids how to fight, Jason said. I lost a lot of times. What else? Rufus asked. Only using a fifth of your martial arts is like only using a fifth of your martial arts. The forms aren't just 5 mini martial arts bundled into a skill book anthology. It was only when I started mixing things up that I realized the key to the whole thing. Which is? Rufus asked. The real trick to the style is understanding how and when to move between forms. A well-timed, well-executed change in approach can clinch a victory. Rufus took up a fighting stance. Show me. Rufus was faster and stronger, with more skill and experience. In all their time training, Jason had never landed more than a glancing blow. Not only did this latest sparring session follow the same pattern, but Jason was performing worse than he had since the early days. Farah and Gary watched from the side, using piles of bricks as furniture. I'm not impressed, Rufus said, after knocking Jason into the dirt again. You're full of openings, more than when you first used the book. I think your attempts to change things up are making you lose what the book gave you in the first place. Jason picked himself up from the dirt, body aching from the punishing lesson. He brushed himself down and resumed a fighting stance. Prove it, he said. Spectating from the side, Gary chortled. It's on now, he said. Jason's clear eyes locked on Rufus, who shook his head. Some people need the truth beaten into them, he said. He came at Jason, hard and fast. Jason floundered back, narrowly avoiding a clean hit while almost tripping over his own feet. Rufus held the momentum ruthlessly, pushing Jason into a corner both figuratively and literally. Jason stumbled as a finishing blow came ramming at him, but then his body shifted. Rufus's blow hit nothing but air as Jason shunted into his body, pushing Rufus off balance. Jason's elbow crashed into the side of Rufus's head, ringing it like a bell. Rufus staggered and Jason pressed. But suddenly, Rufus was moving twice as fast, and a fist slammed into Jason's gut, doubling him over and lifting him right off his feet. An elbow crashed down on the back of Jason's head, but Rufus stopped it before he smashed open Jason's skull. Jason collapsed to the ground anyway. Good, Rufus said, stepping back.
Jason barely got a hoarse word out before a coughing fit sent blood speckling into the dirt. He pulled a healing potion from his inventory and tipped it down his throat. I think you might have gone a bit hard there, Rufus, Gary said.
He did well, Rufus said. Made me use my full strength for a moment. It was good. Doesn't feel good, Jason croaked. On your feet, Rufus said coldly.
Come on, Rufus, Farah said. You hit him so hard he had to drink a potion.
Which he did, Rufus said. So now he can get up. Rufus walked over to where Jason was still laying in the dirt. This is where he gets to choose, Rufus says. Is he going to be adequate, or is he going to be great? Stand up or lay down? What's it going to be, Jason? Jason pushed himself up and onto his feet.
You know, he said, Instructor Rufus is kind of a prick. Haven't you heard of positive reinforcement?
All those openings you were showing, Rufus said. They're a trap.
Well, some of them are traps, Jason said. It took you a while to go after the right one.
Only once you close all those real openings will you have made the style your own, Rufus said.
No, Jason said. Once I transform every opening into a trap, then I've made it my own.
Rufus grinned. I like the ambition. You have a lot of work to do.
Chapter 76. Preparations.
Mr. Asano, Gilbert greeted. Always such a pleasure. Morning, Bert. Your message said you found something for me?
Ah, yes, Gilbert said, looking reluctant.
Loath as I am to refer you to my brother, he does have something that meets your specifications quite neatly. Of course, I could offer you something adequate myself, but adequate isn't the Gilbert's resilient attire for the discerning gentleman way. Gilbert held out an envelope for Jason. Thanks, Bert. Good looking out, mate. Filbert's Fine Leather Emporium was located in one of the other arcades within the Trade Hall complex, requiring Jason to pass through the main hall. He passed by Jory's stall along the way, although Jory himself was still overseeing renovations. Instead, it was being run by Jory's assistant, Janice.
Hello, Mr. Asano.
Hello, Janice. I don't suppose you have any crystal wash back there?
Now, Mr. Asano, you know what Mr. Tillman said. We have to keep some for the other customers.
Janice, Jason said, voice buttery smooth. Can't you just free up just a few little bottles? It can be our little secret.
Mr. Asano, Mr. Tillman only produces 4 crates a week, and after you were so generous with the construction funding, he lets you take 2 of them. We keep having to turn people away because we've run out. He'll be stepping up production once his new workshop is up and running.
Jason shook his head sadly. You're killing me, Janice. If I don't get that crystal wash, I'm going to end up all dirty. You don't want to be responsible for turning me into a dirty man, do you, Janice? Her eyes ran Jason up and down.
I could live with it, she said.
Janice, Jason said, voice filled with admonishment. I've never heard the like. I think I'd better go. He moved on, Janice seeing him off with a coquettish wave.
What has gotten into that girl?
Moving through the main hall, he was stopped by some people he didn't know. It was a pair of young women with iron-rank auras.
Excuse me, one of them said. Are you the guy with the evil powers?
Jason winced. Hannah Adia was the archer from Rick Geller's team, who Jason had fought in the Mirage Arena. She had apparently taken upon herself to distribute the recording of their fight, and Jason had been getting variations on the question for a week. Almost every time he visited the jobs hall or the trade hall, someone would approach him about it. No, he said wearily. I don't have evil powers.
You're not the guy from the recording? The other asked.
I am the person in the recording, but my powers aren't evil.
Controlling monsters seems pretty evil.
I don't control monsters. Shaking his head, Jason walked away as the pair talked behind him.
I heard those leeches live inside his blood. I bet that's true. Kevin Wasserman has a lizard that lives inside his skin. That makes so much sense. His skin is always clammy.
Jason sighed, grateful as their voices were lost in the noise of the trade hall crowd. He found his way into the right arcade and entered Filbert's Fine Leather Emporium. Hello, sir, and welcome to Filbert's Fine Leather Emporium, which is to say, we are an emporium of leather goods, not an emporium made of leather. Just a little joke we like to say around here. I am the proprietor, Filbert, but you may call me Bert. G'day, Bert. Filbert, like the other Berts, was thick in the middle and thin on top. He wore a waistcoat and jacket, more snug than most local fashion, and definitely too hot for the climate. Jason handed over the envelope. Filbert opened it up and read the contents with a frown. I won't hold it against you, sir, that you chose to offer my brother your custom. Fortunately for you, Gilbert has acknowledged the superiority of my wares. You are looking for some specialized desert boots? That's right, Jason said. I have a contract starting tomorrow involving desert travel. I want something that will work well in sand. Well, if Gilbert sent you to me, rather than selling you his usual tat, then you must be a gentleman of capability and means.
He has suggested something he knows one of my fine craftspeople developed. Filbert sent off a staff member hovering quietly to fetch something from the storage room in the back. "While sweet Julio fetches the boots," Filbert said, "is there anything else I can interest you in?" The store was laid out with lots of open space, the products displayed on wall racks. It was mostly shoes and accessories like bags and belts. Jason's eye was drawn to a row of bags that looked like simple leather sacks. He reached out and touched one. Item: Dimensional bag. Iron rank, rare. A bag that contains a dimensional storage space. Container. Bag. Effect: Can be used to store items in an extra-dimensional void. Effect: Can fill a bag slot, increasing inventory space by 8. Bag slot? Help. Bag slots. Bag slots can use dimensional bags to expand inventory size. Increase is based on rank of bag. At iron rank, 1 bag slot is available and can hold only iron rank bags. Jason opened his inventory, seeing 5 new squares in the corner. The first square was glowing, while the others were grayed out. "Dimensional bags," Filbert said. "Crafted right here in the workshop from Mirage Hound leather. A common enough monster in the desert, but quite tricky to catch. Not so much once they've been around long enough to turn aggressive. But the leather has degraded by then, becoming sadly useless." "You hire adventurers to hunt them for you?" Jason asked. "Yes," Filbert said. "But it's tricky work, and they appear out in the dunes. Hiring someone with the skills to both hunt them and harvest the pelt requires incentive. Thus, I can only offer them at a premium price." "I'll take one," Jason said. "Capability and means," Filbert said. "My fine customers are usually possessed of one or the other. But just between you and I, sir, all my favorite customers have both." "I imagine they do," Jason said wryly. The store assistant, Julio, brought out a large, single oversized leather boot. Filbert took the large boot from Julio, and from inside pulled a box made of stiff, woven reeds dyed black. "Novelty-shaped dimensional bag," Filbert said, resting a hand on the boot-shaped magical bag. He opened the box and took out a pair of boots that were a different thing altogether. Matte black with sleek lines, sides embedded with a mesh of black shards. "I rather like these particular boots," Filbert said. "If you're looking to spend time in the dunes, you won't find anything close to this quality anywhere close to this price point. I should warn you, however, that it has been the more skilled clientele who have enjoyed the most success with this design. The ordinary adventurer would be better served by a more basic product." "That's some fine salesmanship, Bert," Jason said as he looked the boots over. "Who wants to think of themselves as an ordinary adventurer? It's a profession for those looking to be extraordinary. Sir, I can assure you, I stand behind my products." "Oh, I don't doubt it," Jason said. "I found your brothers to be upright in all their dealings. I was actually complimenting you. I appreciate someone who wields their words with purpose and care." "I'm glad to hear it, sir. Although, as upright dealings go, it seems you haven't met my brother Hubert." "Haven't had the pleasure, no," Jason said, taking the boots from Filbert's hands. Item: Sandcutter boots. Iron rank, rare. Boots incorporating the chitin of a sandcutter, inheriting some of its power. Apparel: boots. Effect: Improved ability to walk on sand. Effect: Increased jump height and distance. Effect: Enhanced kick attack. Highly effective against enemies with strong earth affinity. "What's a sandcutter?" Jason asked. "Ah, you have a good eye, sir. Are you familiar with the grasshopper and the mantis?" "I am." "Well, The sandcutter is about halfway between, except it's 4 feet long and lives in the desert.
That sounds horrifying.
They're actually quite good at hunting mirage hounds, Filbert said. Shame you can't train them. Filbert rubbed a hand over his mouth thoughtfully. You know, he said, I did just hear about an adventurer that can control monsters. I wonder if I could get into contact with him.
That's an unfounded rumor, Jason said darkly.
Filbert, sensitive to the mood of the customer, returned the boots to the box. I imagine you'd know, sir, being the capable adventurer. So it was just the boots and the dimensional bag?
Thank you, Bert.
The first green pill will change your aura, Belinda said.
Don't use any mana, or they'll be able to sense your real aura through the fake one. I don't have to tell you how fast they'll be on someone with 2 auras. Once you've got the goods, get to the change point where I'll be waiting. I know all this, Sophie said. We've been over it many times. Would you rather be bored from hearing it too much, or caught from hearing it too little?
Sophie let out a sigh.
Right, yes, no using mana. At the change point, Belinda continued, I'll give you the blue pill, which will purge the aura of the first green pill. That will take a minute to completely go through your system, during which time you change outfits. Then I give you the second green pill for another false aura. You leave the goods behind and catch the loop line to Marina South. I don't like leaving you behind. I have to clear the goods of anything they've done to track them. The change point and the contingency point are the only places I have shielded from whatever they might be using.
No one knows what we're after, Sophie said. How would they know what to tag?
Ventress has been pushing people hard, Belinda said. We don't know if she's compromised any of the people I sourced our assets from. If she's figured out the target, or even narrowed it down, she may have warned the potential targets. Even if she hasn't, you know the kind of people we've been stealing from. They probably tagged their valuables themselves. Sophie shook her head. I hate this, she said. I'm amazed we haven't been caught already. Thank the Adventure Society, Belinda said. Because you aren't even Iron rank, they're refusing to let anyone higher than Iron go after you. So the only Bronze rankers you'll have to deal with are any that decide to chase you in the moment. That's why you don't want to get caught swapping your aura mask. And if a Silver comes after me? I can't imagine a Silver who would deign to bother with you. They don't want to be seen doing Iron rank work. But that's why the disguise isn't magical. It'll hold up under magical scrutiny. So will the fake aura, so long as you don't use any mana. Are you sure about those pills? Sophie asked. The guy sells low-quality potions to poor people in Old City. Every other alchemist I've heard of rakes in money from rich people on the island. He knows what he's doing, Belinda said. And just as importantly, doesn't know what we're doing. He doesn't ask questions because he's sweet on me. How sweet will he be when Ventress sends Darnell to break his elbows? She can't, Belinda said. He's in the Alchemy Association and the Adventure Society. And you? What about me? Are you sweet on him, Lindy? Is your judgment compromised? My judgment has gotten us this far, Belinda said, and I'm hardly the one with a questionable taste in men. Could you pick one guy who wasn't a con man or some kind of swindler? They're more fun.
3 of your lovers tried to sell you to Cole Silva. That would inspire most people to examine their taste in men. But you pick up every lying, scheming weasel that stumbles into view.
Not everyone, Sophie said. And they weren't lovers. They were just a bit of fun. And things didn't exactly work out for them, did they? The point is that you need to raise your standards. We aren't in a great place to be socializing right now. But if you are going to pick a guy, pick a good one. Then find me a good guy who's also a lying, scheming weasel.
Belinda groaned. I don't think there is anyone like that, Belinda said. He'd have to be a crazy person. She pulled out a pocket watch to check the time, then put on her game face. 4 minutes, she said. Time to go.
Chapter 77. Group Cohesion. Jason walked through the Adventure Society campus with a recording crystal floating over his head. Looks a lot like a university campus, he continued narrating. It's more about child soldiers than education, though. Not super young, more America than Sierra Leone. Late mid-teens. The marshalling yard came into sight, where a number of young adventurers were loosely gathered. As you can see, late teens. The big one with a bird on his shoulder is my friend Humphrey, who I've mentioned before. We had a bit of a fight last week, and we haven't talked much since, so things are still a little tense. Jason saw Humphrey's face light up with a smile, and followed his gaze to where an extremely pretty young woman was approaching him with a wave. That girl walking up to him is Gabrielle. She's a priestess in training, with the god of knowledge. Goddess, whatever. Deities are gender fluid, as it turns out. Heard that from the goddess of knowledge herself, direct quote. Oh yeah, I found religion, which is kind of a big deal. I didn't join, but I found it. It seems fine. Not for me, but who knows? Maybe there's a god of delicious sandwiches. If God helps those who help themselves, then the god of sandwiches might offer a 2-for-1 deal. I might check that out. Jason took a pocket watch from his inventory, checked the time, and then turned away from the marshalling yard. Still got time to check if that bloke with the juice stall is on campus today. An interesting fact about the goddess of knowledge is that she knows everything that anyone in this world knows, including me, which means she knows a bunch of Mario Kart shortcuts, which is kind of awesome. Jason spotted a cart stall set up on the main promenade. The proprietor had set up an awning for shade, with a folding table under which were boxes of fruit and large paper cups. There he is. Nice. Jason joined the short queue, soon reaching the front.
Blasphemer, the man running the stall casually greeted him. Gods haven't struck you down yet? He was a runic, with the usual dark skin marked by faintly glowing runes. Not yet, sorry, Arash. They had first met right before Jason saw his first god. Arash hadn't been happy with Jason's lack of reverence, but that wasn't enough to make him turn away a customer. What do you have for me today? Jason asked. I just got in the first gemberries of the season, Arash said. I can do you a blend with bloodwing cherries over ice I think you'll like. Sounds refreshing, Jason said. I'm heading into the desert, so rack me up a half-dozen. Perhaps the goddess of earth will drown you in sand, Arash said optimistically. I guess all you can do is pray. Arash tapped his finger on a plate fixed into the table in front of him, which lit up with a glowing magic circle. He started tossing fruit into the air, which stopped over the magic circle, as if caught by an invisible hand. From crates under the table, he threw out berries, cherries, and a few other fruits, as well as ice from a magical freezer box. Each fruit he threw up floated in a slow circuit over the magic circle. Arash placed 6 large paper cups on the table, in the circle under the floating fruit. He took out a pair of crystal rods the size of knitting needles and started waving them about with practiced ease. They didn't touch the fruit, which nonetheless reacted to their waving like an orchestra to a conductor. Fruit peeled itself, pureeing in the air as berries, cherries, and ice were crushed. None of the resulting slurry splashed away or onto the table. At the direction of Arash's needles, it separated into 6 portions and slid into the cups. Putting down the 2 rods, Arash added a paper straw to each cup. Jason paid in lesser spirit coins, then took an experimental sip, giving it a solid thumbs up. Oh, that's a winner, Jason said. He placed the other cups in his inventory, keeping one to drink immediately. What's with the recording crystal?
Arash asked, looking at the object floating over Jason's head. I'm making a record of what my life is like here, Jason said. Something to show the family if I ever get home. Now they get to see you making a delicious beverage. I don't think it'll be that exciting, Arash said. You might be surprised. Where is home? Further away than even the gods can reach. Get away from my stall, blasphemer. Jason chuckled. Will you be here all day? He asked. I could see myself picking up another round when I get back from the desert. I'll be at the Magic Society in the afternoon. You just be careful out there. No worries, mate. Jason stowed the crystal away as he wandered back in the direction of the marshalling yard. There were benches around the side, and he sat alone, looking over the assembled adventurers. After months of observation training with Farah, Jason quickly took everything in. Who was alone? Who was in a group? What their body language said about group dynamics? What equipment did they have? It was hard to tell who was under-equipped for a journey into the desert, and who had a storage space like Jason. Farah had drilled Jason to quickly and thoroughly recognize and catalog such details. They would watch people in places around the city, outside Jory's clinic, the Adventure Society campus, the concert hall. In addition to the practical use of observation skills, exercising the mind also exercised the spirit attribute. It was just as important as working on the power attribute by weightlifting. Humphrey glanced over at Jason with a complicated expression before turning back to his conversation with Gabrielle and another young woman. Jason gave him an awkward smile back. Don't tell me the honeymoon is over, a sneering voice came in Jason's direction.
Jason had spotted Thadwick Mercer and his offsiders, not paying him any attention until Thadwick loudly approached Jason. Not on the outs with Geller, are you? Thadwick asked. I thought you were friends. It hurt his feelings that I've been spending so much time with your sister. Do say hello to Cassandra for me. Thadwick turned red with fury, pointing a finger in Jason's face. Stay away from my sister, you jumped-up commoner trash. Jason glanced at the two flanking Thadwick, who looked more embarrassed than supportive. From what Humphrey had told him, they were both stuck under Thadwick due to their families. Thadwick's Mercer family was very powerful in Greenstone. This was only highlighted when the Duke of Greenstone's brother, Thadwick's father, married into it. The power of the Mercer family placed it above numerous others, especially those without aristocratic title. According to Humphrey, both of Thadwick's lackeys were positioned there to help their family interests, rather than any actual regard or friendship. Rufus considered this a shame, as he had evaluated them both highly during their field assessment. They had both passed where Thadwick and Humphrey failed. Jason was about to say something else when he spotted Vincent Trenslow coming out of the nearby administration building. Paying no more attention to Thadwick, Jason got up and joined the others in converging on the Adventure Society official. The group was 10 altogether, including Jason himself. He knew Humphrey, Gabrielle, and sadly, Thadwick. He recognized Thadwick's offsiders, although he hadn't spoken with them at all. The others he didn't know, including the woman Humphrey and Gabrielle had been talking to. She looked a little older than the others, maybe 18 or 19. Everyone listen up, Vincent told them. Your task today is to head out to Spirit Coin Farm, Geller 7. There you will meet with a bronze rank adventurer and assist him in escorting a shipment of spirit coins back to the city. Who's in charge? Thadwick called out. The bronze ranker who you're going to meet, Vincent said irritably. If they'll only be with us for the journey back, Thadwick said. What about on the way there? I think I'm the clear choice for leader. My team is the largest group here. That's only 3 people out of 10, you nonce, a woman said. Jason didn't know her at all, but she immediately made a favorable impression. It's still the largest, Thadwick said. And, of course, you all know who my family is. Some of the people looked awkward, others disdainful.
Jason chuckled quietly to himself, wondering if Thadwick should be the basis of a drinking game. One of the Thadwick's offsiders put a hand over his own face, while the other winced, looking at his feet. "Contrary to what you may think," Vincent said, "young Master Mercer is quite right." That drew everyone's attention back to Vincent. "There may be minimal risk on the outward leg of your trip, but there is always a chance something goes wrong. If you encounter a bronze rank monster, then you will need to make a coordinated response. A leader can direct you to fight as a team instead of as individuals." "Which means doing what I say," Thadwick said with smug satisfaction. Jason snorted a laugh at Thadwick setting the self-destruct on his own dignity. "Actually," Vincent said, "that means doing what young Mistress Geller says." He put a hand on the shoulder of the woman Humphrey had been talking to, that Jason didn't recognize. "For those who haven't met her, this is Phoebe Geller. She will be the group leader until you reach the Spirit Coin Farm." "Why her?" Thadwick asked. "Because she has done this before," Vincent said. "Because she actually knows the way to the Spirit Coin Farm. And finally, because she's the only 2-star adventurer here."
"Which puts her 1.5 stars over you, Thadwick." Confusion crossed Thadwick's face. 1.5 stars, Thadwick said. "You can't get half stars."
Jason burst out laughing, drawing Thadwick's ire.
"You find something funny?" Thadwick asked him.
Jason looked at Thadwick's face and cracked up all the harder. "He's saying," Jason chuckled, "that you're a half-star because you're not a legitimate adventurer." Thadwick's face was a mix of anger and pride, fueled by a nagging sense of inadequacy.
"Do you know who my uncle is?" Thadwick asked.
"And drink," Jason said, sipping at his fruit beverage.
"What?" Thadwick asked.
"Of course I know who your uncle is," Jason said. "Everyone knows who your uncle is. That's the whole point. Thadwick Mercer never passed the Adventure Society assessment. The Duke of Greenstone's nephew did. I hate to break it to you, Thadwick Mercer, but the only part of your name anyone respects is the last part. You can't be the leader because no one trusts you to do anything. At all. The guys on your team, they have to carry you so hard that it's training. They're really good because they're compensating for your outlandish lack of competence." He gestured at the gathered adventurers. "This job means placing our lives in one another's hands. No one here is going to trust you with their life. They might not tell you that, Thadwick, because you're so petty, entitled, and insecure that you'll hurt them or their families using your own family's egregious level of influence. Which is, to be clear, the only reason anyone, anywhere, puts up with you for so much as a single moment." As Jason's rant came to a close, most of the people looked on in shocked silence. Humphrey, having seen Jason's mouth run away from him before, was shaking his head. "You aren't doing a lot for group cohesion, Jason," Humphrey said. Jason looked over at Humphrey and absently nodded. "Yeah, that one got away from me."
"I don't have to put up with this," Thadwick snapped. "I'm leaving, and you will pay for this insult, Asano."
Thadwick started storming off, then realized his lackeys hadn't followed. "Well?" he asked them, turning back. "We were assigned this contract," one of them said. "We're refusing it," Thadwick said. The society doesn't like it when you refuse an assigned contract," the other lackey responded. "Who cares? My uncle will put them in line." "And drink," Jason said, finishing off his juice. Thadwick marched off again. The pair of reluctant flunkies looked at each other unhappily, then followed. "Maybe it was good for group cohesion after all," someone said. "Thadwick's gone." "It wasn't," Phoebe Geller said. "Our only healer just walked off after him." A slew of unhappy gazes were turned on Jason, who winced. "Sorry," he said.
Chapter 78.
Jason has the good biscuits. The group, now reduced to 7, made their way through the desert sand. This was proper desert, with blistering sun scouring any life out of the rolling dunes. There were no landmarks, so Jason checked his map from time to time. It unveiled nothing but empty desert as they passed through it, but he saw they were traveling in a dead straight line. Leading from the front, Phoebe Geller knew exactly where she was going. Jason had prepared thoroughly for the trip, even though it was expected to only last the day. Aside from the juice he picked up, he had ample supplies of food and water. He could get what he needed from spirit coins, but he had once found himself in the desert, benefiting from Farah having packed bottles of water. His oasis bracelet protected him from the heat, and he had plenty of spare water quintessence to fuel it. He also had his new boots, which were already paying off. While others were trudging through the sand, the magic of his boots made every step light and easy. He'd also brought along some combat items, as open desert was not an environment that played to his strengths. His belt had loops containing vials with various utility potions, along with the usual health and mana potions. The magic on the belt was designed to protect the vials from incidental damage. The belt also carried the sword Gary had made, in a scabbard on Jason's left hip. His snake-toothed dagger was sheathed on the right. He wore a bandolier diagonally across his chest, with 9 throwing darts sheathed into it. Each dart had a small, corded grip in different colors. 3 had a black cord, 3 had dark orange, with the last 3 being green. It quickly became clear which members of the group had joined Jason in making appropriate preparations. Humphrey, Phoebe, and Gabrielle were easily chatting as if strolling through a garden. The other 3 struggled with the sand underfoot and the sun overhead. They repeatedly used spirit coins to replenish their reserves. "This contract will cost us more coins than it gets us," one of them complained. "Then you should have prepared," Phoebe said. "Look at how comfortable Jason is." All eyes turned to Jason, sipping on an icy fruit drink. One of the exhausted adventurers narrowed her eyes at Jason. "Aren't you that guy with the evil powers?" Jason shot a withering look at Phoebe, who gave him a wink and a cheeky smile in return. Jason returned the drink to his inventory. One of his favorite things about the inventory power was that anything he took out was in the same state he put in. Food stayed fresh, drinks stayed cold. His food supply included bread straight from the oven that would stay warm and fresh until he took it out again. One of the adventurers Jason didn't know suddenly called out, "Everyone stop!" "What is it?" Phoebe asked. "There's something under the sand ahead of us," the adventurer called out. There were many kinds of perception powers. Some saw through darkness, like Jason's ability, while others had superior aura perception or could see magic. Common to the Earth essence was a tremor sense power, able to detect things in or on the ground over large distances. "Jason," Phoebe said, "you cost us our healer, so you're the bait." Jason nodded, walking ahead of the others as the starlight cloak formed around him. He kept a quick but measured pace, ready to react at any time. "How close?" he called back. "About a dozen meters in front of you." Jason stopped, drawing one of the green corded darts from his bandolier. It was a single-use magic item that would manifest a false aura on impact. He threw it into the ground, a dozen meters ahead of him, where it struck the sand. Sand exploded into the air as a monster erupted from the ground. It looked like a giant, emaciated shark, but with shell instead of skin, spidery crustacean legs, and huge pincers. A shab? It looked similar to the shabs Jason had encountered in the past, but at least triple the size. Instead of the red and purple coloration, it was sandy yellow. The creature skittered about, as if confused, then seemed to spot Jason and moved towards him. Jason walked towards the creature, in turn, as he drew another dart. This one had a black cord, and he tossed it at the creature. The dart bounced off its shell, the impact triggering the dart. Darkness burst out of the dart, shadows engulfing the creature in defiance of the glaring sun. It wasn't complete darkness. Instead, a murky region of roiling shadow. Jason continued forwards, casually walking into the dark mass as if he hadn't noticed it. The other adventurers looked on as Jason vanished into the shadows. "What is that thing?" Humphrey asked. "A sand shab," Phoebe said. "Bigger than the aquatic variety. Likes to drag victims under the sand instead of underwater." "Should we help?" Gabrielle asked. Alien shrieks of monstrous rage came from within the darkness. "I wouldn't bother," Jason said, suddenly next to them. Phoebe looked between Jason and the darkness, into which he had vanished. "Teleport?" she asked. "Shadow teleport," Jason said. "What shadow?" Jason looked down, and she followed his gaze to see he was standing in her own shadow. "That's sneaky." "The monster isn't dead," Gabrielle pointed out. Angry cries were still emerging from the patch of shadow, which was fading away. They could see the outline of the monster within. "The darkness fades over time," Jason said. "It'll last about 30 seconds total." He casually restocked his bandolier darts from his inventory. In his other hand was his dagger, blade slick with yellow ichor. He took out a rag and started wiping it clean. "What about the monster?" Gabrielle asked. "It'll last about 50 seconds total," Jason said. "That's a guess, since I'm going to try a new ability." The last vestiges of the magic shadow faded, the shab scrambling around in confusion. It spotted the adventurers and headed in their direction. Jason?" Humphrey said. "Yes, Humphrey?" "It's coming this way." "Shabs aren't very quick," Jason said. "I just need those afflictions to stack up a little more." He finished cleaning his dagger, returning it to its sheath. He glanced over at the approaching shab. It wasn't built for forwards movement, skittering side to side as it came. He raised an arm in its direction, chanting out a spell. "Suffer the cost of your transgressions." Black spread out across the shell of the monster, as if it were passing into shadow. Its hectic skittering slowed to an uneasy stagger. When one of its shell-encrusted legs crumbled like dry, stale bread, it collapsed to the ground. More of its shell broke apart to reveal blackened, withered flesh. It didn't get back up. Ability: Punition, Doom. Spell cost: Moderate mana. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Current rank: Iron 0, 0.1%. Effect: Iron. Inflicts necrotic damage for each curse, disease, poison, and unholy affliction the target is suffering. Jason?" Humphrey asked. "Yes, Humphrey?" "What just happened to that monster?" "Massive necrosis." "I'm not sure what that means." "Well," Jason said, "you know what happens to a body when it dies. A regular body, I mean, not a monster body." "I'm roughly familiar," Humphrey said. "I convinced its body to do that," Jason said. "Just very quickly, and while it was still alive." Jason?" "Yes, Humphrey?" "Are you that guy with the evil powers?" "I hope you get eaten by a shab." The 7 adventurers continued their trek through the desert. The 3 Jason didn't know were bringing up the rear, sweat pouring out of them as they were still forced to replenish themselves with spirit coins. Phoebe and Gabrielle were together, glancing over at Jason and Humphrey talking loudly. "How did so many people even see it?" Jason complained. "It was just that archer distributing copies, right?" "Actually, my mother started to help," Humphrey said. Our people have a lot of family pride, which is good, but she doesn't want us veering into, let's call it, Thadwick territory. So she started showing people a recording of some random guy no one has heard of, going 1 versus 5 with a bunch of your family members? That's the basic idea, yes. She could have asked, Jason said. I thought the whole point was to intimidate people. Yeah, well, that was my chuny tendencies getting away from me. Now everyone thinks I control monsters. How would I not be the strongest iron ranker in Greenstone if I could control hundreds of trap weavers? What are chuny tendencies? My powers aren't evil, Jason said. You breathe fire. Burning to death isn't exactly a fun way to go. You do have a leech colony living inside you. Lots of people have summoned familiars. Humphrey's familiar, Stash, was happily walking along next to Humphrey's feet. He barked happily, like a dog, which was a little odd given that he was currently a lizard. Who's a good boy? Jason said, prompting Stash to transform into a small bird and flutter up onto Jason's shoulder. Jason took a biscuit from his inventory and held it up for the bird, who turned into a puppy and snuffled it out of Jason's hand. Jason used the empty hand to stop the enthusiastic puppy from falling down. You spoil him, Humphrey said. He deserves it. Stash yapped his agreement, spilling crumbs. From where she was walking beside Phoebe, Gabrielle looked on unhappily. Why does he like Jason more than me? She asked. Which one? Phoebe asked. Humphrey or Stash? That earned her a sharp elbow. As Gabrielle had the might essence, it sent Phoebe reeling. Sorry, Gabrielle said with a wince. Phoebe regained her balance, shaking her head. Maybe you should carry biscuits around, Phoebe suggested, nodding at Jason feeding the puppy another one. Biscuits for who? Gabrielle asked. Humphrey or Stash? Phoebe laughed. I actually did try that, Gabrielle confessed. I think Jason has better biscuits than me. He makes them himself. I didn't think you knew Jason that well, Phoebe said. The goddess told me. The goddess told you he makes his own biscuits? She seems strangely interested in him. Oh? I saw them together, briefly. It was a weird atmosphere. You don't suppose she's, interested? Dear gods, no, Gabrielle laughed. I think it's because he's an outworlder. He doesn't act the way other people do. She said he's dangerous. How can that guy be dangerous to a goddess? Not to her, Gabrielle said. To me. She thinks he's a threat to impressionable young minds. She'd know, I guess, Phoebe said. Suddenly, the adventurer with the tremor sense called out in alarm. Everyone stop! What is it? Phoebe asked. There's something around us. All around us. Everyone went on alert, scanning the empty desert terrain. Is it in the sand? Humphrey asked. I think it is the sand.
Chapter 79. Sand Everywhere. Chaos erupted as the sand came to life all around them, surging like waves. From the empty desert, they were suddenly surrounded, the sand rising up to take a variety of crude forms. None were any larger than a person, but there were dozens of them, from misshapen torsos like half-melted snowmen, to sharks swimming through the sand like it was water. The shapes were all poorly formed, without delicate features. New quest. Elemental Ambush. You have been surrounded by sand elementals. Defeat them before your team is overwhelmed. Objective. Defeat lesser sand elemental attack. Reward. Quintessence. Sand elementals! Jason heard Phoebe shout over the sudden chaos. Use powerful attacks to completely break up their forms, or they'll just recover! Jason released his aura as he felt others wash over him. You are in the area of an ally's Dragon Might aura. Your power and spirit attributes are increased.
You are in the area of an ally's Presence of the Master aura. The effect of your essence abilities is increased. He could easily sense Humphrey and Phoebe through their auras. Gabrielle and one of the other adventurers also projected auras, but they didn't seem to affect him. Unfortunately, Jason's own aura was unlikely to have a large impact on the fight. Ability, hegemony, sin. Aura, holy, unholy. Cost, none. Cooldown, none. Current rank, Iron 3, 14%. Effect, Iron. Allies within the aura have increased resistance to afflictions, while enemies within the aura have their resistance to afflictions reduced. Enemy resistances are further reduced for each instance of sin they are afflicted with. He doubted creatures made of sand would be using any afflictions, and his own would certainly not affect them. For that reason, he drew the sword Gary had made for him instead of his dagger. By the time it cleared the scabbard, Humphrey was already in motion beside him. Dragon-scale armor shimmered into existence around Humphrey as an enormous, wing-shaped sword appeared in his hand. He swept it in a wide arc at the three elementals closest to himself and Jason. They exploded as the sword hit them, showering Humphrey and Jason in sand as the sword didn't even slow down. "You good?" Humphrey asked Jason. Jason's starlight cloak manifested around him. "Do your thing, mate." Humphrey nodded as dragon wings appeared on his back. They launched him into the air, beating to hold him aloft as he surveilled the team. Phoebe was fine, blasting huge chunks off elementals with explosive palm strikes. Gabrielle had conjured a huge iron staff that was twirling around her like she was putting on a show. Any elemental foolish enough to get close was torn apart by its powerful momentum. Two of the other adventurers were holding their own, back to back against the elementals, while the last was alone and already struggling. Humphrey didn't know him before they teamed up, but seeing he was an elf, the man was almost certainly a spellcaster. Close combat was likely to be the man's least favorable circumstance, so Humphrey dived in immediately. Humphrey's wings pushed up hard, sending him plunging into a dive bomb special attack. Hurtling out of the sky, his feet smashed apart an elemental as he passed through it to land, the wings on his back vanishing as his sword lashed out. The might essence was one of the most common essences to be found, yet also one of the most highly regarded. Even someone as privileged as Humphrey, who had his pick of essences, had chosen to use it. It was a simple essence, with simple abilities. Mighty Strength, for example, was exactly what the name suggested. As the most common ability of the most popular common essence, it was the single most common essence ability in the entire world. No one needed to have explained what made the might essence so popular, but anyone would think Humphrey was going out of his way to demonstrate. He swung his enormous sword with power and precision, as if it weighed almost nothing. Every elemental it touched blew up like a car in an 80s action movie, showering the area with sand. After clearing some space, Humphrey spared a glance for the beleaguered elf, who looked at him with gratitude. "Keep them off me, and I can take a bunch of them out," the elf told him. "Do what you need to do," Humphrey said. "I've got you." In the meantime, Jason was dealing with elementals of his own. He lashed out with his sword, to minimal effect. Special Attack, Punish, has inflicted sin on Lesser Sand Elemental. Lesser Sand Elemental is immune to afflictions. Sin does not take effect. Affliction immunity has triggered an effect on Weapon, Dread Salvation. Weapon, Dread Salvation, has gained an instance of Stonecutter. Jason lashed out with quick light strikes, putting a special attack into each one. The blade barely finished making a cut before sand removed any trace, but that was never the goal. Each failed affliction triggered the effect of his sword, which grew more powerful with every strike. Stonecutter, Magic, Stacking. All attacks deal additional resonating force damage, highly effective against physical defenses. Additional instances have a cumulative effect. Every attack started blasting sand off the elementals, but had yet to leave a lasting impact. The sword might not deter the encroaching elementals, but he had an answer for that. He would keep one elemental to build up stacks with his sword, a sluggish, snowman-shaped one, too slow to pose a real threat. At others, he would lash out with kicks, not hitting the creatures, but slicing his foot past them.
As he did, a razor whip of black shards extended from his boot, cutting through the elemental and scattering it to the winds. I love these boots. Item: Sand Cutter Boots. Iron rank, rare. Boots crafted with the chitin of a sand cutter, inheriting some of its power. Apparel: boots. Effect: improved ability to walk on sand. Effect: increased jump height and distance. Effect: enhanced kick attack. Highly effective against enemies with strong earth affinity. It was taking time to accumulate power onto Jason's sword, but with dozens of elementals still swarming them, he was in no danger of running out. With every attack, the sword's power grew. Sand started blasting off the elementals as it landed, leaving noticeable gouges. He became more aggressive, lashing out with his sword and his razor whip boots. The sword kept getting stronger until it was carving a path through the elementals. By the time he fought his way over to Humphrey, Jason's sword had joined his boots in taking down elementals at a single blow. Humphrey had set about keeping the elementals off the spellcaster. By the time Jason reached them, the elf behind Humphrey had gathered a huge sphere of white and fire-orange magic over his head. Looking up at it with a wild grin, he started chanting. "Fire and air, fuel and feast, come forth and devour the vortex beast." "Hey, that rhymes," Jason said, as they watched the orb drift slowly over their heads, drifting towards the largest mass of elementals. Heat and wind washed over them as it passed. Then they heard the elf behind them yell out, "Run!" They turned to see the elf already following his own advice, sprinting away from his own spell at top speed. Jason and Humphrey glanced at one another and did the same. A few seconds later, there was a cacophonous explosion behind them as a force wave blasted them off their feet. Jason pushed himself up from where he had sprawled in the sand, head ringing from the noise. All he could hear was a rushing sound, like the ocean. Kneeling in the sand, he wavered, unsteadily. Humphrey tapped his arm and pointed where the elf had gotten back up and continued running. Jason nodded and, after a dizzy false start, followed, picking up his sword from where he'd dropped it. Jason staggered forward, an equally unsteady Humphrey at his side. They caught up to the elf, who had stopped to avoid running into elementals from the other direction. Still unable to hear, Jason felt the air stirring, loose sand flittering along the ground. Looking back the way they had come, he saw a burning orb surrounded by a vortex of air, dragging things into it. Closer to the orb, the suction was clearly more powerful, sucking up the sand elementals as they struggled to escape. Those that were caught up passed through the orb, splattering out the back as gobbets of molten sand. Humphrey tapped Jason on the shoulder again, gesturing the other way. Jason looked to see Phoebe and Gabrielle handling the elementals just fine by themselves. The adventurers fighting back to back were doing less well, as elementals converged on them. Jason took a healing potion from his belt, Humphrey doing the same from his own. They each thumbed the stoppers off their vials and drained the contents. Jason's head cleared, the rushing noise in his ears replaced with actual sound. Behind them, they could hear the suction of the vortex. Ahead of them was what sounded like muffled explosions, as Phoebe blasted apart elementals with bare-handed special attacks.
From Gabrielle's direction was a regular smacking sound as her iron staff burst open more elementals with raw strength. "Your lady friend is kind of scary," Jason told Humphrey. "Not the time, Jason," Humphrey said, wings appearing briefly as he used a special attack to leap away. He landed like a grenade near the pair of struggling adventurers, sweeping away elementals.
Jason took a couple of steps and used the leaping power of his boots to follow, arriving in the space Humphrey had just cleared. "You have to make time for relationships," Jason said, his sword cutting through an elemental. "Time and communication." The two adventurers they had come to support went from almost overwhelmed to completely unnecessary. Humphrey and Jason each took a side of the pair and moved around them, clearing out elementals like they were trimming a hedge. Humphrey and Jason had very different fighting styles. Humphrey used strength and the weight of his heavy sword. Solid as a rock, his subtle but crucial footwork was the foundation of his balance, as he swung a sword heavier than he was. His sweeping strikes looked simple, but their power and precision were exacting. Jason's style was more like an acrobatic dance. His sword was much smaller, smashing elementals apart not with power, but with a considerable magic it had built up over the fight. The blade flickered in his hand, elementals scattering into clouds of sand on contact. His feet moved just as fast, and not always on the ground. Launching into a spinning leap, his razor-whip boots each took down an elemental before he landed, his movement never stopping. The vortex bomb was the tipping point of the battle, letting the group get a handle on the elemental's huge numbers. As the last one fell, the group came together, exhausted. They stood around, hands on knees, or lay down, ignoring the heat of the sand. Jason took out a fruit drink, slurping loudly to the envy of the others. Humphrey shook his head as identical paper cups appeared from his own void storage space. "Gemberries?" Jason asked Humphrey, who nodded as he handed one of the large cups to Gabrielle. She gave him a dazzling smile before happily sipping at the juice drink. Phoebe looked around the group with a weary grin. Only the elf and the two adventurers who fought together were injured, and nothing more than bruises. Sand elementals weren't very dangerous individually, at least not ones that small. It was their numbers that made them a threat. "Now you know why we send such big teams when we go out into the dunes," Phoebe told the group. "That's rough," Jason said unhappily, shifting uncomfortably on the spot. "That's really rough." "We did warn you that we would be going into the desert," Phoebe told him. "What?" Jason asked absently, putting away his drink and taking out a bottle of crystal wash. "Oh, not that." He tipped the bottle into his pants. "I meant literally rough. I have sand everywhere." Chapter 80. It's not work if you love what you do. After half a day of trudging through the desert, the group finally spotted the Spirit Coin Farm. From the outside, all that could be seen was a high wall. It was still some distance off, but the group appreciated a landmark in the featureless ocean of sand. "How exactly does a spirit coin farm work?" Jason asked. "Spirit coins don't grow on trees, do they?" "You really don't know?" Mose asked. Mose Cavendish was the elf who fired off the vortex bomb of fire and wind against the sand elementals. The fight had instilled a sense of camaraderie in the group, with Jason acquitting himself well enough to dispel the group's earlier dissatisfaction. "Jason is from another world," Humphrey said. "You should get used to explaining things to him." "Another world?" "That's right," Jason said. "To answer your question," Humphrey said, "spirit coins do not grow on trees." "I guess that would be a spirit coin orchard," Jason said. "Another world, as in a whole other world?" Mose asked. "That's right," Jason said. "So, where do spirit coins come from?"
As in, not this world? Mose asked. It's an alternate universe, Jason said. An alternate universe? It's not that big a deal. Not that big a deal? I think you broke Mose, Humphrey said. He's just repeating words now. Am I ever going to hear about the spirit coins? Jason asked. They make them out here in the farms, Humphrey said. They have these special molds that cause magic to crystallize. It's a delicate process, though. Changes in the ambient magic can ruin whole batches, which is why they have the farms out here. No activity, no life. Very stable ambient magic. There must be interesting ramifications of pumping more and more coins into the economy, Jason said. The Magic Society manages all of that, Humphrey explained. It's the main source of their political power, and the reason it's important the Magic Society stays politically neutral. Like the Adventure Society, Jason said pointedly. Yes, Humphrey said. It doesn't always work out that way. Gabrielle wandered closer to join their conversation. Did you know that spirit coins are Greenstone's largest export? She asked. Most people think it's the green stone because of the name, but it's actually spirit coins, especially the lesser ones. The farms out here in the desert produce almost 3% of the lesser coins used worldwide. I did, Humphrey said. Most of these farms are operated by my family, or the Mercers. Under Magic Society regulation, of course. Of course, she said, lightly slapping her own head. This coin farm is Geller something, isn't it? Geller 7, Humphrey said. How does that work, though? Mose asked. I mean, a whole other world? Get it together, Mose, Jason said. Get it together? Your very existence fundamentally reshapes my understanding of reality. Try going through that while a bunch of people are trying to eat you, Jason said. Is that some kind of metaphor? Mose asked. No, Jason said. No, it isn't. Why is so much of the spirit coin farming done in this region? Wouldn't it be easier to have more localized production? It's because of the low magic, Gabrielle said. Most areas in the world have too high a magical density to produce lesser coins. The smallest denomination they can manage is usually iron rank, or even bronze rank in highly magical areas. So why not just make iron coins the basic currency? Jason asked. They're too valuable, Humphrey said. The values of spirit coins aren't arbitrary. If a farm can produce 1,000 lesser coins at a time, the same size farm could only produce 10 iron coins or 1 bronze coin. And higher-ranked coins aren't very useful for everyday life, Gabrielle said. Almost all the magic devices in a home or business run on lesser coins. Lamps, showers. Higher-rank ones would burn them out. Some larger infrastructure works on more powerful coins. The loop line, for example. The conditions in which you can locate a spirit coin farm are hard to come across, Gabrielle added. Finding a low magic area with the kind of stability you get out here in the desert is rare. Somewhere as livable as the Delta, so close to the desert here, is perfect. Greenstone was founded because it was such a perfect place for low-end spirit coin farms. Even then, there are no guarantees, Humphrey said. Volatile weather can affect the ambient magic enough to ruin whole batches. Same if a monster spawns nearby, or some adventurer runs around using abilities. That's why we won't be allowed near the spirit coin farm itself. They'll make us wait outside the walls. How do they stop monster spawns? Jason asked. They don't, Humphrey said. If one appears too close to a farm, you just have to eat the loss. So, how did you get here? Mose asked. Do you have some kind of ship that can cross between universes? Still with this, Mose? Jason asked. A cannibal summoned me by accident. Are you just making things up now? Mose asked. Jason stopped short, his whole body frozen. His face turned pale, visibly shaken. You got me, Mose, Jason said. I guess I always knew this day would come. This whole thing is an elaborate ruse. I'm actually a failed actor using an array of magical devices to fake being an adventurer from another world. He shook his wearily hanging head. Nothing for it now but to walk off into the desert, alone. What is happening right now? Mose asked. I have no idea what's going on. Don't worry about him, Mose, Humphrey said. Just remember that if you're talking to Jason and you get confused, he's probably up to something.
If you're talking to Jason and you're not confused, then he's definitely up to something. Well, that's just hurtful, Jason said. The walls of the Spirit Coin Farm were 5 meters tall, made from yellow desert stone. The gates were small, clearly not designed for a lot of traffic. Outside the gate was a fairly large area of tiled ground, scattered with desert sand. The sole feature of the tiled area was a gazebo, providing shade for adventurers to wait in. It was around an hour after they arrived that Phoebe came back through the gate she had entered alone. She had another person with her as she exited, plus a trio of wagons running behind. These wagons were the non-magical Heidel-drawn variety, and were longer, wider, and definitely heavier than other wagons Jason had seen. They were all constructed from sturdy metal, to the point of looking like old-timey train cars. Each wagon took 8 Heidels just to move at a crawl. The narrow wheels looked like the exact wrong thing to take onto sand, and the wagons seemed generally useless for desert travel. They stopped in the middle of the tiled expanse, and the adventurers left the gazebo for a closer look. You're going to like this, Humphrey said to Jason. Each of the wagons had 2 people on it, who got off and moved around behind them. The back of the wagons folded down into a ramp, down each of which slid a vehicle. They looked a lot like the airboat Jason had ridden on with Clive, and Jason's face lit up with glee. Some kind of sandboat? He asked. We call them sand skimmers, Humphrey said. They operate on magic, obviously, so they have to be wagoned out of the farm before charging them up. Don't want any loose magic in your Spirit Coin Farm? Jason guessed. Exactly, Humphrey said. As they drew closer, the people unloading the wagons paused to greet young Master Humphrey. Jason opened his mouth to start off about disproportionate class systems, then stopped himself, shaking his head in self-recrimination. What is it? Humphrey asked him. It's nothing. Really? Humphrey asked. Since when do you hold back an opinion? Humphrey, opening my mouth wide enough to fit my foot in it already cost us a healer. It's past time I learned to keep it shut. It wouldn't be you if you didn't go into a rant about something, Humphrey said. Just let it out. Jason looked at Humphrey warily. Look, Jason said. It's just that you were born as the employer of these people, and they were born to work for you. Just so you know, Humphrey said, these men earn more money than an iron rank adventurer. Really? They work in a giant money workshop, Humphrey said. That makes loyalty important. Also, they have to work in the middle of the desert, which deserves fair compensation. Do they live out here? While they're working, yes, Humphrey said. They do stints out here, then go back to their families with all the money they made. After working the farms for a few years, they gain a small part ownership. In our farms, at least, the Mercers don't do it that way. That's the rub, isn't it? Jason asked. If your family decided to screw these people over and leverage them into working for cheap while using draconian measures to keep them in line, what would stop you? Basic decency, Humphrey said. And there's the real problem, Jason said. The line between benevolence and oppression falls wherever your family says it does. That's real power. What happens when Thadwick Mercer is running his family operations? They wouldn't put him in charge.
His father is grooming him for exactly that. Doesn't say much for his father.
What about Cassandra? Humphrey asked. She's going full-time adventurer, like her mother, Jason said.
Like you, for that matter.
Once the next monster surge is done, she's out of here. How do you know so much about the Mercers? Humphrey asked. I may have been spending some time with Cassandra, socially. I didn't think she had much time for young men, Humphrey said. Of course she does, Jason said. She just doesn't have time for boys. The workers finished sliding the sand skimmers down from the oversized wagons. The 3 vehicles were larger than the airboat Jason had been on. They were all flat-bottomed, with a large ring at the back for magic propulsion. There were 5 seats at the front, one front and center for the driver, with handlebar controls like a jet ski. Behind were 4 passenger seats, 2 by 2. Between the seats and the propulsion ring bringing up the rear was a flat area for cargo. This space was already filled on all 3 vehicles with stacked metal crates. The person who had come out of the farm with Phoebe on foot was the bronze rank adventurer taking charge of the team. It was another member of the Geller family, named Ernest. The resemblance to Humphrey was clear, with the same height and broad shoulders. Jason didn't assume a close relation, though, as all the Gellers looked like that. Phoebe was an Amazonian goddess almost a full head taller than Jason. If we have these things, Jason asked, looking over a sand skimmer, why did we walk all the way out here? Because picking you up would be an extra trip to the city for our drivers, and we don't care if you have to walk all the way, Ernest said. We use the skimmers to take coins to the city and bring back supplies. If you want to use one yourself, go buy it. That's a fantastic idea, Jason said. How much do they cost? You need the right essence ability to use them, Humphrey said. Boo, Jason jeered. Are you a child? Ernest asked. Mate, we're about to go flying across the desert in giant magic toboggans.
If that doesn't eke out any childlike wonder, then you might want to check your soul's still in there. He does have a point, Ern, Phoebe said, patting Ernest on the arm. Everyone just get on the skimmers, please, Ernest said. He shook his head at Phoebe, who flashed Jason a grin. Ernest and Phoebe took the first skimmer, while Jason sat behind Humphrey and Gabrielle on the second. Mose and the 2 remaining adventurers took the last one. 3 of the workers who had unloaded the skimmers took the front seat in each vehicle. Jason could sense the presence of a single essence from each driver's aura. A vulture-like bird came swooping out of the sky, then transformed into a sand-colored lizard, flailing its limbs in the air as it fell into Humphrey's arms. I've had Stash scouting as a bird, Humphrey said. I waved him off when we were fighting the elementals. I didn't want anyone mistaking him for another monster. My familiar wasn't much good there either, Jason said. Leeches don't eat sand. The driver started feeding spirit coins into a slot next to his seat, and the vehicle powered up with an audible hum. Sigils around the propulsion ring lit up, and the skimmer floated 1/2 meter into the air. Coin-operated, Jason laughed. I love it. Soon the skimmers were rushing over the desert sand, hot air whipping into the passengers' faces. Like the airboat, the sand skimmer's propulsion rings drew in air from the front to blast out the back. In the arid desert, this dried the eyes out quickly. The drivers all wore goggles, as did Humphrey, who gave an extra pair to Gabrielle. What happened to bros before hoes? Jason called out over the blasting air of the propulsion ring. I don't know what that means, Humphrey called back, but it feels like I should respect you less for having said it. That's fair, Jason said. As they rushed along, Jason kept from looking forward to avoid the worst of the dry eye effect. That made him the first one in the vehicle to spot a fast-moving object approaching from the side. It was another skimmer, but larger than their own. There were at least 8 people aboard, with a canvas awning cover to shade them from the sun. It was veering in on an intercept course. Jason pointed them out to Humphrey, who narrowed his eyes gravely at the approaching vehicle.
"They're after the shipment," he said loudly.
"Sand pirates!" Jason exclaimed with glee, breaking into a wild laugh. He threw his arms jubilantly into the air.
"I love being an adventurer!"
Chapter 81. Crazy Desperation Move. Jason looked around and saw that multiple sand skimmers were converging on the three occupied by his group. Compared to their own skimmers, the ones pursuing them were made for passengers rather than cargo, with extra seats and awnings to shield them from the sun. Jason grinned, knowing they were about to pay for the comfort the shade offered them. The other skimmers were also faster, not weighed down by shipments of coin.
"I can't feel their auras at this distance," Jason called out.
He had to speak loudly over the air rushing through the propulsion ring of the skimmer.
"Me neither,"
Humphrey said. Gabrielle, in the seat next to Humphrey, stood up. The speed of the skimmer didn't seem to bother her as she stood solid as a rock, head swiveling around.
8 enemy skimmers," she said. "Each one has 7 or 8 people, most of which have at least one essence, with either 1 or 2 iron rankers per skimmer. No bronze rankers."
The team's skimmers were running side by side, while the enemy skimmers were closing in on the back and side of their formation.
"Which one do you want?"
Jason asked Humphrey. Humphrey pointed out the pair of skimmers behind them.
"Stash and I will take 1 each," he said.
"I'll take the 2 coming in on our left then," Jason called out.
"Can you get over to them?"
Humphrey asked.
"No worries,"
Jason said, as his cloak appeared around his body. Then the cloak was empty as Jason appeared under the shade awning of one of the skimmers, where he got his first good look at the pirates. They were human, ethnically distinct from the humans that dominated Greenstone. They looked, to Jason's eyes, more like African natives, with darker skin and wild shocks of curly hair. Jason's sudden appearance in their midst startled the passengers of the enemy skimmer. Before they could react, Jason pushed back the protective sheath on a razor tied to the inside of his forearm. He sliced the back of his hand with it and aimed the shallow cut at the pirates. Leeches sprayed from the wound, scattering over the pirates closely packed together on the skimmer. They immediately went wild with panic. The driver hadn't seen Jason's appearance, only heard his fellows react, before feeling a couple of leeches latch onto his skull. This prompted the wild swerving that was noticed by the other nearby skimmer, which moved closer to investigate. As sand pirates screamed panic around him, clutching at the leeches crawling onto them, Jason steadied himself by gripping one of the poles that held up the awning. With his other hand, he took out one of his bandolier darts, one with a red cord grip. He saw the second skimmer closing in and tried to gauge its pace as it moved over the sand. Conveniently, it was approaching in a straight line. Jason threw the dart, which struck the sand right in front of the skimmer. It sailed over the dart, which exploded underneath it. There wasn't enough force to do more than superficial damage, but it pushed up the skimmer's back end, tipping the front end down in turn. The front of the skimmer dug into the sand, but the skimmer's speed didn't halt the momentum. The skimmer flipped over, flying through the air before landing upside down. Jason's own skimmer was slowing down as the driver focused on removing leeches from his head and back. Jason used the leaping power of his boots to jump out as his cloak manifested around him. He drifted gently down to the sand. He glanced over at the skimmer haphazardly moving away from him, confident that Team Colin could handle a few sand pirates. He turned his attention to the flipped-over skimmer. The poles that had held up the awning were never designed to hold the skimmer's weight, and collapsed. The propulsion ring had warped and was no longer blowing out air, but it maintained enough integrity to prop the skimmer up at an angle. Some of the pirates had been tossed free as the skimmer flipped, and he could see others struggling to crawl out from under it. Jason drew his dagger and moved in to finish them before they recovered. When Jason teleported away from his team's skimmer, Humphrey stood up, Stash the lizard tucked into one arm. He pointed at one of the skimmers behind them. "Drop!" he commanded, then threw the lizard high into the air. Stash turned into a small bird, fluttering in the direction Humphrey had pointed. As the skimmer passed under it, Stash turned from a bird into an enormous sand shab, as large as the skimmer itself. Under the shade awning, the sand pirates didn't see the tiny bird transform into a monster that crashed down on them. They were just pressed into the bottom of the skimmer by a massive, unknown weight. The skimmer itself was built for speed rather than heavy cargo, and the magic holding it aloft was overcome. It splashed into the sand, landing flat and heavy so it didn't flip. The propulsion ring whined loudly before cutting out as the skimmer came to an abrupt stop. Stash sat on top of it, his crustacean legs squatting over the sides. The moment he had released Stash into the air, Humphrey turned to Gabrielle. "Protect the skimmer?" She nodded, and he teleported away. Instead of putting himself onto a skimmer like Jason, he appeared directly in front of one. He stared at the driver, who glared back and aimed the skimmer right for him. Humphrey's huge wing-shaped sword appeared in his hands. Its length was the equal of Humphrey's considerable height, and his feet dug into the sand as he braced to swing its enormous weight. He gathered the power within himself, ready to unleash his strongest special attack. As the skimmer came upon him at speed, he made a huge overhead swing, bringing the blade crashing down. The sword smashed through the awning, through the driver, through two of the pirates behind the driver, through the base of the skimmer, and buried itself in the sand. The skimmer stopped dead, the front half split down the middle and jammed into the ground with the sword. The propulsion ring cut out, and the passengers, dead or alive, were tossed forwards by momentum, sailing past Humphrey to be dumped in the sand. The sword was buried to the hilt in sand, so Humphrey let the magically constructed object disappear. He conjured a new sword into his right hand, this one much smaller. Like his larger sword, it was highly stylized, but instead of a dragon's wing, it looked like that of an angel, the blade assembled from feathers of razor-edged silver and gold. He leveled it at the pirates, groaning where they had fallen in the sand. From their dark skin and wild hair, he could see they were northerners, so he spoke to them in their language. "I am now accepting surrender." The team regrouped after all 8 of the attacking skimmers were destroyed. Humphrey and Jason took out 2 each on their side, while on the other, the bronze rank Ernest had dealt with 3. The final pirate skimmer had an encounter with Moses' fire vortex bomb, being reduced to a shattered wreck of warped metal. Jason stood over the bodies of the men he had killed, looking grimly down at them. Sparring with Humphrey and Rufus had given him an inflated opinion of average skill levels, and finishing the pirates who survived the crash had been contemptuously easy. Too easy for taking a life. He tapped a boot to one of them. "Uste Raider has no loot." He made his way to where the other skimmer had drifted to a stop. The pirates were all dead, courtesy of Colin. Where the corpses weren't pale and drained, they were blackened with rot. He cut his hand with the forearm razor, holding it out for the leeches to return. The cut quickly closed afterwards, as if it had never been there at all. The cargo skimmers turned back to pick up Jason, Humphrey, and Ernest, who had all left the skimmers to fight. Humphrey was the last to be picked up, waiting next to the ruins of a skimmer with 4 prisoners on their knees in front of him. Jason and Gabrielle hopped off the skimmer as it pulled to a stop. Gabrielle moved to Humphrey's side, while Jason examined the wreckage of the pirate skimmer. He could see it had been split down the middle and driven into the ground with a single, ludicrous blow. "What did this?" he asked. "Special attack," Humphrey said. "It's called Unstoppable Force." "I can see why," Jason said. Another skimmer arrived, Ernest and Phoebe stepping off to join the others. "Did you get anything out of them?" Ernest asked, nodding at the pirates. They're all northerners, Humphrey said. Ustay tribe nomads, from the hair and clothes. I have no idea what they're doing this far south, and they aren't talking.
Why would they attack a spirit coin convoy? Phoebe asked. If they knew enough to intercept it, then they had to know it would be covered in adventurers. That's a crazy desperation move.
The 4 prisoners knelt in the hot sand, glaring up at their captors. Do they look like beaten men to you? Ernest asked.
No, Phoebe said.
Could be just courage, Ernest said. But maybe take a look around, Humphrey. Humphrey nodded, vanishing as he teleported high into the air. Dragon's wings appeared on his back, holding him aloft as he looked around. From this high, he could see the city and the green of the delta. In the other direction, some of the spirit coin farms. Closer, he saw something moving over the sand. At first glance, he thought it was an enormous monster with 3 heads, but he realized it was some kind of highly stylized vehicle. Too big for any monster lower than silver rank, there was a rigidity to its motion. It moved smoothly over the sand, like a humongous sand skimmer. He let himself drop, using his wings to slow down as he neared the ground. Anything? Ernest asked. Sand barge, Humphrey said. Very big. We should get ready for another fight.
Chapter 82. Choices. I like the enthusiasm, Ernest said to Humphrey, but we shouldn't immediately rush to battle. What do you think, Phoebe? Our options are run or fight, Phoebe said. Their skimmers may have been faster than ours, but there's no way a sand barge would catch us. What do you think, Humphrey? Ernest asked. That barge was larger than any vehicle I've ever seen, Humphrey said. I've heard of the nomad tribe barges, and this was everything promised. I'd be willing to bet their whole tribe is on board. How would you approach fighting it then? Ernest asked. The barge will have their strongest people, Humphrey said. We'll definitely be outnumbered, and we don't have a healer. On the other hand, this first group may well have been trying to drive us into a waiting ambush. If we run only to fall into the lap of a larger, stronger team, the sand barge will catch us up when we're at our greatest disadvantage. If we're going to fight, it has to be on our terms. Do you think that's likely? Ernest asked. I didn't see anyone else from up in the sky, Humphrey said. But a shovel and some canvas sheeting can make you almost invisible out here. So what action do you suggest? Ernest asked. Attack the barge, Humphrey said. The nomad tribes get by on shock raids with huge numbers and a reputation for atrocity. They think tactics are for cowards and equipment is for the weak. Humphrey bent down and picked up a claw weapon he had taken from one of the prisoners, holding it up. They use weapons like this, or even none at all, he said. The nomad tribes are fearsome to an isolated community, but every time I've heard of them coming up against a trained and equipped group, they get torn apart, including this time. Something made them desperate enough to come south and attack a guarded convoy, but that didn't change the result. Humphrey looked out in the direction the barge was approaching from. We take the initiative, he said. Put them on the back foot, when they're used to being on the front foot. We move fast, hit hard, and take them apart before they can regroup. Ernest gave Humphrey an appraising look. You've changed, Hump, he said. I thought for sure you'd say, run. Humphrey cast a panicked look at Jason, wincing when Jason's face lit up like a child just handed an unexpected present. Did he just call you Hump? Jason asked Humphrey. Humphrey let out a sobbing groan. Are we doing what Hump suggested? Jason asked Ernest. If we're going to follow Hump's plan the way Hump laid it out, we need to get moving, don't we, Hump? I hate you, Humphrey said. That's all right, Hump, Jason said with a consoling slap on the back. If you're quite done, Ernest asked Jason. Don't worry about me and Hump, Jason said. Please stop saying Hump, Humphrey begged. No worries, Hump. I've got your back.
Ernest looked around the group. Staging an attack like this is outside my purview as team leader. I will not order any of you to participate. If anyone has any thoughts, let's hear them. Jason smiled to himself. He could see Ernest had already made up his mind and was just creating a teaching moment. "Do we even have time to stand around discussing this?" Gabrielle asked. "Humphrey?" Ernest asked. "With the speed it was moving," Humphrey said, "we have 5 to 10 minutes before the barge gets here." "Do we even know they're with these people?" Mose asked. "It sounds like that barge is far away." "We weren't making a straight line back to the city," Ernest said. "That's specifically to avoid interception. They needed fast skimmers to catch us, but they couldn't handle the weight of the coins. The most likely scenario is that the faster skimmers move to intercept us, with the slower barge following to pick up the loot. That leaves the question of whether we move towards it or away," Humphrey said. "Anyone?" Ernest asked. His gaze went over the group, who looked largely uncertain. When no one spoke up, Ernest looked to Jason, who was standing around with a casual lack of concern. He was also older than the other team members, even Ernest himself. "Mr. Asano," Ernest said, "what is your assessment?" "The instinctive reaction might be to neutralize the threat," Jason said, "but that isn't the job. We're not out here to catch pirates or wipe out bandit clans. That'll be the job they send the next group on. We're here to escort the coins. Attacking an unknown force with unknown capabilities significantly impacts the likelihood of the actual mission going wrong. I say we just get on the skimmers and go." "And if they have an intercepting force?" Ernest asked. "Then we handle it," Jason said. "We did handle this lot quickly enough," Phoebe said. "We'd most likely handle the next before the barge caught up. I vote we stay on task." "Same here," Mose said. "That barge isn't an immediate threat to anyone but us." "That's true," Humphrey acknowledged. "The only things out here are the spirit coin farms. Even if there's a whole clan of nomads in that barge, there's no way they'd get past the walls." Ernest looked around the group again. "All right," he said. "Humphrey, I love that you're thinking more actively. But you also have to know when to temper that drive. Everyone back on the skimmers. We're heading for the city." "What about the prisoners?" Jason asked. "They're your prisoners, Humphrey," Ernest said. "Your decision." "Leave them here," Humphrey said. "Let their friends come for them." The potential interdicting force never appeared, and the skimmers reached a relay station at the edge of the delta without further incident. The coins were loaded from the skimmers to heavy, armored carriages. These were the kind driven by magic rather than drawn by animals. Clive Standish was on hand as the Magic Society representative to inspect the coin boxes for tampering and check the carriages. With him was a team of guards belonging to the Duke of Greenstone. Most Essence users in Greenstone were a part of the Adventure Society, but the largest group in Greenstone who weren't was the Duke of Greenstone's household guard. They would be escorting the carriages through the delta roads to the city, where the coins would be stored in city-controlled warehouses for distribution and export. The spirit coin trade was the largest source of income in Greenstone, with many of the major local powers involved. The Geller and Mercer families produced the coins. The Adventure Society brought them in from the wilderness. The Duke of Greenstone saw to their dispensation, managed by the Magic Society. "Good day, Clive," Jason said, approaching the Magic Society official. "Good afternoon," Clive greeted, not turning away from his work. He was bent down, checking the underside of a carriage. "What are you doing?" Jason asked. "There was an incident several years ago where the carriages were tampered with," Clive said. "Some rather sophisticated artifice was used to suborn the magic that drives them. The drivers lost control, and the carriages drove themselves away." "That's kind of awesome," Jason said. "I know, right?" Clive said, glancing up with a grin.
The perpetrator was never caught, which is a shame. I'd love to discuss how they did it. That was before my time, though.
So why bother with all this? Jason asked. Why not just get someone with a storage power to stow the coins and move them?
There have been incidents in the past where the coins that went into the storage weren't the ones that came out, Clive said. It happened enough times in enough coin farms around the world that now everyone uses secure transport crates.
That was a long time ago, Humphrey said.
They changed the system here when my mother was still a girl. Are those skimmer drivers going to be all right to go back? Jason asked. No, they'll stay until the barge is taken care of, then go back with another escort just in case. In the meantime, they get some unexpected time at home with their families.
Too bad we didn't have another driver, Jason said. We could have salvaged that intact skimmer for some extra coin.
The only one not destroyed was full of bodies that looked like they'd been out there for weeks, Humphrey said. I wouldn't make someone drive that thing.
Good point. You want to get some juice after this? I'm all out, but Arash said he'd be at the Magic Society campus.
Humphrey leaned in closer, speaking quietly. Actually, I was thinking I could maybe ask Gabrielle, he said nervously.
Clive and Jason shared a glance, and Jason put a hand on Humphrey's shoulder. Good idea, Jason said. Go with God, my son.
Humphrey frowned in confusion. Which God? Do you mean the God of fertility? The one with all the provocative murals? I'm not looking to take things that far.
Wait, what God is this? Jason asked. Should I be checking out these murals? Jason wandered into Rufus, Farah, and Gary's suite, crashing down on a comfortable sofa. Farah was at the dining table, which had a half-dozen open books on it. She was scribbling in a notebook, occasionally looking up to read a passage or turn a page. She looked consumed in her work, so he didn't interrupt. After a few minutes, Jason heard the sounds of books closing, and Farah joined him in the lounge area, dropping into a plush armchair.
The furniture they have here is amazing, she said, luxuriating in the chair. I wonder where they get it.
There's a craftsman out in the Delta, Jason said. He uses all local materials.
How do you know that?
Madame Landry told me, Jason said.
The landlady? Farah asked. How do you get along with people so well when you seem bound and determined to annoy them?
That's rich people, Jason said. Aristocrats and such. Why would I mess with decent, ordinary people? Madame Landry is a small business owner who works very hard to run a quality establishment. I have nothing but respect for that.
But you're a rich person, Farah said.
And am deserving of challenge as such, Jason said. You know, Humphrey took me to task the other day. Once I cooled off, I realized that there was some insight in parts of what he said. Self-awareness after the fact does seem to be a pattern for you, Farah said. I've been on the receiving end of that myself. You were right then, too, Jason said wearily. What you said about killing people.
Did something happen on your job today?
We were attacked, Jason said. I killed, I don't know, a dozen people.
How are you taking that?
Better than I'd like, to be honest. It was easy. I don't mean the fighting, although that too, but the killing. It should feel harder, shouldn't it? Adventurers have to be ready to act without hesitation. Honing that reflex to kill probably isn't good for the soul, but it'll keep you alive. It's not like I wasn't warned, Jason said. Rufus told me going in there would be a price. When he said that, I thought I could be different. The guy who doesn't kill. It was breathtakingly naive. Now, I don't know what to think. How I feel about it doesn't match what I think I should feel about it. I killed people. But if I'm being honest with myself, I had fun today. Everyone has to find their own balance, Farah said. For me, it's about what is deserved. If I kill someone, then they had it coming. I know you didn't like that we killed those cultists we captured when we cleared out the vein house, but they definitely had it coming. But that's my answer. You have to find your own." Jason nodded. "I think," he sighed,
I want my choices to make things better rather than worse.
"you want to be responsible for your own actions," Ferris said. "I can respect that. I think about Thadwick Mercer more than I should." "Why in the world would you think about him?" "I've kind of shown him up a couple of times," Jason said. "He's just so witless and malevolent that I don't feel bad about using him. It's very satisfying. But an entitled guy like that, you make him feel even a little powerless, and he'll take it out on the people he has power over. How many members of the Mercer household staff were raked over the coals because I couldn't help getting a few jabs in? What did those offsiders of his have to put up with after Thadwick made them refuse a contract? I don't imagine your intervention was required to get that boy to treat his people badly." "But expand that out," Jason said. "Choices have consequences, and I'm making life and death choices now. How many fathers did I kill today? How many brothers? How many sons?" Farah pushed herself out of the chair and sat next to Jason on the couch. "I think that as long as you keep asking yourself those questions," she said, "then you're going to be all right." They heard laughter coming from outside the room, and the door opened to let in Rufus and Vincent, the Adventure Society official with the enormous mustache. They were both slightly unsteady, and Rufus had a bottle of wine in hand. "Jason," Rufus said with the happiness of drink, "how did the job go?" "Well enough." "That's good," Rufus said. He wandered over to the door to the balcony and went outside, Vincent in tow. Both men were normally more formal, so it was easy to spot the easy intimacy in their body language. "When did that happen?" Jason asked. "A while ago," Ferris said. "You've been keeping yourself busy." "I guess I have," Jason said. "Coming to this city has been good for him," Ferris said.
He's more relaxed. There aren't as many eyes on him. It's hard to do better when everyone is watching your mistakes.
"Good for him," Jason said. "You know, I might go call on Cassandra. I could use a night out."
Chapter 83. It Makes No Difference, Though. The Ant. Jason spotted Phoebe Geller as he was walking through the grounds of the Adventure Society campus. She gave him a wave and approached. "There's an expedition being set up to go after that sand barge," she told him after they exchanged greetings. "We're going to find out what the Uste tribe is doing this far south and stop them from raiding any more spirit coin shipments. It's a big group with a silver rank in charge. Want me to get you on the list?"
"Absolutely."
She flashed him a pretty smile. "I'll give Humphrey the details. He'll find you."
"I don't doubt it."
They parted ways, and Jason entered the administration building. Albert was on the front desk, directing Jason to a part of the building he'd never been in before. He arrived at what looked like an outer office, with an official seated behind a desk, next to a door that led further on. The woman at the desk was reading a book, glancing up as Jason came in. She glanced down at a sheet of paper. "Mr. Asano?" she asked with a friendly smile.
"That's me."
"It shouldn't be long," she said. "Please take a seat."
"Thanks."
She gestured to a pair of chairs against the wall, one of which was occupied by an attractive young elf woman. Her appearance was quite different from Anissa, who looked like Nazis had grown her in a lab. This elf had the same willowy figure, but tawny skin and vibrant green eyes. Chestnut hair spilled down over her shoulders. Her clothes were in the loose-fit local style. Jason had been around enough now to spot the quality make and materials, but they were simple and didn't flaunt their undoubtedly expensive price. She was looking him over in turn and gave him a smile as he sat down next to her. He had met enough elves by this point to recognize her age at 18 or 19, which meshed with her iron rank aura. "Jason Asano," he said as he sat down. He offered his hand to the elf, who shook it.
I know, she said. I've seen the recording of you taking Rick Geller's team apart.
Jason groaned. I'm not as good as that recording makes out, Jason said. That situation was weighted very heavily in my favor. Also, I don't have evil powers. She laughed. You went 1 against 5 with a Geller family team, she said. Some would argue that no situation could be weighted heavily enough. The circumstances always matter, Jason said. We have a saying where I come from. Better lucky than good. Luck has saved my life more than once. Sounds like an exciting life, she said. I'm Beth Cavendish, by the way. The excitement is a new development, Jason said. Are you related to Mose Cavendish? My cousin, she said, nodding at the door next to the desk. I'm waiting for him now. He says good things about you, by the way. That's very nice of him, Jason said. I was really impressed by that crazy vortex power of his. He mentioned you were a bit odd. Something about being from another world and also cannibals. That would be the exciting new development I mentioned. Is that how you became involved with Rufus Remore? It was, Jason said. You know Rufus? He conducted my field assessment. He didn't fail you, did he? No, she said with a confident smile. He passed my whole team. Your whole team? He only gave 6 people a pass, right? 4 of which were my team, she said. The others were those 2 who followed Thadwick Mercer around. Such a waste of talent. Rufus said the same thing, Jason said. Is Mose on your team? No, Beth said. Mose is a little inconsistent to pass a Rufus Remore assessment. He's great when everything is going right, but needs a little help when things get sticky. The door next to the woman at the desk opened to admit Mose Cavendish into the room, looking rather flustered. Jason and Beth both stood up. Jason? Mose said. G'day, Mose.
You can go in now, Mr. Asano, the woman behind the desk said. No worries, Jason told her, nodding to Beth. Lovely to meet you, Beth Cavendish, he said. Always a pleasure, Mose. They made quick farewells, and Jason went through the door. On the other side was a chamber that looked similar to a nearly empty courtroom. There was a long, high judge's bench, but all the seating for lawyers, prosecutors, plaintiffs, and gallery were replaced with a solitary chair in the center of the room. 3 people were already sitting behind the bench. In the middle was the director of the Adventure Society, the elf, Elspeth Arella. Jason had only spoken with her the once, although he had spotted her from time to time at social events. To her left was Vincent, who Jason had last seen doing the walk of shame from the suite across the hall. To her right was another elf, an elderly woman. All 3 of them were looking at him with blank expressions. Jason looked around, then plopped down in the chair. We didn't say you could sit, the elderly elf said. Jason gave her a casual nod of acknowledgement. You're forgiven, he said, her lips thinning as she heard his response. I have found that people in your position tend to show us respect, the woman said. And I find people in your position, Jason countered, tend to confuse respect with obedience. Would you rather I come in here acting the way I think you want me to act? He gestured to himself. What you see is what you get. Do you think dishonesty is more respectful than the truth? Vincent was rolling his eyes, while Elspeth Arella's eyes twinkled with amusement. The woman asking the questions remained stony-faced. How would you rate your performance in the group contract you undertook 2 days ago? The woman asked, the other still silent. Critically poor. Explain. My inability to keep my big mouth shut cost the team 30% of its personnel, including the healer. As such, we engaged in multiple combat situations with crucial absences. You acknowledge responsibility for the altercation with Thadwick Mercer,
that led him and his team to refuse the contract at the last minute? Yes. Full responsibility? Yes. You don't lay any of this on Thadwick Mercer? Thadwick is what he is and doesn't know any better. I do, which made it my responsibility to be the bigger person for the sake of team cohesion. Instead, I chose to be small and petty. The woman looked at the other two. The way they conversed with glances alone showed their close working relationship. The woman turned back to Jason. "How would you rate your performance on this mission otherwise?" she asked. "Adequate." "Explain." "We encountered multiple combats, and the team handled them effectively. There weren't any shirkers. Everyone did their part, myself included." "You argued against eliminating the threat posed by the Uste tribe." "The job was to deliver coins, not get in a fight against unknown odds." "Overcoming superior numbers is a specialty of yours, is it not?" she asked. "You are aware of a widely disseminated recording of you in the Geller family's Mirage Arena. If you thought that edited recording was a valid basis on which to assess me," he said, "then you wouldn't be qualified to assess me at all." Again, the three of them shared a conversation of glances. "You were recently assigned a contract to clear out an infestation of rats in Old City," she said. "Stone chewer rats, yes. Your report stated that you killed all the rats." "That isn't accurate," Jason said. "Your report wasn't accurate?" "No, your characterization of my report wasn't accurate," he said. "My report stated that all the rats were killed, not that they were all killed by me. A number were killed by an additional monster, a rat gorger." "But you are certain all the rats were killed?" "Yes."
Why? I have an ability that helps me keep track of certain aspects of my activities.
"What is the nature of this ability?" "My own business." They locked eyes as he felt her bronze-rank aura press down on him. He held her gaze as his own aura was completely suppressed. "What if I told you that there were still stone-chewer rats being found in Old City?" she asked. "Two scenarios come to mind as being most likely," Jason said. "One would be a second rat colony having spawned. The other would be that you're trying to shake my confidence that the original colony was eliminated fully, which you have not." Jason spotted Vincent nodding to himself. "You did not request a bonus payment after encountering the rat gorger," the woman said. "That's correct. You haven't requested a bonus for any of the contracts and adventure board notices you have completed, several of which would certainly have been approved." "I'm not concerned with a few spirit coins here or there," Jason said. "If I do enough to warrant an awakening stone, I imagine someone will tell me." "You've been undertaking contracts at a rapid pace," the woman said. "If not for money, then why?" "I've been told I need to get stronger for what is to come." "By Rufus Remore?" "He has been telling me to get stronger," Jason said. "But I was actually thinking of someone I met at the Temple of Knowledge." A powerful aura washed over the room, visibly alarming the panel.
Name dropper?
A female voice whispered, somehow both quiet enough to feel intimate and loud enough to fill the chamber. "Do you mind?" Jason asked the empty air. "I'm kind of in the middle of a thing here." With a chuckle, the aura vanished. The three panelists stared wide-eyed at Jason. "Sorry," he apologized, with a helpless shrug. "She has privacy issues." Vincent and the elderly elf turned to the director sitting between them. "What is your relationship with the goddess of knowledge?" the director asked him, speaking for the first time since he came in. "The same as my relationship with you, Director. She's more powerful than I am. We had a nice chat one time, and she's apparently keeping an eye on me." "You seem unconcerned about having the attention of a goddess," the director said. "You can squash an ant with a boot or by dropping a building on it," Jason said. "It makes no difference to the ant. Having her attention is no different to having yours." "You seem to be taking it calmly." That's a skill I've developed. Taking things calmly? No, seeming to. It's possible I just peed a little. She looked at him incredulously as Vincent hung his head. The director glanced at the other two. The elderly elf gave a firm nod, while Vincent's was more reluctant. "Approach the bench, please, Mr. Asano," the director said. Jason stood up and walked over. The bench was high, so the people behind it could look down on anyone standing before it. "Badge, please," the director said. He took his Adventure Society badge and its leather wallet out from his inventory, reaching up to place it on the bench. The director opened the wallet and touched a black stone to it. He couldn't see what was happening, but she shortly handed it back. "Here you are," she said, handing back the wallet. He looked down at the badge, where the single star under the Adventure Society emblem had been joined by a second. "A second star means you will be held to a higher standard," the elderly elf said. "Don't repeat the kind of mistake you made with Thadwick Mercer." "Call it a lesson learned," he said. "From now on, you can take 1- or 2-star missions from the Jobs Hall," Vincent told him. "Try not to make an idiot of yourself." "I can do my best with the 2-star jobs," Jason said. "But making an idiot of myself is kind of my thing." Chapter 84. Injury and Death. For the first time, Jason walked past the 1-star contracts in the Jobs Hall to the 2-star notices further down. It was a much smaller section, and looking further, he saw the solitary 3-star notice board had no jobs at all. Looking over the notices, most were regular monster hunts with some kind of complication. The most common was a requirement to avoid damaging whatever valuable thing the monster had chosen to nest in. Jason frowned as he read a certain contract. He took it from the notice board and over to the desk manned by an Adventure Society functionary he didn't recognize. The man looked over the contract, then up at Jason. "You aren't allowed to take this contract alone," the man said. "You need a team. Minimum 3. "I have some people in mind." In an old city alleyway, 2 women struggled to move. One was unharmed, but weighed down by the other, who was heavily injured. Her all-black outfit had long, bloody tears across the arms, legs, and torso. The black mask that had originally obscured almost her entire head was ripped, with silver hair spilling out. The uninjured woman was not strong, but she was determined. With her friend draped over her, she kept moving forward. It was daytime, and the alley was close to the Broad Street thoroughfare. They could encounter people at any moment. "We have to stop this," Belinda said. "It's a miracle we haven't been caught already." "We keep going," Sophie said, her voice strained with the pain. "If we can play this out long enough, Ventress will be forced to show her hand. Once she does, that gives us options. Do you not realize the condition you're in right now? You can barely move." "But I can move," Sophie said. "The Duke's household god laid a trap, but now we know to be ready. His bronze rankers can fight, but they can't chase with a dam." "The Adventure Society has been pressuring the Duke to stay out of it," Belinda said. "I haven't been able to find out why, but it's been good for us." That's over now. The complaints from his high society friends must have outgrown his unwillingness to push back against the Adventure Society. "We plan around it," Sophie said. "Do you even understand how lucky you were to get out of there? This time it was luck. Next time will be preparation. Next time you'll probably get killed." "The Duke getting involved buys us time," Sophie said. "Ventress can't accuse us of slacking if we take extra time to adapt. There's only so blatant she can be about setting us up. Whatever she's up to, she won't burn her reputation to get it." You do realize she's not the only one trying to set us up now, Belinda said. The pressure is mounting, and old friends aren't as reliable as they used to be. They reached a solid metal gate in a high wall. Belinda leaned Sophie against the wall and cautiously pushed on the unlocked gate to peer inside. There were a handful of laborers in the yard, moving materials through a newly made hole in the wall to the yard next door. Those adventurers aren't here, she told Sophie. But there's some kind of construction happening. Just stay there and I'll go get him. She ducked inside the yard, the workers not looking up as she walked past them and into the back of the clinic. She saw Jory escorting a patient out of his exam room. Just apply the salve every morning, he was explaining, and you shouldn't have any trouble through the day. Jory, she called out. Belinda! Jory's eyes lit up as he turned around, then narrowed on the blood staining her clothes. He quickly ushered the patient through a doorway. Janice, he said through the door, no new patients for the moment. No one is to come back here until I say otherwise. Understood? He closed the door and rushed over to her. Are you hurt? Not my blood, she said. Sophie is out back. Show me. In an old city restaurant, Jason was served a dish of rice dumplings in the shape of a three-sided pyramid. They have this shape because of how they're wrapped in the bamboo leaves to cook, he said, picking up his chopsticks. I could never get the hang of chopsticks, Humphrey said, as the waiter placed bowls of dumpling soup in front of Humphrey and Clive. Cheap and easily replaced chopsticks were the primary utensil in the Delta and most of Old City. But Humphrey grew up with silverware. Jason had been amused to discover the most common utensil in the high society was the spork. They chatted lightly over their lunch. Their empty dishes were taken away and replaced with a tray of fried, sticky rice cake. So what did you really want to talk about? Humphrey asked. I'm guessing you didn't just call us out for lunch, excellent as it was. I have a contract, Jason said. 2-star. They won't let me take it without a minimum team of 3. Minimum team? Clive asked. That means the danger is either large or unknown. Humphrey's face darkened. Unknown usually means it's killed an adventurer already. That's right, Jason said. A solo adventurer took a 1-star contract for something called a marshworm. The tracking on his badge recorded his death mid-afternoon, the day before yesterday. All 3 men looked down soberly. They were all adventurers, and even the less active Clive knew that death was always a possibility. All right then, Clive said. So the job is to find the body and clear the monster? Yeah, that's the job, Jason said. Kill the monster and find the body. If nothing's left, then we at least bring back the badge. Not much to return to the family, Humphrey said, but better than nothing. I looked up the marshworm, Jason said, and whatever's out there, I don't think it's that. No surprise there, Humphrey said. Monsters don't always turn out to be what they're reported as.
What does your ability say? Clive asked Jason.
It says the monster that killed him, Jason said, which doesn't tell us what it is, but means there should only be the one. Quest. An adventurer has fallen in the course of their duties. Complete their task and bring home their remains. Objective. Eliminate the monster that killed your fellow adventurer 0 over 1. Objective. Retrieve the remains of your fellow adventurer 0 over 1. It could be a lot of things, Humphrey said. There are quite a few giant worm and serpent-type monsters that appear in the Delta. There are a few that could be mistaken for a marshworm, Clive said, at least by someone who didn't really know monsters. Most people only know monsters that commonly spawn in their area, and usually by description. Most run before they ever get a good look. If it took down an adventurer already, we can't dismiss the danger, Humphrey said. Any monster strong enough to take down someone who went looking for a marshworm alone will be at the top of the Iron Rank power scale,
or maybe even bronze. It won't be some lesser elemental that anyone could punch apart with sufficient determination. Not all Iron Rank monsters were created equal. Their rank was a function of their magical density, not actual power. If Bronze Rank damage reduction and resistances were ignored, the most powerful Iron Rank monsters were stronger than the weaker Bronze examples. The difference was usually made up in numbers, with weaker monsters appearing in greater numbers. "So," Jason said, "are you in?" "Of course," Humphrey said. Clive nodded. "It could be any of us someday. If it's me, I hope I'm not left at the bottom of a bog somewhere. Do you know anything about the adventurer?" Jason nodded. "I asked Vincent about him." "I'd like to hear it," Humphrey said. Sophie stood under the shower in Jory's clinic. Designed to wash less abled patients, the shower had no walls or curtains and was open to the room. Arms out in front of her, hands against the wall, she leaned forward, letting the water spray down onto the back of her head and neck. After several of Jory's strongest potions, spaced out to prevent toxicity, all that remained of her injuries was the blood the shower was sluicing off her body. When she emerged, wearing spare clothes provided by Jory, the alchemist shoved a large bottle full of red liquid into her hands. "Drink it," he said bluntly. "Now." "What is it?" "It will stop your blood from responding to tracking abilities," he said. "I made it up while you were getting clean." She looked at Belinda, standing behind him. "What did you tell him?" Sophie asked her. "Don't tell me anything," Jory said. "Then I don't have to lie if it comes to that." Sophie looked down at the bottle in her hands. "If I wanted to deal with you," Jory said, "all I had to do was not help you. Drink it, before whoever did that to you arrives at my door." "Drink it, Soph," Belinda said. "We need to get moving." She frowned at the bottle, but drained it dry. "Let's go, Lindy." Sophie made for the back door, Belinda in tow. Belinda stopped at the door, looking back at Jory, still standing in the hall. Their eyes met, and his hard expression softened at the apology in hers. "Wait," he said, ducking through a door and coming back with a leather satchel, which he handed to Belinda. "Just some random medical supplies," he said. "It's all labeled." She gave him a sad smile as she took the bag. "Thank you," she told him, then walked out the door. On the top floor of the Adventure Society's administration building, the director's office occupied the large space in the corner of the building, the windows giving a panoramic view of the campus grounds. The director, Elspeth Arella, was looking out those windows as one of her officials made a report. Her name was Genevieve, and Jason would recognize her as the elderly elf who questioned him during his promotion hearing. "Lord Vordus is refusing to say what the package contained, beyond that it was very valuable. And the guards who set the ambush," Arella said. "They were from the Duke's household guard?" "Yes," Genevieve said. 6 bronze rankas, and triple that in iron ranks." "And she still got away," Arella chuckled. "The Duke won't like how that makes his forces look. This thief is a resourceful girl, lucky for us. Set up a meeting with the Duke. I want to be very clear that the moment he fobbed this issue onto us, it became an Adventure Society concern. He can't take it back now." "He's already sent a preemptive response," Genevieve said. "I'll bet he has," Arella said. "He claims that since you have failed to complete the contract after the better part of 2 months, and refused to raise the contract to the bronze rank level, then he is duty-bound as the city ruler to intervene." "Send our response when you set up the meeting," Arella said. "Make it clear that he is the one that placed this issue in the hands of the Adventure Society, that the Adventure Society will handle it when and how we see fit. Should he further intervene, either openly or covertly, then the city of Greenstone will be in violation of their arrangement with the Adventure Society. All adventuring activity will then cease
until a new arrangement has been negotiated, confirmed, and enacted.
Are you certain you want to take it that far?
He's not stupid enough to renegotiate terms before the original agreement runs out, Harella said. Not with me.
But do you want to draw that arrow from the quiver? Genevieve asked.
You can only make that threat once, or he'll have grounds to go over you to the central branches. I need Lucian Lamprey gone.
So long as he's in charge of the Magic Society here, trying to clean up our own house is bailing water from a sinking boat. Until the hole is plugged, the best we can do is stop things from getting worse. And you think this will get rid of him? If things drag out for long enough, he's a man unused to restraining his appetites. Sooner or later, he will make a mistake we can use to oust him. When his patience comes to its limit, he will act. So long as the thief remains at large long enough for him to do so. Yes, which is why catching her must remain the responsibility of Iron Rankers, with no interference from the Duke's people.
Madam Director, do you know who this thief is?
Of course not, Arella said. That would be unprofessional.
We're getting close, Humphrey called out over the sound of the airboat.
He pointed at a rise of earth in the marsh, and Clive steered the airboat up onto it. Humphrey was guiding them with a crystal orb that lit up in the direction of the badge they were tracking. He stepped off the airboat onto the soggy bank, Jason and Clive following after. They followed the tracking orb onto higher, drier ground, Jason hacking their way through tight scrub with a machete. The blade was enchanted for the task, a common tool that every adventurer learned to take into the Delta. They progressed until Humphrey called them to a stop.
"Oh,"
he said. All three looked at the orb in Humphrey's hand. The indicator light was pointing straight down into the wet, heavy earth.
Chapter 85. Because I'm an adventurer, I couldn't find anything even resembling an entrance, Jason said as the trio regrouped. The others shook their heads, having fared no better. Probably some kind of extended lair, Clive said. A lot of creatures in this environment, monster and animal both, are just as happy in the water as out. Some like to dig burrows and stash prey for later consumption. The entrance could be in any direction and is probably underwater. Any suggestions? Humphrey asked. We could try a simple ritual used for digging wells, Clive said. I'm sure I have one in a book somewhere in my storage space.
I don't know that ritual, Jason said. Wasn't in my ritual magic skill book.
People make skill books with knowledge practical for adventurers, Clive said, not for farmers. It's one of many reasons that skill books aren't proper magic instruction. They only give the flimsiest theoretical grounding.
Jason groaned. You sound like Farah.
Really? Clive asked, his head perking up. Did she say something about me?
Jason wearily shook his head. Why didn't you suggest a magic tunnel in the first place? He asked.
My concern would be collapsing whatever underground space we break into, Clive said. This ground is incredibly wet. Whatever lair or burrow is down there may be full of water already, or our tunnel could collapse the whole thing. I don't see a better option, Humphrey said. Time to pull out the old bag of salt then, Jason said. You know, I'm still on the bag I took from these cannibals I killed. I should practice rituals more.
Don't bother with the salt. I'll sort it out. Clive closed his eyes and took a slow, deep breath. Nothing in the surroundings changed, but both Jason and Humphrey felt a stillness come over them. Has used mana equilibrium. Ambient magic has entered a harmonious state. The next spell cast in this area will cost reduced mana, and the harmonious state will be disrupted.
That's interesting, Humphrey said, looking around.
Jason knew that Humphrey's perception power, dragon sight, allowed him to see magic.
You're smoothing out the ambient magic to make rituals easier, Humphrey said.
You seem very spell-oriented for a human.
I venerate the celestial book, Clive said.
I received a blessing that triggered a racial gift evolution. It changed the human special attack affinity to a spell affinity, like the elves.
Nice, Humphrey said. I didn't understand any of that, Jason said.
Then you know what it's like to talk to you, Clive said, and Humphrey nodded his agreement.
What's the celestial book? Jason asked. Is that the god of books or something?
It's one of the great astral beings, Clive said. They're similar to gods, but instead of belonging to a specific world, they exist between worlds, in the deep astral. You could almost describe them as gods to the gods, although you wouldn't catch any gods saying that.
So you took a look at the gods, Jason said, and basically asked to see their manager.
That's not even close to how it works, Clive said.
What about that racial gift evolution you mentioned? Jason asked.
A lot of religious folk aren't big on evolution where I come from.
Clive looked at Jason, then turned to Humphrey.
You explain while I look up this ritual, Clive said, pulling a book from his storage space. Unlike Humphrey's or Jason's storage, where objects were pulled from thin air, Clive's storage space involved a floating ring of runes, in the middle of which a small portal formed.
You must be constantly learning new things, coming from a whole different world, Humphrey said to Jason.
You have no idea, Jason said. I haven't even learned all the fruit yet, let alone the magic stuff.
Well, Humphrey said, every race has 6 racial gifts.
For humans like Clive and myself, that is an affinity for special attacks, and our essences advance more rapidly than others. Then there are the latent powers that adapt to our essences.
Yeah, I heard about the XP boost, Jason said. Seems OP.
What? Humphrey asked, confusion creasing his brow.
Never mind, Jason said. Just keep going.
Racial power evolution is where a racial gift changes, Humphrey said. Any racial gift can change. The latent human abilities are essentially blank slates that are guaranteed to do so.
So any of my Outworlder abilities could evolve?
They could, Humphrey said. Usually there's some kind of trigger, often a traumatic event. Big monster fights where you barely make it out alive would be the one you see the most. Sometimes it just happens over time, though. You do something enough that it becomes a part of you, and your powers actually change, so it does. Habits really have a way of taking hold, then.
Exactly, Humphrey said.
Have you met anyone from the Smolder race?
No, but I've seen them around.
Well, they have natural affinities for earth and fire, Humphrey said. There's a guy on an adventuring team with my parents. He's a Smolder. He has the wind essence, and eventually, his earth affinity evolved to an air affinity.
So what about Clive and that blessing? Jason asked.
Gods can give their followers a blessing, which triggers a racial gift evolution, Humphrey said. I guess whatever that thing Clive worships can do it too. That one was actually new to me. Great astral beings, Jason mused, remembering something he heard months earlier. Hey, Clive.
What? Clive asked, looking up from a book.
That great astral thing you worship.
I didn't say worship, Clive said. I said venerate. There's a difference.
That's fine, Jason said. I was just wondering, though. Would you describe it as an ineffable ancient from beyond reality? Clive thought it over for a moment. That's not how I describe it, he said, but can see how someone would if they didn't know what they were talking about. Why? I heard Cressida Vane talking about it. Apparently her son was into something like that. That makes sense, Clive said. Landemir was an astral magic specialist, like me. We often end up paying more attention to the great astral beings than the local gods. We set our sights higher, you might say. And people call me a heretic, Jason said. Here it is, Clive said, eyes back on his book. I haven't used this book in years. He started waving his hand like an orchestra conductor, and a glowing diagram drew itself just above the ground. The ability I used earlier was the racial power I awakened for the magic essence, Clive explained. It balances out the ambient magic,
so you don't need to adjust your ritual circle. The diagram of golden light continued to be drawn out. I'm drawing the circle using a rune essence ability, Clive explained. It lets me draw out magic circles and use any required materials directly from my storage space. I can see how that would be handy, Jason said. You might want to stand back, Clive said. I first picked this up to use on the family farm, and it makes something of a mess. Jason and Humphrey did as instructed. Soon after, mud shot up into the air with a loud, wet flapping sound, scattering over the area. Jason conjured his cloak and wrapped it around himself, any mud that reached it sliding easily off. Clive, being much closer, was sprayed with mud, but it struck some kind of force field and fell away. Humphrey had no such protection and ended up speckled with dark mud. All three went up to stand around the new hole, looking down. It was a cylinder, neatly carved out of the wet earth. It was quite deep, 5 or 6 meters, Jason guessed, and a couple of meters wide. At the bottom, instead of breaching some underground burrow, the hole ended with a floor of large, neatly fitted bricks of green stone. Is that a weird thing to find at the bottom of a hole we randomly dug? Jason asked. Everything around here seems kind of weird to me, so I can't judge all that well. This seems like it might be extra weird, though. This is definitely extra weird, Humphrey said. Any ideas, Clive? None, Clive said. Anything that deep around here should be filled with water. I get the feeling it isn't, though. We have to check it out, right? Humphrey asked. You mean the secret underground building we found? Jason asked. Of course we have to check it out. Should we tell someone? Humphrey asked. The Magic Society, maybe? If we tell the Magic Society, Clive said, then we won't be the ones to explore it. Lucian Lamprey will give it to someone that buys him political points. There is a safety issue, though, Humphrey said. Someone already died down there. How about this? Jason said. We came out here to find the person who died. Let's do that and then tell people where we found him. That sounds fair, Clive said. All right, Humphrey said, clearly eager to be convinced. How do we get in? I have some acid that melts through most varieties of local stone, Jason said. The two turned to look at him. What? Jason asked. Why would you have that? Humphrey asked. Because I'm an adventurer, Jason said. I have all the basic adventuring gear. Acid, rope, pitons, a tarp, some empty sacks, a 10-foot pole. Why would you have all that? Clive asked. Flammable oil, a couple of empty scroll cases, a rope ladder, a regular ladder, a tent, a magic lantern. Can't you see in the dark? Humphrey asked. A non-magic lantern, which was oddly hard to find. Caltrops, empty vials, block and tackle, a big ball of string. Can you please just take out the acid? Clive asked. I could, Jason said. I was thinking we might need to set up a way out, though. I don't suppose anyone happened to bring a nice long rope ladder. Oh, wait, I did. Because I prepared. Like an adventurer. I did bring rope, Humphrey said. While Humphrey anchored Jason's rope ladder to the ground using some long metal stakes Jason also had, Jason started tipping acid down the hole. Shouldn't you go down to the bottom for that? Humphrey asked, looking over. No, he shouldn't, Clive said, shortly before gas started fuming out of the hole. Jason and Clive both stepped back. After the fumes cleared, Jason did the same again, then a third time. Looking down, he could see a hole bored right through the bricks. Leaving Humphrey's familiar to guard the top of the hole, the three adventurers climbed down through the hole on the rope ladder, ending up in a brick tunnel, tall and wide. It was completely empty, with no indication of moisture penetration. Motes of starlight emerged from Jason's cloak, floating around them and lighting up the tunnel.
"That's pretty," Humphrey said. "You have that, and you brought 2 lanterns?" Clive asked.
"Preparedness," Jason said.
"What about our guy?"
Humphrey took out the tracking stone they had been following to the dead adventurer, and, since he would be at the front, tossed it to Clive.
"That's unexpected," Clive said. "What is it?" Humphrey asked. "The tracking stone," Clive said. "It's still pointing straight down."
Chapter 86. Some kind of secret. This construction completely predates the founding of Greenstone, Clive said, examining the side of the passage they were in.
"Maybe if we look around," Jason said, "we might even find something more interesting than a blank brick wall." "The construction itself is fascinating enough," Clive said. "Are you familiar with the Sky River Aqueduct? The building techniques are identical. There's no mortar connecting these bricks, yet they form a watertight seal. Remember that we're under a swamp right now."
"That explains the stale air," Jason said, making a distasteful expression.
"It must have been tricky to build," Humphrey said.
"Beyond tricky," Clive said. "Even with powerful and sophisticated magic, it would have been an outrageous undertaking."
"Maybe it wasn't built under a swamp," Jason said.
"If the same people who built this also built the big aqueduct, then they might have made this place when there was no delta. Before the aqueduct, the river would have spilled into Sky River Gorge, right?"
"That's a good point," Clive said.
"We should get moving," Humphrey said. "We need to find a way down if we're going to figure out what happened to this adventurer." Clive nodded his agreement, taking out a recording stone and throwing it up to float over his head. It joined the other crystal floating there, which continually restored mana. Humphrey had the same essence ability, both men acquiring it through the magic essence. "I'm going to record everything we see," Clive said. They set off down the corridor, the floating motes of light from Jason's cloak illuminating the way forward. What they found was a large complex buried underground, with very little to indicate its purpose. Every room and every corridor were empty, small chambers and large halls with nothing but bare, brick surfaces.
"Everything has to have been taken away," Clive said.
"Even if this place has been here for centuries, there would be at least remnants of furnishings."
"This complex is at least the size of a large village," Humphrey marveled. "We haven't even found a way down yet."
"It had to be the site of some massive undertaking," Clive said. "No one builds all this for temporary occupation."
Their exploration brought them to a stairwell, but the brick stairs were warped and molded together. It looked like the steps had been melted and reset from a staircase to a ramp, covered in spiked protrusions. "Some kind of stone-shaping power," Humphrey said, crouching to look closer. "These stairs were altered to impede anyone looking to go down them. I think this place was attacked."
"Maybe whoever they were defending against plundered everything away," Jason said. "It might explain why nothing's left."
"Do we try and use these stairs?" Clive asked. "They don't look pleasant to navigate, and given how big this place is, there should be another way down."
"The others might be like this," Humphrey said.
"We have time to check," Jason said. "That looks entirely too pointy for my liking."
They eventually found another set of stairs, this time in their original condition. They descended deeper underground, the stairwell switching back with multiple landings before they reached the next level down. Stepping into another wide corridor, the difference to the floor above was obvious. The walls, floor, even ceiling were marred with signs of battle. Scorch marks, long gouges torn into the brickwork. A wild confrontation of essence users had clearly taken place. There was debris scattered out, mostly stone torn from the wall. As they moved cautiously forward, they looked around at the damage.
"This is incredible," Clive said. "Almost nothing is known about the history of the region prior to the original Greenstone colony. There may actually be answers somewhere in here.
Side rooms off the corridor had been stripped clean like the floor above. Some were empty and untouched. Others bore the marks of battle. In one of them, they found a pair of skeletons, although with no sign of clothing or equipment.
"These are too old to be our adventurer, right?" Humphrey said.
Clive pulled out the tracking stone, which still pointed downward. "Based on the angle," Clive said, "I would guess one more floor down. If it's as far below this one as we're below the one above." Humphrey crouched down to examine the skeletons.
"The short, broad skeleton is a runic," he said. "You can still see faint traces of the natural runes on their bones. The big one is a draconian, from the skull shape."
"Draconian?" Jason asked.
"They're a race that claims to be descended from dragons," Clive said, "although the claim is not fully substantiated." "They have scales and breathe fire," Humphrey said. "I'd call that fairly substantiated." He panned his eyes over the ancient skeletons. "You'd think they would be rotted clothes or old boots or something. There's no rusty old weapons, no tools or jewelry. These bodies were stripped." "This whole place was stripped," Jason said. "It's like whoever invaded didn't want to leave a trace. Not of who they were, or even of who they were attacking." "Then why leave the bodies?" Humphrey asked. "Why not just take the bodies instead of stripping them and leaving them behind?"
"No one likes carting bodies around," Jason said. "No one you'd want to make friends with anyway." Maybe they were convinced that just bodies wouldn't tell people anything. "It could have been due to some religious practice," Clive suggested. "A lot of religions have taboos around corpses." "Perhaps there are more bodies deeper in," Humphrey said. "Maybe they'll have answers." They continued exploring, finding more bodies that offered no more clues than the others. They came from every civilization-building species: humans, elves and leonids, celestines, runic, smolder, and draconians. They were starting to get a sense of how things were laid out, based on the 2 floors they had explored, and ended up standing in front of a wall. "More earth-shaping," Humphrey said. "This should be the stairwell, shouldn't it?" "I think so," Clive said. The wall was made up of warped green stone, which had clearly spent time as a fluid before hardening. They continued searching, discovering another wall of warped stone. "I'll try and cut through with my big sword, unless someone has a better idea," Humphrey said. "Do you have any more of that acid, Jason?" "I used it all getting us in here," Jason said. "So much for being prepared," Humphrey said, which got a snort of laughter from Clive. "Oh, you've got jokes," Jason said. He took a sledgehammer from his inventory, letting the head drop heavily to the floor. "Item: Stonebreaker Hammer, Iron Rank, Common. A hammer designed to be effective at breaking rocks. Tool: Hammer. Effect: Weight increases in accordance with the strength of the wielder." "Try that," Jason said. Humphrey picked up the hammer, hefting it to test the weight. "I think I might break something this light," he said, then frowned, hefting it again. "No, there it is." "You were saying something about preparation?" Jason asked. Clive shook his head. "This thing gets heavier based on who holds it, right?" Humphrey asked. "Yep," Jason said. "Then how good a preparation is it when you're not very strong?" Humphrey asked. "That's why I prepared you." "Are you calling me a tool?" "Humphrey," Jason said, placing an earnest hand on the big man's shoulder. "You're far more useful and versatile than some ordinary tool. You're a complete tool." "I'm also holding a hammer," Humphrey said. Jason skittered back. "As you were, mate." Clive stood next to Jason as they watched Humphrey hammer away at the wall. "That mouth of yours is going to get the cream kicked out of you someday," Clive said. "Been there, done that," Jason said. "You can live your life avoiding consequences or accepting them.
I tried the first way in my old world, and I'm trying the other here. And how's that working out?
It feels good, Jason said. Wouldn't recommend it without healing magic, though. Cripes, he's putting a dent in that wall. Humphrey's hammer blows were crashing into the wall with the regularity of an aggressive metronome. The stone was covered with impact marks, all clustered together, spiderweb cracks spreading out. In short order, the hammer breached a hole in the wall, which let out a wave of wet air, stinking with rot. All three hurried away from the hole. "That is foul," Clive said. "It's not dissolving monster bad," Jason said, "but it's bad." Humphrey looked disconsolately at the hole in the wall. "We have to go down there," he said unhappily. Jason nodded. "I wouldn't want that to be my final resting place," he said. "We have an adventurer to bring home." "How did they get down there?" Humphrey pondered. "It looks like all the entrances are sealed up." "That smell means the water got in somewhere," Clive said. "Best guess? Some monster burrowed all the way down here, found a hole in the lower level, and made it their lair. They killed the adventurer up on the surface, then dragged them down into whatever entrance the monster made for itself." "Makes sense," Jason said. "We were expecting some kind of worm monster." Humphrey took a deep, unhappy breath. "Enough stalling," he said. "I'm going to bring down that wall." Soon there was enough of a hole for a person to pass through, and Humphrey leaned in for a look. "Looks like the stairs were reshaped to make this wall," Humphrey said. "Can we get some light in here?" One of the floating motes of light drifted through the hole, and Humphrey looked again. "Yeah, we'll have to drop down," he said. They took another of Jason's metal stakes, and Humphrey hammered it into the floor to anchor a rope. Jason was the first one through the hole, drifting down a stairwell now more like an elevator shaft. He stopped when he reached water flooding the level below. Taking out his 10-foot pole, he tested the depth. "There's water down here," he called up. "Shallow enough to walk through." The others slid down the rope, ending up knee-deep in black, icy water. "I don't care for this," Clive said. "Look around," Jason said, standing on the surface. "We might find our answers down here." Like the levels above, the stairwell opened onto a wide central corridor. This one was full of debris piled up on the flooded floor. There were large clumps of mud with roots jutting out, bricks wholly dislodged from the wall, revealing holes into walls of packed earth. The battle damage was even more extensive than the floor above, and they didn't have to look far to see corpses. "This is barely navigable," Humphrey said. "Where does the tracking stone point?" "Ahead and to the right," Clive said, stone in hand. "We're on the right level." "Then stay ready," Humphrey said. "Whatever dragged our adventurer down here is likely to be lurking about." They started searching the semi-submerged level, the water and debris slowing their progress. Clive had the most trouble pushing his feet through the water. Jason stepped lightly on the surface while Humphrey's strength plowed through it as if the water wasn't even there. They stopped at the entrance to a large hall, one of the largest rooms they had seen. "Do you feel that?" Humphrey asked. "Iron rank auras," Jason said. "Not people or monsters, though," Clive said. "Some kind of enchanted objects." "Do we take a look, or keep following the tracking stone?" "I don't like the idea of leaving an unknown potential threat behind us," Humphrey said. "Let's check it out then," Jason said. They moved into the hall, Jason's light motes spreading out to illuminate the space. Flooding aside, it looked like the most intact room they had encountered so far. Everything was rotted, rusted, or ripped, but the walls were lined with what looked like the hall's original contents. Vertical banners, blackened with rot, hung from the walls. Stone statues were covered in black fungus and erosion, while weapon racks of metal and wood had largely collapsed as their integrity gave out.
At the back of the room were what looked like strange statues, mannequins of stone with segmented body parts connected by lengths of metal. They were the source of the auras, 28 of them. They were standing in what was clearly meant to be 4 rows of 10, like soldiers at attention, but a dozen spots were empty. "Combat dummies," Humphrey said. "If they're giving off this strong an aura, they're almost certainly active." "I'd like to take one," Clive said. "You can learn a lot about a culture from their magical objects." "We'll have to put them down first," Humphrey said. "They'll probably attack if we get close enough or unleash our auras." "Let me put some spells on you then," Clive said. He cast 2 spells each on Jason and Humphrey. The first made them glow briefly with a red-gold light. "Mantle of Retribution," Clive said. "Anyone that hits you will take damage." The second one caused a ring of runes to start floating around them like a slow-motion hula hoop. "Rune Mantle," Clive said. "It consumes a random rune to trigger an effect each time you're attacked." "Do you have anything that doesn't require a monster to hit me?" Jason asked.
"If the monsters can't hit you," Clive said, "then what do you need extra magic for?"
"He's got you there," Humphrey said. Dragon-scale armor appeared around him, the giant wing sword appearing in his hands. It was too big to swing in most of the complex, but the hall they were in had plenty of room. Clive pulled back a flap on the front of his robe to reveal a surprisingly ripped torso, covered in runes of blue and green. The runes floated off his body and through the air, where they came together as a ball of light that transformed into Onslow, Clive's rune tortoise familiar. Jason didn't bother pulling out Colin, who would have little impact on the combat dummies. They formed up, Jason and Humphrey in front, Clive in the rear with his familiar. "Ready?" Humphrey asked, looking at the other 2. "Ready," Jason said, drawing his sword. Clive pulled out a magic wand. "Ready." "All right," Humphrey said. "Aura's out." You are in the area of an ally's Dragonmite aura. Your power and spirit attributes are increased. You are in the area of an ally's Lord of Magic aura. You are continually gaining mana per second. Resistance to mana drain effects is increased. The combat dummies reacted immediately, all 28 moving towards them. Like Clive, they were hampered by the knee-deep water, but Clive was the first to act. His wand fired a bolt of red and silver light that blasted the arm off a combat dummy. At his side, a bolt of lightning flashed from Onslow's shell. It arced out to one of the peripheral dummies, avoiding Jason and Humphrey. Clive touched a hand to the rune that dimmed on Onslow's shell, feeding mana into it. The rune started to slowly light back up. Humphrey stepped forward, cleaving 2 dummies into pieces with one strike as he waded into the most clustered group. Red light flashed as the dummies lashed out, Clive's retribution spell blasting chunks from their blunted limbs as they hammered on Humphrey's armor. Jason was more mobile, using hit-and-run strikes as he danced over the surface of the water, building up charges on his sword. Unhindered by the environment, he ran rings around the dummies. When a cluster converged on him, he tossed out a throwing dart from the bandolier on his chest, one of the darts with the red cord. It blasted a dummy apart, and he escaped through the gap. Clive focused on using ranged attacks to pick off outliers before they could swarm the other 2. Along with his wand and his familiar, he made judicious use of his essence abilities. He cast a spell, and a rune lit up under the water. A pair of dummies wandered over it in pursuit of Jason, and with a snap of Clive's fingers, an explosion blasted them to pieces, spraying water all through the hall. Humphrey alone had torn apart half the dummies by the time he slowed down, most of his special attacks on cooldown. Just strength and skill were enough to keep demolishing dummies, though. and his sword continued to smash them apart. Jason was getting into top gear as Humphrey was winding down, his sword now exploding the dummies on contact. The last few dummies were made short work of. The three regrouped at the end of the fight, chugging potions and eating spirit coins.
"Good fight," Humphrey said. "I think we work well together. Get a healer on board, and we have the makings of a team."
"I don't know about that," Clive said. "I've been out on the odd contract with Jason, lately, but my research and duties with the Magic Society consume much of my time."
"Look where we are," Humphrey said. "You're about to sort through what's left of these ancient combat dummies, looking for secrets hidden away for centuries. Can you do that in your study room at the Magic Society?"
"No," Clive mused as he looked around the hall.
That's a not inconsiderable point. "Do those dummies feel familiar to you?" Jason asked Humphrey. "The way they fought?" "They fought like you," Humphrey said. "I wasn't sure at first because the water slowed them down. But that was your fighting style, right?" "I think so," Jason said. "Where did your style come from?" Humphrey asked. "I'd never seen it until you and I started sparring." "I don't know. It's some kind of secret." "Then let's look around while Clive picks up broken dummy parts," Humphrey said. "Maybe we can learn that secret." Chapter 87. Can't Lose. "I think I found something," Humphrey called out. The others joined him. "Look at this," Humphrey said, pointing to the wall. "See how the mold has grown in the crack between bricks, all the way down this line?" "Secret door?" Jason asked. "That's what I'm thinking," Humphrey said. They glanced at each other with mirrored grins. "Let me take a look," Clive said. He drew in the air with his finger. A magic circle appeared in the air, traced out in glowing golden lines. When he was done, the circle vanished and runes started glowing on the wall, in the shape of a door. "There you have it," Clive said. "Nice one, Clive," Jason said. "How do we open it up?" Clive looked over the runes, then reached out to touch several in quick succession. He stepped back as a section of the wall opened out, making ripples in the water. They all stepped into the room beyond, which looked to be some kind of book repository. Unfortunately, most of the room's contents had been taken by rot. There was a breach to open earth in one of the walls, exposing the room to untold years of destructive moisture. "This is a real shame," Clive said as they looked around. "I'm seeing a lot of residual magic," Humphrey said, picking up the leather cover of a book whose pages had long since turned to wet pulp. "Me too," Clive said. "I'm guessing these were all skill books." "Would have been worth a fortune intact," Humphrey said. "It also might have given us some idea of who inhabited this complex," Clive said. "Sometimes a storage room like this will keep the most important items sealed away, so there may still be something to find." They searched through long rotted shelves until Humphrey uncovered a group of metal boxes. 3 of the 5 had been breached, but 2 looked to be still intact. They were large enough that each could contain several skill books. "We shouldn't open them here," Clive said. "The contents are definitely old and may be fragile. I have tools back at the Magic Society that would let me open them more carefully." "Sounds good," Jason said. "Bag them for later, and we'll go find this adventurer." Clive carefully lifted the boxes with Humphrey's help and stowed them in his storage space. "I'm a bit worried about the state we'll find this adventurer in," Jason said, as they left the training hall and its hidden storeroom behind. "What if he's just been eaten, and all we find is his badge inside a monster?" "Then that's what we bring back," Humphrey said. They continued exploring the flooded and debris-filled lower level. Rather than continue on through the filthy, icy water, Clive was now sitting atop his tortoise familiar. Not long after leaving the training hall, something came shambling slowly towards them. "Zombies?" Humphrey said. "How can there be zombies?"
There were dead bodies making a slow, stumbling path in their direction, looking like skeletons stuffed with mud. Humphrey lunged forward, using his smaller sword in the confines of the tunnel. He still made short work of the animate corpses. Clouds of mist rose off them as Humphrey cut them to pieces.
"Why wouldn't there be zombies?" Jason asked, as Humphrey walked back to them, coughing from the zombie mist. "Honestly, I'm surprised it took them this long to show up in a place like this."
"The delta is flush with vital energy," Clive explained. "The water coming out of the astral space that feeds the river is full of it. All that life force prevents undead monsters from manifesting anywhere in the delta."
"Then how are there zombies here?" Humphrey asked, still coughing. "You don't sound so good," Jason said.
He held his hand in front of Humphrey and chanted a spell. "Feed me your sins. You have cleansed all instances of corpse fungus from human."
"Corpse fungus?" Jason asked. "What's that?"
Humphrey spluttered as he escaped the cloud.
"It's a fungus that uses corpses to propagate itself," Clive said. "It takes over a corpse, makes it ambulate like a zombie, then blows spores over any living creature it comes across. Not a zombie at all, just a regular dead body being moved about."
"What do those spores do?" Humphrey asked.
"They grow inside you," Clive said. "Kill you eventually, but there's plenty of time to find a healer or an alchemist, if you don't have Jason on hand." They waited for the spore cloud to settle before continuing on, Jason cleansing Clive and Humphrey again, just in case. They followed the tracking stone, closing in on the dead adventurer's badge. It led them to the most ruined part of the complex, where large sections of brickwork had been torn out of the walls, mud encroaching on the rooms and tunnels. At the end of another large hall, all the brickwork from the back wall was gone, with what looked like a giant, burrowed tunnel beyond.
"What needs a hole that big to get around?" Humphrey asked.
"Nothing good," Clive said.
They set off down the earthen tunnel, still knee-deep in water. It didn't seem to bother Onslow, with Clive riding on his back, or Jason, who walked along the surface. Humphrey was left to trudge unhappily through water and mud. The tunnel turned out to be fairly short, breaking back into another room of the complex. It was another large hall, very much demolished. In addition to the breach they entered through, much of the brickwork had been torn out. In its place, recessed alcoves looked like they had been dug out by claws, each one stuffed with a dead creature. Most were swamp creatures, although there were a few dead people as well. "This one," Clive said, tracking stone in hand. He led them to one of the bodies, an elf in tattered armor. Jason took a casket from his inventory, supplied to him by the Adventure Society. "Objective complete. Retrieve the remains of your fellow adventurer, 1/1.
While he and Clive placed the body inside, Humphrey was looking around with a concerned expression.
"We should take it and go," Humphrey said. "Fast."
"What is it?" Jason asked. The contract wasn't just to retrieve the body, but also kill the monster. If Humphrey wanted to bail out, it was probably bad.
"A swamp-dwelling monster whose appearance could be mistaken for a worm. Burrows deep into the earth and builds elaborate larders to fill with prey," Humphrey said.
And Clive's eyes went wide.
"Yes, we should go," he agreed. "Now."
Jason looked down as a ripple of water came from the corner of the room, spreading over the water that covered the floor. It suddenly occurred to him that he had no idea if all the water was knee-deep. Something bulged up from the surface in the corner of the room. Water poured off its huge mound of a body as it rose up from a submerged tunnel. The creature was a brown, fleshy mass, with 5 serpentine necks ending in heads like that of a snake, if snakes had a lot more teeth.
"Marsh hydra," Humphrey said breathlessly.
None of them had felt its aura approach, but now it washed over them with bronze-rank strength. It moved to block them from the tunnel they had entered through.
Its thick legs ended in webbed claws, poorly suited for land movement. Humphrey could have escaped, but seeing Clive and Jason would be cut off. He moved away from the tunnel to join them. The creature, apparently satisfied at boxing them in, eyed them patiently with its 5 heads. "Marsh hydras heal fast," Humphrey said. "Combined with bronze rank toughness, our only chance is that you can pile up enough afflictions to kill it, Jason. Clive and I will try and distract it so you can get close." "No need for close," Jason said. "I've got some new tricks. Just keep it off me and I'll get it done." 4 tree trunk legs supported the fleshy mound of the hydra's body, the long necks rising off it like trees on a hill. The creature lumbered towards them, and Humphrey went to meet it. Clive patted Onslow on the shell and pulled a long staff from his storage space. It had a large, clear crystal set into the end, and vibrant red-orange runes that shone like fire carved down the full length. He aimed it at the hydra like a gun, and a blast of flaming energy launched out, striking one of the hydra's heads. The runes on the staff dimmed as the struck head shrieked. Its skin was blackened, but the damage appeared superficial. Jason slit the back of his hand with his wristband razor, sending leeches splashing into the water. They quickly made their way across the room to crawl up the hydra's trunk legs and swarm over its body. "Sanguine horror has inflicted bleeding on marsh hydra. Marsh hydra has resisted bleeding. Bleeding does not take effect. Sanguine horror has inflicted leech toxin on marsh hydra. Marsh hydra has resisted leech toxin. Leech toxin does not take effect. Sanguine horror has inflicted necrotoxin on marsh hydra. Marsh hydra has resisted necrotoxin. Necrotoxin does not take effect." "That's not good," Jason muttered. Even with his aura that penalized resistances, almost every affliction his leeches piled on was shrugged off by the bronze rank monster. Fortunately, Colin offered both quality with quantity, and some of the afflictions were getting through. Jason followed up with spells. "Your fate is to suffer. Spell Inexorable Doom has inflicted Inexorable Doom on Marsh Hydra. Marsh Hydra has resisted Inexorable Doom. Inexorable Doom does not take effect." Jason cast the spell a second and third time. Each resisted. "I'm going to need some time," he called out. Jason would have liked to toss Humphrey his dagger, which inflicted poison and ignored bronze rank resistances. Humphrey hardly had time to switch out weapons, however, and trading the enormous sword that was barely holding its own for a small dagger would likely get him killed. Humphrey's huge sword, dragon-scale armor, and incredible strength were a terror to iron-rank monsters, but they were barely keeping him alive as heads the size of his torso snapped at him. Even his strongest attack, the unstoppable force, was significantly more stoppable against the power of the bronze-rank Hydra. Only the added attention of Clive and his familiar allowed Humphrey to hold out. Through their combined efforts, Humphrey was finally able to cleave off one of the heads. "Watch out for the head growing back," Clive called out. But to his surprise, there was no sign of it doing so. From what he had read about the creature, its head should grow back fast enough to see it happening. Marsh Hydra has regenerated enough health to negate bleeding. Leech toxin has been consumed to reapply bleeding on Marsh Hydra. In the meantime, Jason was casting spell after spell. "Your fate is to suffer." Spell, Inexorable Doom, has inflicted Inexorable Doom on Marsh Hydra. Yes! With Inexorable Doom in place, and the leeches making slow but constant progress, the afflictions would stack up. Jason raised his hand again and cast one of his new spells. "Carry the mark of your transgressions." Spell, Castigate, has inflicted sin on Marsh Hydra. Marsh Hydra has resisted sin. Sin does not take effect. Spell, Castigate,
has inflicted Mark of Sin on Marsh Hydra. Marsh Hydra has resisted Mark of Sin. Mark of Sin does not take effect. His Sin Curse was one of the keys to his escalating damage combination. His new spell allowed him to apply it at range, so long as it wasn't resisted. It was the first of Jason's 2 new spells.
The broker he went to had taken a while to find a good trade for the rat essence, as it was not popular with anyone who could afford to be choosy. He could have traded it for a half-dozen awakening stones of the fish, but instead went with 2 stones of the magus. It was a common awakening stone, especially with humans. It almost guaranteed a spell, which humans rarely awakened, with an outside chance of a coveted summoning or familiar power. Ability: Castigate, Sin. Spell: Curse, Holy. Cost: Moderate mana. Cooldown: None. Current rank: Iron 0, 0%. Effect: Iron. Burns a painful brand into the target, inflicting slight transcendent damage, and the Sin and Mark of Sin conditions. The brand cannot be healed so long as the target retains any instances of Sin. Sin: Affliction, Curse, Stacking. All necrotic damage taken is increased. Additional instances have a cumulative effect. Mark of Sin: Affliction, Holy. Prevents aura retraction. Cannot be cleansed while target retains any instances of Sin or Legacy of Sin. "How's it going?" Humphrey called out. "It's coming along," Jason called back. "If it could come any faster, that would be really, really great." Jason kept casting spells until his mana ran low, chugged a mana potion from his belt, and started casting some more. Carry the mark of your transgressions. Spell: Castigate. Has inflicted Sin on Marsh Hydra. Spell: Castigate. Has inflicted Mark of Sin on Marsh Hydra. Marsh Hydra has resisted Mark of Sin. Mark of Sin does not take effect. Jason let out a whoop of triumph. The Mark of Sin effect was of little use in the current battle, so it didn't matter if it was resisted. With inexorable doom, Sin and Colin's necrotoxin in place, the damage would increase exponentially. "Everything's done," Jason called out. "Stay strong and we have it." "I'm not sure if waiting is an option," Clive said, his voice enervated. He drank a mana potion, even as he poured his mana into his familiar. One of the runes on Onslow's shell lit up, then dimmed immediately as a cloud rose up out of his shell. Water bullets erupted out of the cloud, pounding into the Hydra. In front of the Hydra, Humphrey was bloody and exhausted, but defiant, pushing on through sheer force of will. The Hydra was doomed now, but it could still take them with it. Jason resumed casting spells, trying to hasten its demise. "Bleed for me." Spell: Hemorrhage. Has inflicted bleeding on Marsh Hydra. Marsh Hydra is already affected by bleeding. Bleeding is refreshed. Spell: Hemorrhage. Has inflicted Sacrificial Victim on Marsh Hydra. "First time," Jason cheered. "Good stuff." The affliction reduction from Jason's aura had limited effect at the start of the fight, but it penalized resistances further for each instance of the Sin Curse. With the curses now stacking up, afflictions from both Jason and Colin were becoming more reliable, including those from Jason's other new spell. Ability: Hemorrhage, Blood. Spell: Wounding, Unholy. Cost: Moderate mana. Cooldown: None. Current rank: Iron 0, 0%. Effect: Iron. Inflicts or refreshes the bleeding and sacrificial victim afflictions. Bleeding, affliction, wounding, blood. Deals ongoing damage by causing or increasing blood loss. As a wounding effect, this condition absorbs and negates an amount of incoming healing,
after which this affliction immediately ends. Sacrificial victim, affliction, unholy. Any drain attacks or blood afflictions suffered have increased effect. The sacrificial victim affliction would help bleed away the Hydra's health, but the massive monster had a lot of health to bleed. Clive had a huge amount of mana, most of which he had thrown at the monster. He no longer had enough to recharge the powers of his rune tortoise familiar. With his afflictions applied, Jason could do little else without wading into melee range. He was confident that would lead to his near immediate death, probably getting Humphrey killed trying to save him. He had one more spell, but the 30 seconds between casts felt like an eternity. Suffer the cost of your transgressions. Ability, Punition, Doom. Spell cost, Moderate mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Current rank, Iron 1, 0.6%. Effect, Iron. Inflicts necrotic damage for each curse, disease, poison, and unholy affliction the target is suffering. Despite the afflictions built up on the Hydra, its resistance to iron rank damage prevented the spell from taking full effect. Jason had nothing left to contribute. Humphrey's will was strong, but he had been going full power from the beginning. The Hydra was finally fading, but Humphrey was fading faster. He staggered back one step, then another. It looked like he could barely lift his sword, but he did so again and again. "I don't think I can hold it," Humphrey called back, despair in his voice. Jason let out a reluctant groan, then steeled his shoulders. "I'm coming in," he yelled. "You'll die," Humphrey said as Jason appeared behind him. "Then I guess you'd better protect me," Jason said. Humphrey glanced at Jason, seeing nothing but determination. He turned back to the monster, letting out a wild yell. His wavering stance straightened, waning arms renewed. Where he had been reduced to only defending, he once again went on the attack. Light started shining out of him, the blue-gray of iron rank. He didn't notice Jason stepping back into safety. "I was just trying to get him pumped up," Jason said, looking at the light shining from Humphrey. "What is that?" "Racial gift transfiguration," Clive said in wonder. "It seems his drive to protect is so strong it literally changed who he is." Clive gave Jason a wild grin. "If he can manage that, how can I not make a full effort?" he asked. Clive glared at the Hydra with renewed determination. The red glow of life force emerged from his body and started turning blue as he burned life force to restore his emptied-out mana. Clive's skin turned pale, and he gritted his teeth against the pain, but kept pushing for more mana. Clive dropped his staff into the water and held both hands out in front of him, palms facing out. A magic circle appeared in front of them, turning in the air. It grew and changed, becoming more complicated as Clive pumped more mana into it, then chanted a spell. "Feel the annihilation of reality unmade." A beam of rainbow light blasted out of the circle in front of Clive, locking onto one of the Hydra's 4 remaining heads. The rainbow colors faded, one by one, until all that remained was black. The beam vanished, and the Hydra's head was annihilated as a vortex of darkness replaced it. The vortex sucked in air, causing the Hydra's severed neck to flap like a streamer in the wind as the vortex sucked at it. The spell ended, the dark vortex fading into nothing. The neck dropped limp, as did Clive, who fell to his knees in the water. Onslow gave him a concerned nudge, and Clive supported himself on the tortoise's neck. Jason looked at Clive, who had burned himself out to contribute. He looked at Humphrey, who had given up escape to be the shield between the monster and his companions. "I don't know what kind of person deserves friends like this," Jason muttered to himself. "But I'm pretty sure it's not me." A blue-gray light lit up from within Jason, just as had from Humphrey. Jason looked at the glow shining from underneath his skin. Outworlder racial ability, interface, has evolved to party interface. Ability, party interface, transfigured from Outworlder ability, interface. Interpret reality through a recognizable medium. You have access to a contacts list.
You can form a party by sending invitations through the contacts list. Party members can access interface features so long as they remain in the party. Party members have access to party chat and voice chat. These functions have limited range. Quests from the quest system can be shared with party members. Quest only remains available to party members while they are in the party. "You too?" Clive asked wearily, still draped over Onslow's neck. He watched the light shine out of Jason. "I'm not sure it actually helps right now," Jason said. Clive's spell, claiming the monster's second head, had marked the turning of the tide. Necrosis was turning the Hydra's flesh to rot as its blood, black with venom, spilled into the water. Humphrey's sword claimed a third head, and the Hydra moved to flee, heading for the submerged tunnel. As the monster was about to plunge into the water, a huge shab rose up from the depths, gaping shark mouth biting savagely into the Hydra's flesh. The shab then turned into a colorful parrot, flying over to land on Onslow. "Nasty, nasty," it said, spitting out black fluid. The injured Hydra was confused long enough for Humphrey to come up behind it and bury his sword in a rear leg. Jason followed, digging into the other rear leg with his dagger. The wound wasn't deep compared to the size of the creature, and his special attack, Punish, only dealt a small amount of necrotic damage. However, every instance of the Sin Curse amplified that damage, and the Hydra had been accumulating them for a while. The flesh blackened and withered, shrinking away from Jason's slicing blade. Side by side, Jason and Humphrey laid into the crippled monster until it fell still. Quest, Contract, Fallen Comrade. Objective complete. Eliminate the monster that killed your fellow adventurer, 1/1. Reward, Awakening Stone of Absolution, Jason Asano. Reward, Awakening Stone of the Champion, Humphrey Geller.
Reward, Ring of the Hydra, Clive Standish. Quest complete. All party members receive 100 bronze spirit coins, 1,000 iron spirit coins. Humphrey went over to Stash the parrot, who was hopping up and down excitedly on Onslow's shell.
"Stash, chase worm! Stash, chase worm!"
The parrot flew towards Humphrey, transforming into a puppy mid-air and landing in Humphrey's arms. Humphrey was covered in Hydra blood, but Stash didn't seem to mind the mess as much as Humphrey's armor. Humphrey dismissed the hard-scale armor, and Stash snuggled into his chest as Humphrey scratched him behind the ears. The three adventurers stood exhausted, looking at each other and the dead Hydra. "Clear eyes, full hearts," Jason said. "What?" Clive asked. Jason waved a dismissive hand. We'll deal with that later," Jason said.
Chapter 88. The Nature of Absolution. Rufus was at the Geller estate, discussing property development for the Geller family/Remore Academy joint training facility. In a conference room, he sat alone across a table from 3 members of the Geller family. "There is plenty of unclaimed, undeveloped territory adjacent to the Geller estate," Rufus said. "Just give us a location that works best for the changes you want to incorporate, and we can go from there." "I know you have a good relationship with Danielle," the man across the table said. "That doesn't mean we'll just acquiesce to your every need." Rufus ran a hand over his face. "What exactly is it you think I want you to acquiesce to?" Rufus asked. This joint venture has already been agreed to, and as for the details, I literally just said that we will adapt to your needs. Rufus got to his feet, placed both hands on the table, and leaned towards the man on the opposite side. Clearly, you are part of whatever internal faction within the Geller family was against this agreement from the outset, and you ended up negotiating the details as part of accepting the proposal at all. I don't care about that. I have no interest in playing these games, and I'm not going to be a pawn in your family's internal politics. Rufus stood up straight and adjusted his light jacket. I know you want to drag this on as long as possible, so let me be explicit. When I come here tomorrow, I want to talk to someone who will actually work on this project instead of stalling it out. If that doesn't happen, then the Remor Academy will undertake the venture without Geller family involvement. The man in the middle of the Geller family representatives gave Rufus a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Are you sure you have the authority to make that decision, young Master Remor? I'm not an aristocrat, Rufus said, so that's Mr. Remor to you. If you think I have anything less than full authority over this undertaking, then keep pushing and see what happens. Rufus took his unopened document satchel from the table and headed for the door. Mr. Remor, I'll listen to what you have to say when you have something worth listening to, Rufus said, without turning around, and walked out the door. Rufus was unhappy as he left the building, but calmed down walking through the Geller estate. The fresh air and smell of verdant plant life improved his mood with every breath. He stopped short as something strange appeared in the air in front of him. You have received a voice chat request from Jason Asano. Accept Y/N? What? The whole way back through the Delta, Clive had been pulling items from his inventory to look at them through Jason's interface ability. After he almost crashed the airboat into the side of an embankment road, Jason kicked him from the party so he would concentrate on driving. Can I see that new ability of yours? Jason asked Humphrey. They had learned that they could give party members permission to see each other's abilities, which had Clive setting up plans to use Jason as a cataloging tool. Sure, Humphrey said. Ability, Hero's Drive. Transfigured from human ability, Human Ambition. Essence abilities advance at an accelerated rate. Enemies do not gain additional resistance and damage reduction against your abilities for being higher rank. When fighting higher-ranked enemies or when significantly outnumbered by enemies of the same rank or higher, time before abilities can be used again is reduced. Gain mana and stamina over time while this ability is active. When this ability is triggered, gain an immediate burst of stamina and mana. This can exceed normal mana and stamina limits so long as the ability remains active. That's not bad, Jason said. I wouldn't start running around looking for bronze-ranked monsters to fight, though.
No fear on that front, Humphrey said. You say that, Jason said, but I can't help but think you'll go diving in every time someone needs help. That does seem like exactly what you'd do, Clive agreed. There is one more thing I'd like to try out, Jason said. He opened up his new contacts list. Most of the names were listed as out of area, his eyes lingering on the names of his family. Very out of area, he muttered to himself. Moving through the Delta on an airboat, they weren't too far from the Geller family estate. That placed several names on the list within range, including Rick, Phoebe, and Danielle Geller. Rufus was also in range, which meant he was probably at the Geller estate himself. Jason tapped on his name. You have sent a voice chat request to Rufus Remor. Voice chat with Rufus Remor has been initiated. Party member Humphrey Geller has joined voice chat. Jason? Rufus's voice had a slight distortion, like he was using a low-quality microphone. G'day, Rufus. Not sure if you can hear me over the sound of the airboat. I can't hear any airboat. What is this?
I had a racial gift evolution, Jason said. Humphrey, too.
Hello, Humphrey said.
What happened? Rufus asked. We fought a bronze-rank monster, Jason said. Well, I say we, but Clive and I mostly watched Humphrey do it.
That's not the case at all, Humphrey said.
I don't suppose you're in the market for a funky bronze-rank whip, Jason asked. We looted it from the monster and decided to sell it and split the proceeds. What were you thinking, taking on a bronze-rank monster? Rufus scolded. Tell me everything. You're breaking up, Rufus, Jason said. Looks like we're about to go out of range. What does breaking up mean? Rufus asked. What's that, Rufus? Jason asked. Ksht, ksht, ksht. Jason closed the connection. So, he said, turning to Humphrey.
What do you think you'll get from your awakening stone? Should you have cut off your power like that? It was bad reception, Jason said. I'm not sure what that is, Humphrey said, other than an obvious lie. I can do the ritual of awakening for those stones you got, Clive said. Although, maybe you should do it, Jason. You could probably use the practice. Works for me, Jason said. Do I get a say in this? Humphrey asked. A ritual of awakening is basic stuff, Clive said. It'll probably be fine. What do you mean, probably? Humphrey asked. Clive's study at the Magic Society campus was like an old second-hand bookstore combined with an antique shop, neither of which had been organized very well. Stacks of papers were stopped from falling off chairs by stacks of books piled on them. Strange curios were placed absently on shelves, stands, or inside glass cabinets. Is this safe? Humphrey asked, looking around. His eyes could see the invisible magic Jason couldn't. There's a system, Clive said, unconvincingly, as he shuffled through papers. You know, Jason, the Magic Society would definitely pay you to use your ability for the cataloging of items and abilities. How much? Jason asked. Not adventurer money, Clive said. Decent, though. I'd rather fight monsters than bureaucrats, Humphrey said. I think I might be with you there, Jason said. The Magic Society does important work, Clive said, still searching through the room for something. You both have monster record tablets, don't you? What about the Essence List tablet? You think they just happen? People work hard to provide the information you rely on to stay alive, but adventurers just dismiss them as dull functionaries. Jason and Humphrey looked at each other and shrugged. That's a fair cop, Jason said. I never thought about that, Humphrey. No one ever does, Clive said unhappily. Ah, I knew it was around here somewhere. He dug out a magic wand from what looked to be a basket of sticks and led them to a door. Beyond was a room as sparse as the one outside was overstuffed. The only thing in it was a plain metal table in the middle. Close the door behind you, please, Clive said. From his storage space, he took out the 2 boxes they had retrieved from the underground complex and placed them on the table. He began moving the wand he had dug out from his study over the first box. Untold years' worth of muck rose off of it, right down to the oldest filth that had ingrained itself into the metal. The muck drifted through the air to the side of the room, collecting into unpleasant spheres. Leaving the spheres floating in the air, Clive carefully opened the box. Inside, the contents had been kept intact by the box's remnant magic. Clive took out 3 identical skill books and sat them on the table. The condition is good, Clive said, opening the cover of each to look at the title inside. The Way of the Reaper, he read. Form 1, Way of the Hierophant. A martial arts skill book? Yes, Jason said. My martial art. Part of it, anyway. There are 5 forms in total. There were 5 boxes, Humphrey said. Just this one is the size of a normal skill book, Clive said. No wonder they split them up. A collected work would be huge. No kidding, Jason said. The second case had another 3 books, this time the 3rd form of Jason's martial art. You said you don't know where your martial art comes from, right? Clive asked Jason. That's right, Jason said.
My friends know, but they're keeping it secret for now. Something to do with a contract they took before I met them. I'll do some digging, see what I can find, Clive said. In the meantime, how about we get an awakening ritual going? Inside one of the Magic Society's dedicated ritual rooms, Humphrey was standing in the middle of a magic circle, holding an awakening stone in his hands.
Good, Clive said approvingly. You did well, Jason. The awakening stone disappeared into Humphrey's hand. His eyes glowed with swirling blue and gold light as the magic settled into him, then dimmed. Party member, Humphrey Geller, has awakened the Dragon Essence ability, Spartoi. Humphrey Geller has awakened 5 of 5 Dragon Essence abilities. Party member, Humphrey Geller, has awakened all Dragon Essence abilities. Linked attribute, Recovery, will advance in conjunction with lowest rank Dragon Essence ability. Party member, Humphrey Geller, has 2 of 4 completed essences. Ability, Spartoi, Dragon. Summoning, Ritual, Summon. Cost, very high mana. Cooldown, 6 hours. Current rank, Iron, 0%. Effect, Iron. Summons 3 Dragon-Tooth warriors. Finally, Humphrey said. Finally, Clive asked. My storage space power. It equips anything I summon with Iron rank magic equipment. But I didn't have a summoning ability. My mother kept telling me it would come, but it's a relief it finally has. Spartoi, Jason said. That's unexpected. You've heard of them? Humphrey asked. They're part of a myth from my world, Jason said. Oddly enough, about a guy named Jason. He was on a quest, and to complete it, he needed to pass these trials set by a king. One of the trials was to sow dragon's teeth, and a bunch of soldiers sprung up. He threw a rock at one of them, and they got confused and killed one another. Was he the person you were named after? No, Jason darkly. I was named after a footy player. I guess you just hope no one throws a rock at them, Clive said. Want to try summoning them now? I'll wait until we're outdoors, Humphrey said. I want to see what Jason gets. Yes, Clive said, turning enthusiastically to Jason. The no ritual awakening. I've been looking forwards to this. It's really not that exciting, Jason said. Let me clean this up first. He took a cleaning cloth and some alchemical solution from the ritual room's supply cabinet and wiped the residue of the magical circle off the smoothly polished stone floor. Now, Clive said eagerly, as Jason put the cleaning supplies away. Jason shook his head, taking out the awakening stone. It glowed with a white gold light, like a holy object. Item: Awakening Stone of Absolution. Unranked, Epic. An awakening stone containing the power of redemption.